Chapter 558. Master, what do you want to buy? In the territory of Crimson Flame Country, you can take whatever you want. No one will dare to ask you for money, said Diao Diao proudly. Oh, then what if I leave Crimson Flame Country? Yao Wan finally understood how supreme the imperial sect was in Crimson Flame Country. Outside of Crimson Flame Country, our banknotes are just a piece of waste paper. Even the continent closest to us, Dongzhou continent, doesn't recognize our banknotes. Diao Diao felt that this wasn't a secret, so she might as well tell her everything. Dongzhou continent? Yao Wan's chopsticks froze in the air as she looked at Diao Diao in confusion. Yes, there are 7 countries in Dongzhou continent. Their banknotes can be exchanged, but ours can't. So no matter how rich you are in Crimson Flame Country, once you leave here, you're just a pauper. At that time, Diao Diao wanted to go out and see the world, so her master warned her like this. Banknotes aren't valuable, but there should be gold and silver in the residence, right? Yao Wan picked up a piece of fish and spoke calmly. However, she was somewhat astonished. Crimson Flame Country was actually so closed off? That's true, but master, what do you need so much money for? Diao Diao grew cautious and probed. With money on me, I'll feel more secure. Just do as this saintess says, said Yao Wan indifferently. Yes. Diao Diao sighed inwardly. This master seemed to be very arrogant and conceited. She wanted to tear down someone else's plaque and asked for the font of the new plaque, and she took other people's money as casually as if it was her own. How bold. However, she didn't know if Qi Kanglin would agree. That night, a wave of ghostly wails and wolf howls came from the ghost palace. Disciple, this is Master's life's blood. You. So what if you confiscate the house? But Gui Daozi watched as Longbing Xin scraped off the face he had collected over the past 50 years with a knife. His heart ached so much that he wanted to strangle Longbing Xin right there and then. Unfortunately, it was hard to find a disciple like Longbing Xin, who had such a high level of understanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tolerated her until now. Old man, you're not telling the truth. You said that Saintess Wanner walked under your blade, but why isn't there any record here? Also, I've compared all these faces, and they all belong to someone. What about Saintess Wanner's previous face? Ever since Longbing Xin had returned to the Ghost Palace, she had been asking Gui Daozi about this matter. If Holy Maiden Wanner hadn't changed her skin, then Longbing Xin had reason to believe that Wanner was most likely Yao Moan. Not only did she look similar, but her aura was also exactly the same. This was very suspicious. If I show you Holy Daughter Wanner's face, will you stop making a fuss? Gui Daozi angrily looked at Longbing Xin, the braid on his head sticking up high. Yes, and you have to prove that the face belongs to Wanner. Longbing made up her mind. Come with me. Gui Daozi took a deep breath, then turned around and left the chamber. Longbing Xin raised her eyebrows and followed him out. Gui Daozi suddenly stopped when he arrived at the artificial mountain in the back garden of the Ghost Manor. He placed both of his hands on an inconspicuous rock beside him and gently turned it. There was some movement in the artificial mountain, and then a stone staircase leading underground appeared. Let's go. Gui Daozi glanced at his beloved disciple and shook his head helplessly. After passing through a long secret passage, Longbing Xin's eyes suddenly lit up. She saw that the huge stone cave was filled with exquisite and peerlessly beautiful faces. Master, you actually had a trick up your sleeve. These are all your masterpieces? Longbing Xin looked at the peerlessly beautiful faces hanging on the stone wall in astonishment. All the hair on her body stood on end. Nonsense. Master has taught you everything he knows. The faces hanging here are all peerless beauty's faces that have passed through the hands of the Gui family's ancestors. Just this one alone has a history of 300 years. Gui Daozi said proudly. How terrifying. Longbing Xin couldn't help but choke. What do you mean? Gui Daozi was very dissatisfied with Longbing Xin's evaluation. Nothing. Holy Maiden Wanner's face is here? Longbing Xin shrugged. The beauty had already turned into bones, but the face still looked like it was sleeping. There was nothing more terrifying than this in the world, Longbing Xin thought. That one. That's Holy Maiden Wan Er's face. With Holy Maiden Wan Er's previous appearance, her face is definitely qualified to be placed here. Long Bingxin followed Gue Daozi's finger and saw a face that was as beautiful as a fairy's. However, all the faces here were beautiful enough to cause the downfall of cities and states, so that face didn't look as stunning as she had imagined. Then how can you prove that this face belongs to Wan Er? Long Bingxin didn't think much of it. Look at the words below. Gue Daozi raised his chin and tried to get Long Bingxin to take a few steps closer. When Long Bingxin walked under the face, she saw a small line of words. Ding Mao Year, August 12th. Holy Maiden Wan Er is willing to change the skin below. Just based on these words? Long Bingxin didn't think much of it. She wasn't a fool. What? You don't believe me? You don't think that your master has the ability to predict the future? I've prepared a show for you before you even asked. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Gue Daozi was also angry. Then why did Holy Maiden Wan Er lose her memory? There's clearly something going on here. Long Bingxin knew that her brain wasn't just for show, so she immediately raised her doubts. Is it my fault that she went berserk while cultivating? All right, let's go. Gue Daozi said impatiently. Just as Long Bingxin was half believing and half doubting him, her eyes subconsciously glanced at the other face. This looks so familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Long Bingxin carefully examined the face on the stone wall. Her clear eyes slightly narrowed as she muttered to herself. Xin Year, July 15th, Yao Maxin's face. Yao Maxin. She's Yao Maxin. When she saw the words below the face, Long Bingxin retreated in shock, her eyes filled with fear and shock. She knew Yao Maxin. That was her master's older sister, the former empress of Great Chu. Didn't she die in the cold palace with her own child? Why would her face appear here? What happened to Yao Maxin? Gue Daozi didn't think much of Long Bingxin's reaction. Why is her face here? Long Bingxin pointed at the face on the stone wall, her throat continuously choking, and her face instantly became deathly pale. This is a business this old man accepted 3 years ago. Someone asked this old man to help this face change its skin, so this old man changed it. Gue Daozi's extremely calm narration shocked Long Bingxin to no end. Then what you're saying is that when you changed the skin, the owner of this face was still alive. Long Bingxin felt more and more incredulous. I'm not sure about that, but at that time, she seemed to have already stopped breathing. Gue Daozi pretended to recall. It's good that she wasn't breathing. It's good. If she was breathing, then the world would be in chaos. Don't talk nonsense. Follow master out. Gue Daozi saw Long Bingxin clutching her chest, so he pulled her out of the cave. After beating Long Bingxin away, Gue Daozi returned to the cave. At this time, there was already another person in the cave. This person wore a plain robe with a 7-colored pattern embroidered on the cuffs with golden thread. His long, ink-black hair moved without any wind, and as it fluttered, a strange luster flowed through it. The atmosphere in the cave dropped to a freezing point because of this person's existence. Even the usually domineering Gue Daozi restrained some of his arrogance in front of this person. This old man has already done as Venerable Gue Daozi instructed. What Venerable Gue Daozi promised this old man? I wonder if you can honor it. Gue Daozi's voice was filled with respect. From now on, the people of the imperial sect will not harm Long Bingxin. A deep voice suddenly rang out, and one could faintly hear the echo in the cave. Gue Daozi secretly circulated his energy to prevent his internal organs from being injured by this voice. This old man doesn't understand that Yao Maxin has already been dead for 3 years. What does she have to do with Venerable Gue Daozi's great cause? Why did you ask this old man to deceive little sister Gue? Gue Daozi looked at the face on the stone wall that was 90% similar to Yao Maxin's. Without seeing Yao Maxin, he naturally wouldn't have made it so lifelike. You don't need to know. The Ghost Sect Skin Painter is a treasure of Crimson Flame Country. You really shouldn't have accepted an outsider as your last disciple. Venerable Gue Daozi's voice contained a trace of regret. This old man has said too much. Gue Daozi heard the unspoken meaning in Sikong Mu's words, so he remained silent. Almost instantaneously, Sikong Mu disappeared from the stone room. Disciple. For you, Master has done his best. Gue Daozi looked at the face made from a portrait and couldn't help but shake his head. That night, the sky was as dark as ink, and the stars dotted the sky. Occasionally, the cries of insects would break the tranquility. Inside the holy maiden manor, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. The courtyard was filled with blooming spring peaches. A gentle breeze blew past, and the petals danced in the wind. They landed lightly on Huan Luo's snow-white shoulders, making her look even more beautiful than the flowers. What's so good about Yao Moen that she's worth you personally detoxifying her? It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman would speak in such a bitter voice. What man could bear to hurt someone as beautiful as Huan Luo? Huan Luo, you shouldn't have let Xiu Di deal with Yao Moen. If Venerable Gue Daozi finds out, Xiu Di will definitely be punished. He's still just a child. Qi Kanglin's voice was filled with reproach, but his eyes were still doting. So you're blaming me? But that was Xiu Di's own idea. Huan Luo retorted guiltily. No matter what, don't do such a stupid thing again. Yao Moen is very important to us. You can't hurt her. Qi Kanglin's deep eyes contained a trace of warning. Just because she's important, great shaman, who's always cold and arrogant, has to be so attentive to her like a dog? Ever since she was young, everyone said that she and Qi Kanglin were a match made in heaven. So unknowingly, Huan Luo had already regarded herself as the only woman in Qi Kanglin's life. That was until Yao Moen's appearance, which caused her to feel an unprecedented threat. Huan Luo, you know what you're saying. Qi Kanglin's sharp brows were like peaks as he looked at Huan Luo sullenly. Kanglin, I'm sorry. I just don't understand. Even if she's important, she's not important enough to live in your residence and have you personally take care of her. You could have just sent her to the imperial palace or handed her over to Venerable Guidaozi. Huan Luo saw the anger between Qi Kanglin's brows and realized that she'd gone overboard with her words just now. There was an instant of regret in her heart. How could she have lost control of herself in front of Qi Kanglin? Leaving her in the shaman's residence was Venerable Gue Daozi's idea. This shaman has his own plans regarding Yao Moen. Don't interfere in this matter in the future. Also, you're not allowed to touch Yao Moen again. This shaman will hide it for you this time. Next time, this shaman will tell Venerable Gue Daozi the truth. Qi Kanglin's voice was still like the sound of nature, but when it landed on Huan Luo's heart, it was as cold as ice. Since when did the man who'd always protected her start to threaten her? Looking at Qi Kanglin's figure, Huan Luo had the urge to cry. Her dainty fists gradually tightened. Hatred silently took root in Huan Luo's heart. The next day, when Diao Jiao hung the signboard with the 3 words, Holy Maiden Residence, on the residence's door, Qi Kanglin walked over with a sullen expression. Wanner, who told you to put all the gold and silver in the residence under your name? At the side, when Diao Jiao saw Qi Kanglin approaching menacingly, she immediately hid to the side dejectedly and focused on giving orders for the signboard to be hung. However, her ears still stretched out to look over from time to time. No one. I did it myself. Yao Moen's expression was calm. She didn't feel like she'd done anything shameful in the slightest. That's all this shaman's money. Qi Kanglin could tolerate Yao Moen changing the signboard. According to Venerable Gue Daozi, in order to give Yao Moen a sense of belonging and make her feel that she was the holy maiden of Crimson Flame Country, he had to first give her authority. Chapter 559. Not anymore. Diao Diao, have them move the signboard slightly to the left. Yao Mo Wan didn't even look Qitsong Lan in the eye as she only directed. Return the money to me. Qitsong Lan finally couldn't tolerate this kind of disregard and walked in front of Yao Mo Wan, blocking Yao Mo Wan's line of sight from the plaque. Impossible, Yao Mo Wan said resolutely, her spirited eyes looking straight at Qitsong Lan. This is daylight robbery. What reason do you have to take my money? Qi Kanglin had never thought that there would be a day where he would have to go toe-to-toe with a lowly commoner. Moreover, it was for the most vulgar of money. He had always thought that money was like dirt to him. That's good. Wan would like to ask Lord Priest, if Wan is the imperial sect's holy maiden, why would I wake up in the priest manor? Huan Luo can have her own residence, but Wan can't. Yao Moan pursed her lips and her eyes gradually turned cold. What does this have to do with you returning the sacrificial money? Qi Kanglin was somewhat speechless. If the emperor and the mage really want one heir to carry out such an important mission, shouldn't they let one heir enjoy the corresponding authority? It was impossible for Wan to risk her life and not get anything in return. The fact that Wan didn't despise the priest's residence for being old and shabby was already very lenient of her. Now that she had taken some of the priest's silver and the lord priest was blabbering on, then that was fine. Wan could return this residence and that little bit of silver to the priest. As for the matter of disguising herself as Yao Mo Wan and entering Chu, forgive Wan for not having that ability. Diao, tell them to take down the plaque. Yao Mo Wan was certain that Qi Kanglin didn't have any other candidates, so she dared to be so arrogant. Wan, as the holy maiden of the imperial sect, you should obey the orders of the master. Qi Tsonglan felt a headache coming on from Yao Mo Wan. Then have the Taoist kill Wan. Even flaying her skin and pulling out her tendons isn't a problem. Yao Mo Wan raised her delicate chin and looked directly at Qi Tsonglan in an extremely domineering manner. At the side, Diao couldn't help but choke. What a sharp tongue. Ahem. Excuse me, is this plaque to be hung up? Or take it off? Diao asked in an untimely manner. Yao Mo Wan didn't say anything. She glanced at Qi Tsonglan, and the corners of her lips hooked into a smile that was not a smile. Then, she slowly walked into the residence. Her arrogant appearance was enough to make the usually calm Qi Tsonglan flip out. Hang it up. Qi Tsonglan roared fiercely, then flicked his sleeves and left. At the entrance of the mansion, Diao couldn't help but stick out her tongue and continue to command. At this time, Yao Mo Wan, who had already entered the residence, gradually restrained her expression. Her eyes were as cold as an abyss. He said she was the holy maiden of the imperial sect? Why would the Crimson Flame country, which discriminated against foreign races, allow a woman from a foreign race to be their saintess? A bunch of idiots trying to deceive her. Let's see how she takes all the money from the Crimson Flame country. Your smile is very sinister. Just as Yao Mo Wan was feeling proud of herself, she suddenly heard a voice coming from the other side. She raised her eyes and saw that it was Qi Xiudi. The smile on Yao Mo Wan's face became even more sinister. You're called Qi Xiudi, an orphan that Qi Tsonglan brought back when he was carrying out a mission. In principle, you're also a foreign race. However, it's good that you recognized a very powerful father. So in the Crimson Flame country, you basically didn't receive any supercilious looks. However, you don't have many friends either. So as time passed, you developed the habit of associating with snakes. The red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple that you raise aren't ordinary snakes. They are divided by toxicity, and among them, the purple snake's toxicity is the weakest. However, it can still take an ordinary person's life. That hashtag used a green snake to bite me. Brat, you clearly want me to die. Why did you investigate so clearly? What do you want? Qi Xiudi stared at the sinister smile on Yao Mo Wan's lips and suddenly felt his body go cold. Don't worry, this saintess is not a good person. And? You still want to release a snake to bite me? All right, wait until the snake finishes biting this saintess, then have your godfather exhaust his true energy to save me. Let's see who suffers then. Yao Mo Wan fearlessly walked forward and fiercely pinched Qi Xiudi's cheeks. The smile on her face was as treacherous as one could imagine. Let go, you're so bad. Qi Xiudi forcefully pried Yao Mo Wan's hands away and said hatefully, I'm bad? Can I be worse than that beautiful concubine Huan Luo of yours? You said I'm a vixen that specializes in seducing your godfather's soul. Yao Mo Wan raised her brows and subconsciously patted Qi Xiudi's head with her slender jade fingers. Concubine didn't say that. Concubine said you would harm godfather. You're a bad person. Qi Xiudi had just opened his mouth when he covered it with both hands. No need to cover. This saintess heard it clearly. As expected, it was your concubine who did this. Yao Mo Wan's gaze gradually turned cold. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Bullying someone who lost their memories? Then your calculations are wrong. You tricked me. Qi Xiu flew into a rage out of humiliation. As he spoke, he released a blue snake. Yao Mo Wan had already expected that the child wouldn't be able to keep his cool, so she casually tossed out the sulfur powder she had hidden in her sleeve. It was easy to imagine Xiaolan's fate. Remember, don't trust women so easily. Yao Mo Wan smiled evilly as she walked around the struggling blue snake and walked towards her room. While Yao Mo Wan was making waves here, the entire eastern continent was thrown into chaos because of the search for her. Whether it was Chu, Shu, Qi, Lulan, Nanxiang, Granxia, or even Great Zhou's Zhou, they were all pressured to put up notices in their countries looking for Yao Mo Wan. After these notices were put up, Yao Mo Wan's name spread like wildfire. The bounty had already risen to 1,000,000 gold taels. For a time, the thieves stopped stealing, the bounty hunters stopped taking orders. The entire eastern continent was in an unprecedented situation where everyone was looking for Yao Mo Wan. Even so, Yi Junqing still didn't receive any news about Yao Mo Wan. Thus, Yi Junqing couldn't stay in Chu's palace any longer. He had to go look for her himself. Your Majesty, you absolutely can't do this. Great Chu has just stabilized. You can't leave. In the imperial study, the old minister, Qinzhong, was earnestly trying to persuade him. You also know that Great Chu has stabilized? If it weren't for Moen, we really wouldn't care about this Great Chu. The reason we only decided to leave 2 months after Moen disappeared was because we didn't want Moen to be disappointed. After all, we fought for this country together, so we can't have any more mishaps. But right now, Qinzhong, we really can't wait any longer. Without Moen, what use do we have for this country? We're telling you this because we trust you. We trust that while we're gone, you'll definitely protect Great Chu for us. Yi Junqing knew very well that if he brought this up to the imperial court, there would definitely be a lot of opposition. Right now, Qinzhong was the one with the highest prestige in the imperial court. As long as he could convince Qinzhong, he would be able to convince all the civil and military officials. Your Majesty, this old subject is terrified. Normally, it would be every subject's dream to receive such praise from your Majesty, but right now, Qinzhong felt a prickling sensation on his back. Beloved subject, don't worry. We've already arranged for people to stand guard in the imperial palace. No matter what happens, you can send us a messenger pigeon. The meaning behind Yi Junqing's words was that even if he was outside, he would still know everything that was happening in the Chu Palace. Although he trusted Qinzhong's character, it was still necessary for him to know that he hadn't completely let go. Your Majesty, beloved subject, you can leave first. We still need to make some preparations. Tomorrow morning, you can use the excuse that our dragon body is unwell to temporarily take over the government affairs. If something really troublesome happens, and you don't have time to report it to us, you can discuss it with the benevolent prince. The benevolent prince also knows that we've left. Yi Junqing promptly sealed Qinzhong's mouth. The reason he'd mentioned the benevolent prince and Xiezhong was firstly to reassure Qinzhong. With the benevolent prince present, no one would dare to act rashly in court. Secondly, it was to tell Qinzhong that even if he left, Qinzhong wouldn't be able to become the sole ruler. Thirdly, it was to tell Qinzhong to be more tactful. Even the benevolent prince wasn't trying to dissuade him, so it was wiser for him to speak less. As expected, after Yi Junqing mentioned Xiezhong, Qinzhong didn't try to dissuade him anymore and left the imperial study. Once Qinzhong left, Yi Junqing immediately summoned Yin Shui, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning, stay in the imperial palace and guard for us. If there's anything, contact Yin Shui at any time. As for Yin Shui, come with us, ordered Yi Junqing calmly. This subordinate obeys. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning left. Your Majesty, where are we going first? The world was vast, so it wasn't easy to find a single person. Yin Shui knew that Yi Junqing was anxious to find her master, but they really didn't have a direction. We've thought about it before. If Moen is kidnapped, the person most likely to make a move is Nameless. Since Zhou Yunyuan of Great Zhou is in cahoots with Nameless, it's hard to say that he isn't secretly complying with us and the monarchs of the other countries. As Yi Junqing spoke, he got up and walked around the dragon desk. His clear eyes looked towards Inshui meaningfully as he continued, Inshui, if we don't find Moen this time, we definitely won't come back. The determination in Yi Juanqing's eyes made Inshui sigh inwardly. Why did the heavens have to torment this pair of lovers? Perhaps the road to happiness was strewn with setbacks. Inshui comforted herself. At this time, Yao Moen, who was far away in Crimson Flame Country, had already started to reveal her true nature. Master, you only spent 10 kuai on these sets of jewelry, said Yao Moen. When Diao saw Yao Moen display the jewelry in the main hall of Jushin Tower, where the wives and concubines of the court often came to drink tea, and the prices ranged from 1,000 to 100,000, the word profiteer suddenly appeared in her mind. That's right, this saintess is regretting it now. In reality, we didn't have to pay that 10 kuai for these jewelry, but forget it. Who told this saintess to be a kind and beautiful woman? I can't take advantage of others. Yao Moen happily placed the jewelry in the most conspicuous position, her clear eyes occasionally glancing towards the entrance of Jushin Tower. A kind and beautiful woman? The corners of Diao's lips twitched. She could still vividly remember the expression on the jewelry store's owner's face when he vomited blood. Right at this time, a group of middle-aged women dressed elegantly and luxuriously walked in. When Diao saw the gorgeous smiles on their faces, she couldn't help but sigh with emotion. There was a saying, extreme joy turns to sorrow. Diao, go tell them that this saintess has a few types of excellent jewelry that I want to give to them. Let them come and choose. Yao Moen said indifferently, the crafty light in her eyes causing Diao's body to involuntarily tremble. Diao walked over, and not long after, she called all the women in front of Yao Moen. Of course, the imperial sect was higher than the imperial court, so all the madams naturally fawned over Diao. However, when they saw the prices on Yao Moen's table, the madams' expressions immediately changed. The most helpless thing was that even if they were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to choose a few pieces of jewelry to take away. Moreover, they very obediently paid according to the prices. Although Yao Moen had tried to refuse, in Diao's eyes, Yao Moen's expression clearly said, whoever doesn't pay will have a taste of your own medicine. In the end, in less than 2 hours, all the jewelry in front of Yao Moen was sold out and 300,000 kuai bills were already in Yao Moen's hands. Master, Diao really doesn't understand. What do you need so much money for? Diao was confused. As the imperial sect saintess, she could take anything in the entire Crimson Flame Country. To them, money was completely meaningless. Change it to gold. Yao Moen believed Diao's words. To the outside world, the banknotes here were just a piece of rice paper. However, she believed that the dazzling gold shouldn't have any boundaries. Cough. Diao was speechless. To her, who viewed money as dirt, Yao Moen's actions were somewhat unreasonable. Until one day, when Diao could only eat by relying on Yao Moen's gold, her admiration for Yao Moen instantly rose to an unprecedented height. After Yao Moen earned her first pot of gold, the situation became more and more unmanageable. Other than jewelry, Yao Moen would also take out some weapons to sell in the military camp, sell some antiques to the officials' mansions, and also sell some rouge and face powder to the young misses of large families who were waiting to get married. Especially when she heard of Qi Kanglin's position in those young misses' hearts, she actually secretly stole the clothes and accessories that Qi Kanglin normally wore and sold them for a good price. Chapter 560. In reality, Yao Moen's actions were no different from robbery. Those jewelry stores, weapon stores, and cosmetic stores owners didn't dare to take Yao Moen's money at all. The imperial sect represented authority, so they couldn't afford to offend it. Furthermore, the most disgusting thing that Yao Moen did was that every time she openly robbed, she would give those store owners 5 or 10 yuan as compensation. Wasn't this intentionally rubbing salt into their wounds? Then, Yao Moen would resell these things to a special group of people. They were the officials and nobles who had money but didn't dare to offend the imperial sect. Thus, in a short half a month, Yao Moen jumped to the first place on the Crimson Flame Country's noble ranking. This was also the first time someone from the imperial sect had made it onto the ranking. After a long time, some people couldn't take it anymore. Those officials all submitted memorials hoping that King Qi Chuan and the imperial sect master would discuss this matter and stop Yao Mo Wan from making money. They were so poor they couldn't eat anymore. Qi Chuan had also heard about this matter, so he very seriously reported the people's voices to Sikong Mu. Thus, one day, when Yao Mo Wan was about to go out, she was stopped by Qi Kanglin. "Waner, His Majesty asked this shaman to send his regards. How have you been resting? Are you able to carry out the mission His Majesty gave you?" Qi Kanglin hadn't appeared in a while. Now that he was standing in front of Yao Mo Wan, he seemed much more pleasing to the eye. "I'm still a bit dizzy," Yao Mo Wan lied. "Perhaps it's because of amnesia. It shouldn't be serious. His Majesty means—" Just as Qi Kanglin was about to speak, his eyes inadvertently landed on the gown in Yao Jiao's hands. If he remembered correctly, that should be his clothes. Moreover, Huan Luo had personally sewn it for him a few days ago. "Diao, what are you doing with this shaman's clothes?" Qi Kanglin asked, even though he already knew the answer. At that time, he already knew that Yao Mo Wan had stolen things from the residents and sold them. Among them, there was no lack of porcelain bowls, wooden basins, and even the pillow he used to sleep on. The reason he didn't care was because he had orders. Moreover, if Yao Mo Wan continued to cause trouble, she wouldn't dare to do anything. However, those clothes were different. First of all, Huan Luo had personally made them, so the meaning behind them was different. Second of all, if Huan Luo found out about this, it was inevitable that she would cause trouble for Yao Moan. At that time, it would be unavoidable for him to argue with Huan Luo again. Qi Kanglin had always viewed Huan Luo as family, so he didn't want to hurt her feelings. "No, nothing." Diao Jiao subconsciously leaned behind Yao Moan and looked at Yao Moan meaningfully. The meaning behind her words was, "Don't look for me, it has nothing to do with me." Priest must be joking. This is this holy maiden's residence, so everything inside naturally belongs to this holy maiden. How could it be priest's things? Yao Moan's confidence made Diao Jiao prostrate herself in admiration. They weren't in the right. "Waner, other than that piece of clothing, I can give you anything else you want." Qi Kanglin felt that Yao Mo Wan really lacked discipline, but at this critical juncture, if he could endure it, then he would endure it. "I can give it to you for 300,000. Yao Moan wasn't polite. "Waner, you can't be too unreasonable." As a priest for so many years, this was the first time Qi Kanglin felt like crying. This holy maiden is already very reasonable. Someone offered 300,000 for this piece of clothing. If Waner wasn't familiar with priest, she definitely wouldn't destroy her own reputation. Priest should be glad that Waner didn't increase the price. This time, the main reason you're going to Great Chu is to tempt King Chu, Yi Junqing, and stir up a dispute between the 7 countries of Eastern Continent. Once they're locked in battle, my Crimson Flame Army will enter Eastern Continent. Qi Chuan's words were brief, but they were the essence. Who is Yao Moan to actually have that ability? Yao Moan was a bit curious about the character she was going to impersonate. Of course, she's not only the Empress of Great Chu's original emperor, Yi Hongyi, she's also the crown princess of Great Chu's Chu Ma Bei. Now, she's also Yi Junqing's most beloved. Before we get rid of her, Yi Junqing wanted to make her empress. Her relationships with King Qi's Feng Yihan, King Xia's Difeng, Lu Lan's Kubu Dan, and Nanxiang's Duan Zidong are all extraordinary. This woman isn't simple. Qi Chuan's words seem to have a bit of appreciation for Yao Moan. She really isn't simple, but it's a pity she's already dead. When Yao Moan heard this evaluation, she suddenly felt a bit of pity. Heroes valued heroes. She really wanted to get to know this kind of woman. If she didn't die, how could Holy Maiden impersonate her? Since Holy Maiden has agreed, then it's settled. Qi Chuan noticed Qi Kanglin's gaze and returned to the topic. There's no rush. Actually, Waner has her own views on how to conquer the Eastern Continent. Would Your Majesty be willing to waste a bit of your time to listen to Waner's explanation? Yao Mo Wan spoke gently, her eyes sparkling. In reality, Qi Chuan really didn't want to listen, but due to Yao Moan's status, he could only nod. I'd like to hear the details. Actually, Waner has also studied Eastern Continent these past few days. There are 7 countries in Eastern Continent. The strongest is Great Chu, followed by Chu, and the weakest is Great Zhou. Among them, the wealthiest is Lu Lan, but it has very few troops. The reason is that if anyone dares to invade, Lu Lan will pay to hire soldiers from other countries to fight against them. Therefore, although Lu Lan has no soldiers, no one dares to invade. Yao Moen slowly said, enunciating each word clearly. So what? Qi Chuan unconsciously listened. Waner has a question to ask your majesty. Actually, conquering Eastern continent isn't difficult. You just have to let Lord Priest bring some people from the imperial sect and take the heads of the emperors of these 7 countries. Then, you can take advantage of the chaos to attack them when they least expect it. With the military generals of Crimson Flame Country, this isn't difficult. But why didn't your majesty do this? Yao Moen looked towards Qi Chuan. How long can a temporary victory last? Moreover, it's easy to say, but it would take at least 7 to 8 years to subdue the 7 countries. As the monarch, Qi Chuan naturally had a certain level of intelligence. So your majesty wants them to kill each other and then sit back and reap the benefits. If Waner's guess isn't wrong, your majesty wants to kill all the people of the 7 countries and then forcibly take over the entire eastern continent? Yao Moen had heard this from Diao before. If this was really the case, then the sky would be filled with red clouds and corpses would be strewn all over the ground. She couldn't bear such a great sin. I have this thought. Those lowly commoners all deserve to die. Qi Chuan didn't deny it. Over 100 million soldiers and commoners. Is your majesty sure that you'll be able to see such a magnificent feat in your lifetime? Yao Moen didn't think much of it, but inwardly, she felt extremely disdainful of Qi Chuan's cold-blooded thoughts. Could it be that you have a better idea? Qi Chuan heard the hidden meaning in Yao Moen's words. Rather than letting Crimson Flame Country sink into the quagmire of war and be unable to extricate themselves in the end, it's better to change the method of annexation. Yao Moen returned to the main topic. What method? Qi Chuan's eyes brightened as he asked suspiciously. Assimilation. Actually, Waner feels that wiping out the people of the 7 countries is simply a fantasy. No matter how weak the people of the 7 countries are, they're not all idiots. Although Crimson Flame Country's military strength is strong, if they really fight to the end, victory and defeat really can't be determined too early. Rather than doing something that they're not confident in, why not find another good method? Waner feels that if Crimson Flame Country can assimilate the 7 countries, then it'll be much easier to conquer them. Those commoners only care about whether they'll have rice to eat for their next meal. As for who becomes the emperor, they don't care at all. Yao Moen narrated her thoughts in great detail. Assimilation? How do we assimilate? As Qi Chuan spoke, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Qi Tsonglan. Seeing that Qi Tsonglan's expression was still unsatisfied, he felt much more at ease. Presumably, Yao Moen's words had also aroused Qi Tsonglan's interest. If that's the case, he believed that Sikong Mu wouldn't object. First, we have to let Crimson Flame Country's banknotes flow into the 7 countries and become one of the main expenses for the people of the 7 countries. Yao Moen had always believed in the saying that money talks. Just now, she used King Lulan as an example to prove this point. Easier said than done. Qi Chuan felt that this was a fantasy. For your majesty, this isn't easy, but Waner can do it. Yao Moen spoke confidently, but in reality, this was just an excuse. Letting her act as Yao Moen was just letting her be cannon fodder. If she offended the monarchs of the 7 countries, how could she not die? They wouldn't be happy if she didn't die miserably. Are you confident? Qi Chuan looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously and asked with a frown. Since Wana said it, there naturally is a surefire way. Yao Moen's gaze was firm. Speechless, Qi Chuan turned to look towards Qi Tsonglan. High Priest, Zhen feels that Holy Maiden Wan Er's idea is good. Perhaps there's a need to consider it. Yao Moen naturally heard the inquiry in Qi Chuan's words. Presumably, this emperor wasn't happy being fooled. Tsonglan, bring Waner back first. Your Majesty, please consider it. Tsonglan will come back later to remonstrate. Qi Tsonglan was moved by Yao Moen's suggestion. After bringing Yao Moen out of the imperial palace, he headed towards the imperial sect's main altar. After Qi Tsonglan left, Yao Moen finally let out a long sigh. Now, It all depended on what that elusive imperial sex cult master come mage thought. Yao Moen prayed in her heart that her nonsense would be able to deceive the heavens. They didn't speak on the way back to the Holy Maiden Manor. The first thing Yao Moen saw was Diao Diao and Huan Luo fighting. It was clearly a brawl, but the two women were able to make the scene look so poignant and beautiful. Pink and white figures entangled in the air, like a white epiphyllum blooming in the air. The pink and white satin entangled together gradually extended like flower petals. The epiphyllum blossomed like a flower, so beautiful that it made people sigh in admiration. Chapter 561. Diao Diao, you're not allowed to bully my aunt. Just as Yao Mo Wan was engrossed in watching, a little brat suddenly appeared next to her. Seeing that Qi Xiu Di was about to release the poisonous snake, Yao Mo Wan suddenly blocked in front of him. Are you a gentleman? Yao Mo Wan asked out of the blue. You again. Get out of the way. Of course I'm a gentleman. For some reason, Qi Xiu Di actually felt a trace of fear towards this Yao Mo Wan who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Perhaps it was because Yao Mo Wan not only used sulfur powder to splash on his little snake, she also added chili powder to the sulfur powder, causing Xiao Lan to still not recover and his two hands to be unable to touch his eyes. A gentleman doesn't hit a woman. What? Don't let this saintess guess that you're going to release the snake to bite Diao Diao. This kind of backstabbing behavior is not what a gentleman would do. Yao Mo Wan smiled sweetly. Then I'm not a gentleman. I'm a child. Qi Xiu Di was used to being domineering, so he naturally wouldn't be fooled by Yao Mo Wan. Fine, then release the snake. Release the snake to bite this saintess, then have your godfather force out the poison for this saintess. Do you know how to force out the poison? It's this saintess taking off my clothes. Then have your godfather place his hand on this saintess's chest. Yao Mo Wan deliberately raised her voice, and it was effective. When Yao Mo Wan's voice fell, Huan Luo suddenly fell from the sky. She clutched her chest with one hand and looked at Yao Mo Wan resentfully. Master, many thanks. Diao Diao naturally understood that Yao Mo Wan's words were to distract Huan Luo. She felt a trace of gratitude towards Yao Mo Wan. Back then, when she fought with Huan Luo, she didn't really win. Waner, what qualifications do you have to sell Kanglin's things? Those clothes, that inkstone was given to Kanglin by Master. How can you sell them just like that? Huan Luo was so angry that her eyes that were as clear as autumn water shot out a biting cold light. Don't talk about the inkstone, talk about the clothes. What? Just because Saintess Huan Luo had personally made those clothes for Qi Kanglin, Waner didn't have the right to sell them? You don't know that you treat it as a treasure, but Qi Kanglin doesn't care about it. Waner originally wanted to sell it for 700,000, but Qi Kanglin said that one should be honest, and that the clothes were not worth that price. Waner thought too highly of Huan Luo Saintess, so she asked for 500,000. If Qi Kanglin sold it for 100,000, then it would seem that Huan Luo Saintess craftsmanship is not worth that much. Yao Moen's way of doing things had always been that if people didn't offend her, she wouldn't punish them. If people offended her, she would definitely trample on them. Waner, don't go overboard with your words. Don't think that you don't know who you are just because someone is backing you up. How dare a lowly commoner like you speak to this holy daughter? Huan Luo was infuriated. First of all, I don't need anyone to back me up. If I can afford to offend you, then I will. If I can't, then I won't. Second, what did you just call Waner? Untouchables? This sentence had a deep meaning. Diao Diao, this holy daughter wants to see Venerable One. Yao Moen's temper flared up. The deeper meaning was that she wanted to use this opportunity to see this legendary Sikong Mu. She hoped to have a way to convince him to act according to her wishes. If you want to see Venerable One, then you have to see if he's willing to see you. Huan Luo had always viewed Yao Moen as a lowly commoner. In her eyes, how could such a lowly commoner be worthy of Venerable One's attention? Just as the two of them were arguing endlessly, a black figure rode the wind and arrived. Long silver hair fluttered in the wind. Qi Kanglin's appearance always made people feel as if a god had descended. Waner, Venerable One wants to see you. Qi Kanglin's words were like a ruthless stick that smashed into Huan Luo's head. Her clear eyes were filled with disbelief. Kanglin, you said Venerable One wants to see her? Why? Huan Luo asked agitatedly. When she turned to look at Yao Moen, her gaze was as cold as a blade. You'll know once you get there. Diao Jiao stuck out her tongue at Huan Luo with a look of schadenfreude. Godfather, they bullied concubine just now. Xiu Di saw it with his own eyes. Qi Xiu Di saw that there were tears in Huan Luo's eyes, so he spoke up. Xiu Di, which eye did you see it with? Diao Jiao swayed his hips as he walked to Qi Xiu Di's side. His gaze was so crafty that it made people shiver. I saw it with both eyes. So what? Qi Xiu Di had followed Qi Kanglin since he was young, but Huan Luo had taken care of him most of the time, so he naturally sided with Huan Luo. Dig them all out. Yao Moen's eerie voice drifted over from behind Diao Diao. Qi Xiu Di immediately covered his eyes with his hands and leaned against Qi Kanglin's leg. Diao Diao, take Wanner to see Venerable One. Huan Luo, you come with us as well. Qi Kanglin took Qi Xiu Di and patted his little head dotingly, indicating for him to stay. Thus, the group headed towards the imperial sect's main altar. As soon as they entered the main altar, Yao Moen felt like she had arrived at the 18th level of hell. After passing through a long, dark corridor, Yao Moen and the others finally stood in front of a tall, majestic, and glossy black door. There were 2 Qilin beasts on either side of the door. Both of them were painted black, and their eyes were like red glass. In the darkness, they emitted a cold light. They were clearly dead creatures without any aura, but they still caused a chill to run down the soles of their feet. While Yao Moen was sighing inwardly, the golden crow door slowly opened. A bone-piercing chill surged out from the crack in the door. Yao Moen felt all the hairs on her body start to stand up. Sometimes, what was truly frightening wasn't the person but the atmosphere they created. Fortunately, Yao Moen was someone who had seen the world, so she was naturally able to withstand the chill. After the golden crow door opened, Qi Kanglin walked at the very front. Huan Luo naturally followed behind Qi Kanglin, while Diao Diao accompanied Yao Moen. The spacious main hall was dusky. The luminous pearl in the corner lifted up a corner of the darkness. The only thing that was truly illuminated was the enormous python that had risen from the ground in the center of the main hall. At first glance, that enormous python was over 7 zhang tall, and its body was made of dark green glass. At this moment, the enormous python's head was slowly moving downwards, its dark green eyes gradually closing in on Yao Moen. The moment Yao Moen saw the enormous python, her heart started to beat wildly. Even though she knew that this python had only lowered its head to activate the mechanism, this scene was still too realistic. In fact, besides Yao Moen, Qi Kanglin and the others were also very shocked. From what they could remember, every single person who entered the main altar for the first time had been frightened by this python to the point of screaming and falling to the ground, fainting, and passing out. There was no one who could be as calm as Yao Moen. What they didn't know was that Yao Moen's legs were also trembling, but they just couldn't see it. Kanglin greets Venerable. Huan Luo greets Venerable. Diao Diao greets Venerable. Although Yao Moen was abnormally frightened, she also noticed that Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo's movements were the same when they greeted the Venerable who was standing on top of the python's head. What made her feel strange was that her maid Diao Diao also had the same posture. What did this mean? Yao Moen was suspicious in her heart. Wanner. A deep and cold voice faintly came from the python's head. Yao Moen only felt an indescribable pressure in her heart. A kind of pressure that forced people to lower their heads made her feel ill at ease. Wanner greets Venerable. Yao Moen fiercely sighed and forced herself to calm down as she greeted Qi Kanglin. When she raised her eyes, what she saw was only a back view. Even so, Yao Moen still felt the powerful shock that back view brought her. As the sect master of the imperial sect, he was above the imperial power. This kind of person definitely had extraordinary experiences. Yao Moen suddenly became interested in Sikong Mu, who was standing on top of the python's head. Wanner, this Venerable One asks you, assimilating the eastern continent, what are your chances of success? It was clearly very close, but that voice seemed to come from far away. 10%. Yao Moen used the fastest time to calm herself down. This was a matter of fate, so she naturally had to display complete confidence, even if Yao Moen didn't have the slightest confidence. How do you know? In the dusky light, Yao Moen could only see that Sikong Mu was wearing a black robe that fluttered even though there was no wind. Just based on Wanner taking over half of the Crimson Flame country's wealth in just 1 month. Yao Moen's perfectly curved chin slightly lifted as she calmly replied, "Venerable One, Huan Luo thinks that Wanner was just opportunistic. If she didn't use the imperial sect's prestige, those ministers and nobles wouldn't have bought her jewelry and clothes that are practically worthless." Huan Luo's voice was filled with indignation that couldn't be concealed. At the side, Yao Moen's lips slightly pursed and a trace of coldness flashed in the depths of her eyes. She hadn't even caused trouble for Huan Luo yet, but Huan Luo was already adding oil to the fire. "Huan Luo, you reminded me of this. Speaking of worthless, those accessories and weapons were all bought with Wanner's capital. Only that piece of clothing that was just sold was truly worthless." Yao Moen glanced at Huan Luo out of the corner of her eyes. She was clearly referring to the one Huan Luo had personally made for Qikanglan. "You." Huan Luo glared at her angrily. "You? What? Holy Maiden Huan Luo isn't calling Wanner a lowly commoner anymore." Yao Moen's cold gaze met Huan Luo's icy cold gaze. "You have always been one." Huan Luo was so angry that she lost the opportunity to speak. Almost at the same time, a tangible cold energy circled around Yao Moen's body like a dragon and struck Huan Luo's chest. Puffed. Dark red blood suddenly sprayed out of Huan Luo's mouth. Her moon-white clothes were instantly stained with plum blossoms. It was a beautiful yet desolate sight. Yao Moen was secretly shocked. She had originally wanted to teach Huan Luo a lesson, but she hadn't expected Sikong Mu to be so heavy-handed. Of course, Yao Moen wasn't stupid enough to think that Sikong Mu was sincerely siding with her. That was a taboo. Taboo for Huan Luo calling her a lowly commoner? Interesting. It seemed like her current identity was quite thought-provoking. "Venerable One." Huan Luo was just muddle-headed for a moment, "so please have mercy." Seeing that Huan Luo was injured, Qikanglan immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Wanner is my imperial sect's holy maiden. No one is allowed to speak rudely." Sikong Mu's voice was as cold as ice. Every word he said was like an icicle falling into a deep pond. "Huan Luo knows her wrongs." Huan Luo covered her chest with one hand as she replied humbly. However, an extremely cold glint flashed through her eyes. "Wanner, although Huan Luo's words were harsh, there's one thing you can say. You did borrow the power of the imperial sect to successfully amass wealth. If you enter the eastern continent, you won't have any power to borrow." Sikong Mu's back was still facing Huan Luo, but his voice was deep and powerful. "That's not true. Wanner isn't using the power of the imperial sect, but the greed and hypocrisy of the human heart. Can Wanner explain it this way? Even if those court officials and wealthy nobles don't buy Wanner's things, will the imperial sect harm them? Will their benefits be harmed? The answer is no. Then why would they curry favor with Wanner?" Yao Moen looked confidently at Sikong Mu, who was on the python's head. "Why?" Sikong Mu's voice contained a trace of doubt. "Because human nature is greed. In Wanner's eyes, the word saint is just a legend. In this world, no one is more noble than anyone else. Everyone has their own desires and desires. They curry favor with Wanner because they want to buy those weapons and accessories that are worth an astronomical price. Only then will they feel at ease and be able to sleep well. Wanner is only grasping the human heart, and Wanner is most skilled at grasping the human heart." His clear voice was like spring water knocking on rocks. Every word entered Wanner's heart. Silence. The entire hall fell silent. Yao Moen secretly held her breath, hoping that her words would be able to make Sikong Mu give up on slaughtering the eastern continent. Chapter 562. I'll give you half a year. If you can get Crimson Flame Country's banknotes to circulate in Lulan, I'll consider your suggestion. Otherwise, in half a year, I'll conquer Eastern Continent. Yao Moen sighed in relief at Sikong Mu's decision. "Don't worry, Venerable One. Wanner won't disappoint you." Yao Moen suppressed the excitement in her heart and said calmly, Kanglin, Huan Luo, during this time, you have to assist Wan'er and do your best to make this happen, said Sikongmu solemnly. Shi Kanglin and Huan Luo accepted the order. Wan'er thanks Venerable One for sending High Priest and Holy Maiden Huan Luo to Wan'er's subordinates. However, just them alone won't be enough. Yao Moen purposely changed the word assist to subordinate. The meaning was different. The money you have right now is equivalent to half of Crimson Flame Country's national treasury. I can't invest any more. As for subordinates, you can choose from the Imperial sect. You may leave, said Sikongmu indifferently. Then he waved his hand to dismiss Yao Moen and the others. Yao Moen wasn't someone who would take advantage of others for granted. She didn't say anything else and left respectfully. After leaving the Imperial sect's headquarters, Yao Moen instantly felt the air become much fresher. Holy Maiden Huan Luo, where are you going? When Yao Moen saw that Huan Luo was about to leave, she took a step forward and blocked her path. She raised her brows domineeringly. Do I need you to care what this holy maiden does? Huan Luo swallowed back the words, lowly commoner. Now that holy maiden is Wan'er's subordinate, Wan'er should be responsible for my subordinates. Yao Moen smiled sweetly and her eyes shone with a dazzling light. Who's your subordinate? Huan Luo glared at Yao Moen. This is what Venerable One agreed to. If you don't want to, you can argue with Venerable One. Wan'er will accompany you to the end. Yao Moen's mischievous expression really infuriated Huan Luo. Wan'er, Huan Luo was heavily injured just now. This priest will take her back to treat her injuries. You should return to the Holy Maiden residence with Diao Diao first. This priest will go back to discuss the details of the trip to Lulan with you later. Chi Kanglin saw Yao Moen and Huan Luo arguing with each other, so he promptly stepped forward to stop them. Before Yao Moen could say anything, Chi Kanglin had already leaped into the air with Huan Luo in his arms and headed straight for Huan Luo residence. Master, they don't put you in their eyes, said Diao Diao resentfully as she watched Chi Tsanglan and Huan Luo leave. This holy maiden really doesn't want them to take me seriously. One day, this holy maiden will make them take me seriously. Yao Moen's lips curled into a smile. She had never expected Chi Kanglin and Huan Luo to listen to her. She was even on guard against Diao Diao, but this was only temporary. When Diao Diao saw the strange smile on Yao Moen's lips, she couldn't help but choke. Why was this smile even more frightening than her master's? Since she'd achieved her goal, Yao Moen prepared everything she needed to leave Crimson Flame Country. There was no need to talk about money. Yao Moen ordered Diao Diao to find 10 sturdy metal boxes and put all the gold she'd collected in the past few days into them. Then she used the name of the Imperial sect master to have the government's monetary envoy print several thousand Crimson Flame Country banknotes and put them into the boxes. Diao Diao, do you know how to get to the Ghost Manor? After everything was prepared, Yao Moen called Diao Diao to her side and asked, I do. It's 2 streets away from our Holy Maiden Manor. Master wants to find Gue Daozi? Diao Diao can help you call him over? Diao Diao eagerly looked towards Yao Moen. Just the thought of going out to see the world made Diao Diao so excited that her heart beat wildly. One had to know that ever since she could remember, she had never set foot outside of Crimson Flame Country. There's no need. Stay in the residence and pack some necessary clothes. This holy maiden will personally make a trip. Yao Moen nodded slightly and then left alone. Diao Diao sighed in relief when she saw Yao Moen leave the Holy Maiden Manor. Then, she headed straight for the Imperial sect's main altar. Very few people knew that there was a paradise behind the Imperial sect's main altar. Besides Sikongmu, only Diao Diao knew about the secret passage that led to this paradise. Master! Peach blossoms fluttered in the wind and their fragrance filled the air. When one breathed, one could feel the intoxicating fragrance. Under the peach tree, a white figure was sitting upright. His fingertips were tapping on the zither strings. The sound of the zither was melodious and profound. Peach blossoms swirled and fell on the man's shoulders, setting off the man's immortal-like temperament to the fullest. This time, Master allowed you and Yao Moen to leave Crimson Flame Country. Do you know why? The clear and melodious voice was less dignified and more doting. Naturally, it's to keep an eye on Yao Moen. If she dares to act rashly, Diao Jiao will eliminate her in Master's stead. Diao Jiao skipped over to the man's side and couldn't help but hug Sikong Mu's neck. Her little face rubbed against his black hair that was like a waterfall. This was an action that she hadn't changed in 18 years. Eliminate her? You're willing. Master can see that your heart has already gone to Yao Moen. At this moment, Sikong Mu was like all the other masters, indulging his beloved disciple to an excessively high degree. How can that be? Diao Jiao's heart has always been with Master. Diao Jiao's hands tightened even more, and she pressed her little face against Sikong Mu's face. You'll be struck by lightning if you say one thing but mean another. Sikong Mu's jade fingers left the bow and lightly patted Diao Jiao's head. Master, how can you curse your own disciple? When Diao Jiao heard this, she immediately let go of Sikong Mu and sat down on the stone bench with a pout. You're still saying it's not? Forget it. Master isn't that petty. But remember, Yao Moen is only a chess piece of Master. She will die sooner or later. Even though he was saying these harsh words, Sikong Mu's eyes were still filled with doting. Master, don't worry. Diao Jiao just feels that this Yao Moen is rather interesting. No matter how good she is, there will be a day when she's tired of playing with her. Diao Jiao really liked Yao Moen, but she always thought that this kind of liking was just a kind of novelty. That's good. This time, Master allowed you to leave so that you can see the world. With your current martial arts and the protection of Kanglin and Huan Luo, Master doesn't have to worry about your safety, said Sikong Mu sincerely. But Diao Jiao is worried. If I don't come back this time, Diao Jiao's greatest regret will be that I won't be able to see Master for the rest of my life. How about this, Master? Take off your mask and let Diao Jiao take a look. All right? The sunlight fell on Sikong Mu's golden mask, and the reflected light hurt Diao Jiao's eyes. Then don't go, said Sikong Mu solemnly after thinking for a moment. Diao Jiao is joking. Master looks the most handsome right now. When Diao Jiao heard this, she immediately smiled very flatteringly. Remember, pay attention to your safety. You don't need to get involved in official matters. Just Kanglin and Huan Luo are enough, said Sikong Mu. Diao Jiao came to find you for this matter. Master, Diao Jiao has already grown up and is even more capable than Huan Luo. If you need anything, you can completely leave it to Diao Jiao, said Diao Jiao seriously with anticipation in her eyes. Master only has one task for you, and that is to live every day happily. The warmth in Sikong Mu's eyes was something that Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo would never see in their lives. Gui Daozi appeared very cold and even a bit hostile towards Yao Moen's appearance. I wonder what holy maiden has come to this old man's residence for? Recently, Yao Moen had already become an influential figure in Crimson Flame country. When people talked about her, their expressions would change. Gui Daozi had naturally heard about it. She had tricked someone into his residence, so it couldn't be anything good. I want to borrow someone. Yao Moen's gaze was cold as she got straight to the point. Borrow who? Asked Gui Daozi vigilantly. Sister Gui. Yao Moen clearly remembered that Longbing Xin had once thought she was Yao Moen and even called her master. Presumably, Longbing Xin and Yao Moen's relationship wasn't ordinary. Leaving Crimson Flame country with this kind of appearance would inevitably cause misunderstandings from those people who couldn't find Yao Moen. With Longbing Xin here, perhaps this kind of misunderstanding could be avoided. Of course, Yao Moen also wanted to return a favor to Longbing Xin. That day on the street, Longbing Xin had helped her out of trouble. She had received this favor. No. Gui Daozi immediately refused. He thought about how much effort he had put into bringing Longbing Xin back to Crimson Flame country. Letting her go was something only an idiot would do. What does it have to do with you? She's borrowing me. Holy Maiden won her. What do you want me to do? Although it wasn't Yao Moen, just based on that face, Longbing Xin had to give her some face. Didn't you go gambling? Why did you come back? This was the first time Gui Daozi had hoped that Longbing Xin was in the gambling den and not in the residence. I lost, so I came back. Longbing Xin shrugged and walked in front of Yao Moen. This holy maiden wants you to accompany me to Lulan country. Yao Moen directly expressed her purpose. All right, it's settled. You can't go back on your word. When Longbing Xin heard this, she couldn't help but smile all the way to her ears. Her eyes were resplendent. Even if she lived a good life in Crimson Flame Country, there was no one here after all. Naturally, Yao Moa nodded slightly. It seemed that Long Bingxin owed her a favor this time. No. Gui Daozi saw that Long Bingxin was so excited and felt a bit sad. Go away. I wonder if Lord Holy Maiden has enough people? If not, Bingxin has goods. Long Bingxin said excitedly. You're talking about the 4 who followed behind you that day? Yao Moan had some impression of them. Long Bingxin nodded expectantly. Then let's go together. Have the 4 of them pack up and leave Crimson Flame Country in 3 days. Yao Moan responded and turned to leave. As she watched Yao Moan leave, Long Bingxin suddenly felt that Yao Moan's entire body was glowing. Was this a bodhisattva sent by the heavens to save them? Really? By the time Long Bingxin's excitement had reached its peak, Gui Daozi had already entered the main hall. He sat there by himself, quietly drinking tea. Seeing Gui Daozi's lonely expression, Long Bingxin suddenly felt guilty. But then she thought about it again. Guilty my ass. If it wasn't for Gui Daozi, she might even have a child. Even so, Long Bingxin still followed the traditional virtue of respecting the old and loving the young and walked into the main hall. Master, little sister Ghost is just going out for a stroll. When the Holy Maiden comes back, little sister Ghost will definitely come back with her. Long Bingxin always felt that white lies were not guilty. Gui Daozi didn't look up and silently drank his tea. You don't believe me? Then little sister Ghost will swear. At this moment, Long Bingxin suddenly noticed that Gui Daozi's goatee seemed to be much whiter than before, and a sour feeling welled up in her heart. Then swear. Gui Daozi knew that he couldn't stop Long Bingxin. Since Yao Moan dared to come to Ghost Manor to look for people, she naturally had the permission of Master Gui. Moreover, Long Bingxin had been too arrogant recently and had offended many people. Although those people bowed to her on the surface, they were secretly thinking about how to get revenge. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. It was good to let his beloved disciple go out to avoid the limelight. Cough. Listen well, my little sister Ghost swears that if she doesn't return, then let the heavens split that pretty boy in charge of the gambling house to death. Long Bingxin's words were full of tricks. Go and pack up. After Gui Daozi heard Long Bingxin's oath, his expression was even heavier than when he was going to a grave. Seeing Gui Daozi's bitter expression, Long Bingxin was silent for a moment, then she turned around to leave the main hall. Chapter 563. If I, Long Bingxin, don't come back, I will definitely be struck by lightning. When Long Bingxin stopped talking, Gui Daozi suddenly looked up with tears in his eyes. Gui Daozi rubbed his swollen thigh when Long Bingxin walked far away. Damn girl, you still have some sympathy. When Yao Mo Wan returned to the Holy Maiden residence, she saw Qi Xiudi sitting by the pond and throwing stones. The water splashed onto his clothes and wet most of it. Who are you angry with? Yao Mo Wan hesitated for a moment before walking to Qi Xiudi's side. Her voice was like the sound of nature. Even though she had been plotted against by this brat, Yao Mo Wan couldn't bring herself to hate him. Go away. You're the one who's annoying. Qi Xiudi threw a stone and said hatefully. Yao Mo Wan was slightly shocked. She immediately tasted the taste of her own wishful thinking and turned around. It's you, you loathsome bastard. Godfather is leaving again. Qi Xiudi muttered to himself with a heavy sobbing tone. Yao Mo Wan's footsteps paused in the air before turning back to Qi Xiudi's side. Do you like Crimson Flame Country? Yao Mo Wan picked up the stone under Qi Xiudi's feet and lightly threw it. I like it. Of course I like it, but I don't like you. Qi Xiudi raised his brows, his grape-like black eyes filled with hostility. So it's like this, then this holy maiden punishes you to leave Crimson Flame Country and stay with this holy maiden every day. Go back and pack up. In 3 days, follow this holy maiden to Lulan. Listen, this is an order. You can't refuse. Yao Mo Wan fiercely patted Qi Xiudi's head, then turned to leave. Who do you think you are? I'm not listening. Qi Xiudi was about to throw the stone at Yao Mo Wan when his mind suddenly turned. Go to Lulan? Isn't that where Godfather is going? Huh. This holy maiden Wanner is really stupid. Chi Kanglin finally arrived late at 10:00 in the evening. High Priest really came at the right time. Diao Diao looked at the 2 porcelain bowls in her hands. She originally had one, but now it was gone. I heard that you had little sister Ghost and nameless 4 bodyguards leave with us? Chi Lan didn't look at Diao Diao as he solemnly walked over and sat down in front of Yao Mo Wan. Wanner originally wanted to discuss it with Priest, but then I thought that Priest was worried about Holy Maiden Huan Luo and was afraid that he wouldn't have the time to think about such trivial matters, so I decided to make my own decision. Is there a problem? Yao Moan picked up the porcelain bowl and scooped up the soup. The taste was passable. You can't take them away. Chi Kanglin's tone left no room for discussion. Sure. Yao Mo Wan placed the soup spoon in the bowl and looked towards Chi Lan very naturally. Then this saintess will not leave Crimson Flame Country. The matter of assimilating Eastern Continent should be found by another expert. Yao Mo Wan said lightly and continued to drink the soup. Wanner, they are outsiders. If they leave the Red Flame Country, they will definitely spread the geographical location of the Red Flame Country. This is not something that the Emperor and the Master can tolerate. His Majesty and Master won't agree to you taking those people away. Chi Lan had expected that Yao Mo Wan wouldn't compromise so easily. Actually, Wanner has always had a question. What are the outsiders that High Priest mentioned? And where are they from? Yao Mo Wan raised her brows and looked towards Chi Lan. They all have black hair and come from Eastern Continent. Chi Lan's answer was simple and clear. So as long as they leave Crimson Flame Country, they will be normal. Of course, Wanner is the same. But if Wanner takes the people of Crimson Flame Country to Lu Lan, High Priest, do you believe that the people of Lu Lan will treat Sister Ghost like the people of Crimson Flame Country? Of course, they might not be as xenophobic as the people of Crimson Flame Country. Yao Mo Wan's words already expressed her disdain and indignation towards the people of Crimson Flame Country. This High Priest doesn't have the final say on this matter. You have to get the Master's approval. Chi Lan suddenly realized that his ability to express himself in front of Yao Mo Wan had a problem. Then I'll have to trouble High Priest to make a trip and pass on Wanner's intentions. If Wanner tries to use the assimilation method to start the first battle of subduing Eastern Continent, then it must be done according to Wanner's intentions. Yao Mo Wan didn't waste any more words with Chi Lan. She immediately picked up the porcelain bowl and carefully tasted the ginseng soup. This High Priest doesn't have this obligation. Chi Lan abruptly stood up and left the table in anger. When Chi Lan walked to the door, Chi Xiudi bounced over to welcome him. Godfather, Xiudi can leave Crimson Flame Country with you. You know, that holy maiden Wanner is truly an idiot. She wants to punish Xiudi, but it's actually helping Xiudi. As long as I can be with Godfather, Xiudi will be happy. Chi Xiudi met Chi Lan outside the main hall and naturally didn't see Yao Mo Wan, who was eating inside. Hearing Chi Xiudi's evaluation, Yao Mo Wan's heart ached endlessly. In the end, who was the idiot? Diao Diao was right, this brat. When Chi Lan heard this, his heart trembled slightly. His eyes seemed to have a profound meaning as he looked at Yao Mo Wan. I hope Master can agree with your opinion. Chi Lan indifferently said and turned to leave. Godfather, who are you talking to? While Chi Xiudi was questioning him, Chi Lan had already left. The person who answered him was actually the person inside the room. He's talking to this holy maiden. Yao Mo Wan's voice sounded as gentle as water, but it caused goosebumps to fall all over Chi Xiudi's body. You didn't hear what I said to Godfather just now, right? Chi Xiudi was a child in the end. Right now, his little face was already as red as a monkey's butt. Do you think this holy maiden is deaf? Yao Mo Wan's gloomy gaze drifted over. From then on, Chi Xiudi's heart had always been restless. He was afraid that Yao Mo Wan would suddenly regret not letting him leave Lu Lan with her. In fact, he had thought of looking for Yao Mo Wan to apologize, but due to the unfriendly relationship between them, Chi Xiudi really couldn't open his mouth. Only until 3 days later, when Chi Xiudi sat in the carriage leaving Crimson Flame Country, did his nervous little heart finally calm down. In front of the Holy Maiden Manor, 10 carriages were lined up vertically. Diao Diao was counting the amount of gold inside the carriage and the amount of money and tickets they brought. After Qi Tsonglan carried Qi Xiu Di into the carriage, he walked to Yao Mo Wan's side. Many thanks. Yao Mo Wan was stunned when she heard this. She raised her brows and looked towards Qi Tsonglan. In fact, even Qi Tsonglan himself felt that it was unimaginable that he would actually say thanks to the lowly commoner he had always looked down on. Only a quarter of an hour before they left did Lung Bingxin and Meiji arrive. Nothing happened? Seeing the faint worry in the depths of Lung Bingxin's eyes, Yao Mo Wan asked suspiciously, "Don't worry, holy maiden, it's nothing." Lung Bingxin squeezed out a faint smile. Behind her, Meiji and the others also nodded. In fact, a second before they left, Gue Daozi and Nameless were poisoned by Sikong Mu in front of them. If they dared to speak nonsense to Yao Mo Wan, Gue Daozi and Nameless would fly a crane to the west in a minute. Let's go. Yao Mo Wan clearly knew that Lung Bingxin was lying, but now wasn't the time to be serious. As long as they left Crimson Flame Country, the sky was vast, the fish could leap freely. At that time, she would no longer be bound by anyone. A person without memories would live as freely as before. The moment they approached the sea, Qi Tsonglan and Huan Luo suddenly stopped Yao Mo Wan and the others. Then, they used a black cloth to cover Yao Mo Wan's eyes, as well as Lung Bingxin's eyes. Only then did they bring them out of Crimson Flame Country's territory. The land was filled with intersecting mountains. It wasn't until they passed a mountain range that Qi Tsonglan and the others took off the black cloth for Yao Mo Wan and the others. Past this wasteland is Lulan Country's territory. Since the purpose of this trip was to follow Yao Mo Wan to sell Crimson Flame Country's banknotes in the name of traveling merchants, Qi Tsonglan and Huan Luo's clothing was extremely ordinary. However, even the most ordinary clothes couldn't conceal their natural capital. Yao Mo Wan nodded slightly. As far as her eyes could see, all she could see were weeds that were half a person's height. Even if it was a desolate and uninhabited shrubbery, Yao Mo Wan's eyes still felt exceptionally refreshed. Leaving Crimson Flame Country gave her an indescribable excitement. In the carriage behind them, Lung Bingxin, Meiji, and the others were practically silent the entire way. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day, a father for life. Even if Lung Bingxin was forced, she still called Gue Daozi her master. In Lung Bingxin's eyes, his life really wasn't worthless. As for Nameless, in these 2 months in Crimson Flame Country, Meiji and the others had personally seen Nameless work hard to cultivate for them. They also saw that Nameless words carried little weight. If they said that they didn't care about Nameless at all, that would be a lie. Forget it. There are some things that even if we say it, no one might believe us. What do you guys think? Meiji broke the silence and looked at everyone. In reality, whether or not that person is, we still can't be sure. Lung Bingxin's words clearly showed her agreement with Meiji's words. Just as the 5 of them reached an agreement, the carriage suddenly stopped. The 5 of them lifted the curtains and shockingly saw that the very front of the carriage had been blocked by several dozen bandits dressed in sloppy clothes. There's going to be a good show to watch. Lung Bingxin was the first to jump off the carriage and walk forward. Meiji and the others naturally followed behind her. At this time, Yao Moen had already gotten off the carriage and was walking at the very front. You don't have any martial arts, yet you're acting all high and mighty. You overestimate yourself, Qi Xiudi muttered softly when he saw Yao Moen walk out. Then he jumped off the carriage and chased after her. Huan Luo, who was sitting in the same carriage as the 2 of them, had a slightly cold gaze. When did this brat start to care about Yao Moen? Huan Luo's sense of danger increased a bit in this instant. When he saw Yao Moen walk in front of the bandits, Qi Kanglin, who had been driving on the left side of the carriage, only watched quietly. Your people from Lulan Country? Yao Moen sized up the bandits in front of her. It was inevitable that she would look fierce and fiendish. However, looking at their clothes and expressions, it was very clear that they weren't well off. It seemed that even the extremely wealthy Lulan Country also had poor people. Heh, this was a good thing. Boss, look at her. The moment the bandit Luo Jia saw Yao Moen, his black eyes instantly widened like copper bells. Boss, we're going to be rich. The bandit Luo Jia excitedly jumped to the bandit leader's side and rubbed his palms together as he looked at Yao Moen with a greedy expression on his face. Hurry, hurry and bring the announcement over. The bandit leader looked extremely excited. When he spoke, his tongue had already started to tremble. Yao Moen's expression became extremely unsightly. She had looked in the mirror before. She didn't look any different from these people in front of her. She had black hair, black eyes, and didn't have any extra horns. Why were they looking at her with such strange gazes? Are they still going to rob us? Beside Yao Moen, Qi Xiudi frowned and raised his head to look at Yao Moen. I don't know, Yao Moen said coldly. She was in a very bad mood. Boss, it's her. 1,000,000 taels of gold. The bandit Luo Jia was so excited that he couldn't control himself. When he looked at Yao Moen again, he couldn't help but drool as if Yao Moen was a feast for the eyes. Ha ha ha, the heavens have blessed me, the hero of Liang Yuan. You, report your name. The bandit leader laughed wildly. The finger he pointed at Yao Moen was shaking like a loom. Wanner. What everyone didn't expect was that Yao Moen was surprisingly cooperative. Wanner. Yao Moen. Wanner. Brothers, it's her. She's our bread and butter. After getting confirmation, the bandit leader immediately folded up the announcement and walked towards Yao Moen. This little one kowtows in salute to Empress Chu. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and kneel down and kowtow. With the bandit leader's reminder, the several dozen people standing behind him immediately kneeled on the ground and kowtowed. Chapter 564. At this moment, Qi Xiudi, who was standing next to Yao Moen, was looking at Yao Moen with adoration. He hadn't even seen Yao Moen make a move yet these people were already prostrating themselves in worship. This lady isn't the Empress Chu you speak of. Move aside. Yao Moen replied coldly. Impossible. Empress of Chu, you don't know, but King Chu is currently searching the entire world for you. According to this lowly one's knowledge, everyone in Lulan has a copy of your portrait. Do you know what you mean? The bandit leader's eyes glittered as he looked at Yao Moen. Yao Moen didn't say anything. She bent down and took the portrait from the bandit leader's hands. When she unfolded it, her heart trembled. The portrait on the paper was clearly the same as her own face. Was it because of Gue Daozi's exquisite craftsmanship, or was it because of some other reason? Yao Moen wasn't in a hurry to find out the truth because she knew that the truth could never be obtained overnight. At this time, Qi Kanglin couldn't help but walk over out of curiosity. When he saw the portrait in Yao Moen's hands, a dark light flashed through his eyes. It seemed that Yi Junqing really hadn't been idle these past 2 months. For this portrait to appear in such a remote place, the further they went, the more trouble there would be. Empress Chu, do a good deed and come with us to see King Lulan. It's 1,000,000 taels of gold. Just treat it as charity. The bandit leader begged. This young lady will say it one more time. I'm not Yao Moen. You've got the wrong person. Yao Moen threw the portrait on the ground and replied coldly. Since Empress Chu doesn't want to accept a toast, then don't blame us brothers for being rough. We hope that Empress Chu can understand that us brothers are just trying to make a living. The bandit leader saw that Yao Moen refused to admit it, so he slowly stood up and revealed a fierce expression. Just as the bandit leader was about to grab Yao Moen, a green snake suddenly shot out like an arrow, followed by a miserable shriek. And here I was wondering how amazing you were. So it turns out you were just borrowing someone else's great name. Qi Xiudi glanced at Yao Moen, then withdrew his green snake. Yao Moen didn't mind Qi Xiudi's mockery and ridicule. She understood in her heart that this child was starting to protect her. This was a good sign. Boss, are you all right? Seeing the bandit leader lying on the ground with a purple complexion, the bandit leader immediately became anxious. He's fine. 18 years later, he's still a good man. If any of you want to suffer the same fate as him, feel free to come up. Yao Moen's cherry lips curled up in an imposing manner. At the side, Qi Xiudi pouted and looked towards Yao Moen. She really knew how to order people around, even though there was a living example right in front of them. For the sake of 1,000,000 gold taels, there were still people who were not afraid of death who charged forward, and more than one of them. If you don't do anything, Your godfather will also be exhausted. When Yao Mo Wan saw that Qi Xiu was standing there with an expression as if he was watching a good show, Yao Mo Wan leaned over to his ear and said indifferently. As expected, Yao Mo Wan's words were effective. In the next second, the flute simultaneously released 7 little snakes: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The consequences were obvious. About 2 days after the 10 carriages left Liangyuan accompanied by the wailing of the bandits, the party finally arrived at the downtown area of Lulan. Although it was only at the border of the Lulan Empire, it was still a stunning sight to behold. What's this? Yao Mo Wan was just about to get out of the car when she saw Qi Lan hand over a bamboo hat with a white veil. Wear it, you'll know when you come out, said Qi Lan indifferently. He didn't explain further. Yao Mo Wan lifted her brows and suddenly smiled. This should be the first time Great Priest has given Wanner a present, right? After Yao Mo Wan accepted the bamboo hat, her beautiful eyes swept over Huan Luo, who was sitting across from her. The smile on her face was like a spring flower. In reality, Yao Mo Wan didn't have any enmity towards Huan Luo, but she just didn't like the look of it. At the time, she had felt that there was no point in harming others without benefiting herself, but now that she thought about it, it was good to just have fun. As expected, Huan Luo was angry. Unfortunately, Yao Mo Wan didn't give her a chance. She put on the bamboo hat and got off the carriage. At this time, Lung Bingxin and Meiji also followed. When Yao Mo Wan saw the notice that had practically covered the entire wall, she was flustered. All right, she had to admit that Qi Lan making her wear the bamboo hat was an extremely wise decision. Isn't this too exaggerated? Asked Lung Bingxin in shock. Every notice on the wall had a portrait of Yao Mo Wan. All sorts of expressions, all sorts of postures, they were practically lifelike. From this, it could be seen just how world-shaking Yao Mo Wan's disappearance was to Yi Junqing. Let's enter the city. As Qi Lan looked at those portraits, his heart felt like a pebble that had sunk into the deep sea. Yao Mo Wan's group was the center of attention in the bustling crowd on the street. The reason for this was Qi Lan's appearance. A man as handsome as an immortal was a sight no matter where he went. He attracted the almost greedy gazes of many women. That rare head of silver hair that was like moonlight in particular captivated the hearts of many women as it fluttered in the wind. Of course, Diao Jiao's enchanting appearance and graceful movements also made men go crazy. When Huan Luo saw those women's envious gazes, a cold light flashed through her eyes. In the next second, she got off the carriage and walked to Qi Lan's side, as if declaring her ownership. The crowd gasped in surprise. This immortal-like beauty caused people's blood to boil. Even the women on the street couldn't help but stare at Huan Luo, unwilling to look away. Distance determined a person's vision. If the distance was too close, people would be jealous. If the distance between clouds and mud, people would only be envious and worshipped. As Yao Mo Wan looked at Qi Lan, Huan Luo, and Diao Jiao walking in front of her, the corners of Yao Mo Wan's lips curved slightly. Your smile is so evil. Next to Yao Mo Wan, Qi Xiu raised his head and looked at Yao Mo Wan vigilantly. If you dare speak carelessly, this saintess can smile even more evil. Yao Mo Wan didn't dislike Qi Xiu. In fact, it could be said that she liked him. However, she knew very well that this brat needed to be taught a lesson. You're definitely plotting against Godfather and Enyang. I'll go tell them. Qi Xiu clearly wouldn't be threatened. Your legs belong to you, so this saintess naturally can't stop you. However, before Daoist left, he told this saintess that as long as this saintess has a need, I can send people over or go back at any time. Child, think thrice before you act. The smile on Yao Moan's lips deepened. Since whether or not he could continue to be with Godfather was in Yao Mo Wan's hands, Qi Xiu obediently walked with Yao Mo Wan. Behind Yao Mo Wan, Lung Bingxin, Meiji, and the others looked at the central plains that they hadn't seen in a long time. Moreover, they threw those vexing matters to the back of their minds and felt exceptionally refreshed. Everyone stopped when they reached the most bustling area in the middle of the street. Yao Mo Wan called Diao Jiao over to her side and whispered a few words. Then she saw Diao Jiao walk into the magnificent, gathering, immortal restaurant first. Yao Mo Wan and the others followed behind her and walked in. What? This old man didn't hear wrong, right? You want to buy Gathering Immortal Restaurant? Behind the counter, a 60-year-old shopkeeper looked towards Diao Jiao in shock. You didn't hear wrong. Give me a price. Diao Jiao followed Yao Mo Wan's instructions and spoke seriously. Not selling. This is my ancestral property. This old man has guarded it for several decades. I have feelings for it. If you don't want to eat or stay, please leave. The shopkeeper revealed an angry expression and waved his hand to send Diao Jiao away. Can feelings be eaten? This miss has money. Just name your price. Diao Jiao's rich and overbearing expression caused Yao Mo Wan, who was behind her, to feel rather helpless. If this shopkeeper really did name a sky-high price, it would be a slap to the face. After Diao Jiao's words fell silent, the shopkeeper didn't even look up. He only waved his hand and over 10 burly men walked out from the kitchen, all of them brandishing machetes. For this kind of business, it really wouldn't do if they didn't have some hired thugs. Using force. This mislikes it. The thugs hadn't even done anything yet. Diao Jiao had already taken the initiative and knocked them all down. Heroine, don't cause trouble here. If there's anything you want to say, then say it. This time, the old shopkeeper didn't dare to remain indifferent. He immediately walked over and greeted her with a smile. I already told you to name a price. Hurry up and say it. Diao Jiao clapped her fair jade hands and raised her brows. At this time, Yao Mo Wan took a step forward and pulled Diao Jiao behind her. Shopkeeper, I see that your restaurant's business is so bleak. Even if you don't sell it, you'll lose everything sooner or later. Right now, we're willing to offer 1,000 taels to buy it. For you, this is a rare opportunity. Yao Mo Wan's voice was gentle as she spoke slowly. How much? 1,000 taels. Girl, this old man's restaurant earns 1,000 taels a year. Do you think? Just as the shopkeeper was about to retort, he suddenly heard the customers on the upper and lower floors shout that there was a snake. Hey, you still haven't paid the bill. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and pay the bill. Where did the snake come from? The shopkeeper didn't have time to pay attention to Yao Mo Wan. When he rushed to the staircase, he was shocked to see a small red snake sticking out its tongue at him. Snake! Snake! This shopkeeper had a natural fear of snakes. His legs immediately went soft, and he fell to the ground. Little Red, come here. Chi Xiu Di saw Yao Mo Wan's meaningful glance and immediately called Little Red back. Shopkeeper, your place isn't peaceful. If these naughty little fellows come here every day, wouldn't your restaurant be losing money? Yao Mo Wan walked over to the old shopkeeper's side and helped him up. She seemed to have a deeper meaning in her words. She saw that in front of Yao Mo Wan, the shopkeeper was already panting from exhaustion and rolling his eyes. In order to get an extra 500 taels, he almost gave up his life. Chapter 565. Let's go. Diao Jiao yawned and led the shopkeeper out of Jushin Tower. Yao Mo Wan led Chi Xiu Di and the others to the 3rd floor. This tower had 3 floors. The 1st and 2nd floors were for guests to eat, while the 3rd floor was a private room for long-distance guests to stay. At this time, Yao Mo Wan had just reached the 2nd floor when her eyes suddenly shook and she turned around. What are you doing? Chi Kanglin asked suspiciously when he saw the change in Yao Moan's expression. It was just a simple sentence, but it made Huan Luo feel jealous. When did Chi Kanglin start showing concern for this lowly commoner? Before Yao Mo Wan could speak, Diao Jiao had already happily skipped in from outside Jushin Tower. Master, Diao Jiao did it. That old man is really interesting. He even kowtowed to Diao Jiao 3 times before he left. Diao Jiao suddenly felt that the people of Dong Continent were really friendly. You're his ancestor, of course he kowtowed. Yao Mo Wan's face was as black as charcoal. What happened? Chi Tsang Lan felt that something was wrong with Yao Mo Wan. This saintess talked to him about 2,500 taels of silver, not gold. 2,500 taels of gold is more than 30,000 taels of silver. Diao, Diao. Yao Mo Wan gritted her teeth and growled. Two fire dragons seemed to shoot out of her eyes as they shot towards the bewildered Diao Diao. Before leaving Crimson Flame Country, Yao Mo Wan had already done her homework. She had clearly memorized the exchange rates of copper, iron, gold, silver, and banknotes of various countries in Eastern Continent. No way. I'll go find him. Hearing this, Diao Diao panicked and immediately turned around. Yao Mo Wan didn't stop Diao Diao from running out of Jushin Tower. You're just going to let Diao Diao run out like this? Chitsong Lan said solemnly. What else can I do? Yao Mo Wan took a deep breath and turned to walk up the stairs. Diao Diao just came to Lu Lan and isn't familiar with the people and the place. If something happens, you have to take the responsibility. Chitsong Lan said sullenly. Before leaving, the monk had specifically told him to take good care of Diao Diao. If something happened to Diao Diao, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the monk. She's this saintess maid. Even if something happens, you don't need to worry about it. Or could it be that mischievous isn't as simple as being a servant girl? Yao Mo Wan looked towards Chitsong Lan probingly. Her words were as sharp as a knife, forcing Chitsong Lan to be at a loss for words. Saintess, why don't Bing Xian go with Mei Ji and the others to find some troublemakers? Lung Bingxin seized the opportunity to speak. In reality, she wanted to find a chance to inquire about the Chu Kingdom. Ever since she left the Crimson Flame Country, her heart had already flown to the Chu Palace. And Yao Moan nodded slightly. Chitsong Lan's reaction already gave Yao Mo Wan the answer she wanted. It looks like nothing can happen to Diao Diao. Once Lung Bingxin, Mei Ji, and the others left, Yao Mo Wan glanced at Qi Kanglin, then turned to go up to the third floor. She found a room by the window and walked in. Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo also found their own rooms. Huan Luo's room was right next to Qi Kanglin's, and Yao Mo Wan's room was separated by a Qi Xiu Di. After Long Bingxin and the others left Jushin Tower, Meiji suggested that they should at least return to Zhou Lengxi's home to report that they were safe. Right after that, Bai Zhan, Imo Chong, and Thousand Faces also suggested that they should leave. The four of them promised Long Bingxin that they would definitely return within a month. I also want to return to the Chu Kingdom. I'm just wondering if we should tell the Saintess? Long Bingxin looked at the four people in front of her awkwardly. The four of us will follow you. If there's anything, we'll naturally report to you. As for you, you naturally have to get the Saintess's permission. Thousand Faces clearly analyzed the pros and cons for Long Bingxin. However, these words made Long Bingxin feel very uncomfortable. You guys can't be serious, right? This was killing the donkey after it was no longer of use. Long Bingxin looked at the four people angrily. Don't worry, even if it's for Nameless, we will still return. We'll leave this matter to you. Meiji patted Long Bingxin's shoulder heavily, then turned and openly disappeared from Long Bingxin's sight with Thousand Faces and the others. Hey! Long Bingxin wanted to chase after them, but unfortunately, she didn't have any martial arts. Even if she did, would she be able to chase after four people at once? According to Yao Moan's intentions, the reason she took over Jushin Restaurant was firstly to have a place to stay. Secondly, this was a bustling city and a restaurant with the most people. If she wanted Crimson Flame Country's money to circulate, this was her foothold and the place where she started to plan. So in principle, Jushin Restaurant only changed owners. The waiters and cooks would still stay. At this time, the kitchen manager, Qian Gue, had already prepared the food and placed it in the hall on the third floor. He even eagerly introduced Yao Moan to all the waiters in Jushin Restaurant. Yao Moan only took off her bamboo hat after Qian Gue left. Thanks to those announcements, she had to cover her face whenever she went in and out during this period of time. Not long after, Diao Diao and Long Bingxin arrived. Yao Moan guessed the result when she saw their faces were ashen. That bastard really isn't anything. He actually moved. For 30,000 taels of silver, he even abandoned his house. Is it worth it? Diao Diao saw Yao Moan's cold expression and immediately cursed. Then, she pretended to be calm and sat next to Yao Moan. Diao Diao, you made a mistake in this matter, so you have the responsibility to earn back the 20,000 taels of silver that you lost. Starting from tomorrow, you will settle the bill at the counter downstairs. Yao Moan picked up the porcelain bowl and said indifferently, Master, Diao Jiao can't calculate the amount. I'm afraid I might lose. Diao Jiao looked towards Yao Moen pleadingly. Then go and entertain the customers. You can choose one of the two. With Diao Jiao overseeing downstairs, Yao Moen could guarantee that Jushin Restaurant's business would definitely be better than before. Then Diao Jiao should settle the bill. Seeing Yao Moen's heavy expression, Diao Jiao couldn't bargain anymore. After dealing with Diao Jiao's matter, Yao Moen suddenly noticed that Lung Bingxin was still standing there. She didn't seem to have any intention of coming over to eat. Do you need something? Yao Moen subconsciously glanced behind Lung Bingxin and found that Mei Ji and the others who had left with her hadn't returned. Replying, Holy Maiden, Bingxin has something to report. Mei Ji and the others. Will they come back? Yao Moen guessed what Lung Bingxin wanted to say. They will. Once they finish their business, they'll definitely come back. Holy Maiden, Bingxin feels that if you have enough people here. Lung Bingxin saw that Yao Moen didn't have any intention of blaming her, so she continued boldly, if you leave, there won't be enough people. Mei Ji and the others are your subordinates. If they don't come back, this holy maiden will naturally find you to ask for them. If you leave, who should this holy maiden look for? Yao Moen picked up some food with her chopsticks as her eyes wandered over the table. Although she didn't look up, it was enough to make Lung Bingxin feel that this matter was hopeless. Meanwhile, Yao Moen had settled down in the southern part of Lulan. However, the portrait of their group had already reached the hands of Lulan's capital, Kubu Dan. Where did you guys see this person? Inside the imperial study, Kubu Dan looked at Yao Moen's portrait on the table and asked in surprise. Replying, Your Majesty, this commoner saw him at Liang Yuan. The person who replied was none other than the bandit who had survived Qi Xiudi's poisonous snake. It was very clear that this was a very clever bandit. Even if they couldn't catch the person, they could still get some money from the portrait. Liang Yuan? Why would Yao Moen appear there? You're saying that she doesn't admit that she's Yao Moen? Kubu Dan found this inconceivable. Replying, Your Majesty, she really wouldn't admit it even if you beat her to death. The moment the bandit spoke, an urgent shout came from outside the imperial study. Beat who to death? Chu Maxin and Kubu Zhaer walked in one after the other. Imperial Father, is there news of Yao Moen? After the wedding, Chu Maxin had stayed in Lulan. According to Kubu Dan's intentions, he wanted to pass the position of King of Lulan to Chu Maxin. If it wasn't for the fact that Yao Moen had suddenly disappeared and Chu Maxin was in a hurry, Kubu Dan would have already passed down the throne. You could say that. This person said he saw Yao Moen. Take a look at this portrait. Kubu Dan spread Yao Moen's portrait in front of Chu Maxin and Kubu Zhaer. Isn't it older sister Moen? Where is she? Kubu Zhaer said excitedly when she saw the portrait. He saw Yao Moen in Liang Yuan, but he said that Yao Moen didn't admit to her identity. There were at least 7 or 8 people with her, as well as 10 carriages. As for what they were carrying, he didn't know. These 2 portraits are of the man and child that were with Yao Moen. Kubu Dan stroked his beard as he placed the other 2 portraits of Qi Kanglin and Qi Xiudi in front of Chu Maxin. Perhaps she has something that she can't say. This prince is going to go look for her. Ever since he received news of Yao Moen's disappearance, Chu Maxin hadn't had a good night's sleep. Now that he had a lead, he naturally couldn't give up. I'll go with you. After the marriage, Chu Maxin and Kubu Zhaer were practically inseparable. It's good that you guys go take a look. Maxin, write a letter for Imperial Father to Yi Junqing and tell him about the situation here. Everyone in Eastern Continent knew that Yi Junqing was about to go crazy from looking for Yao Moen. This son obeys. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Maxin cupped his hands and accepted the decree. After Chu Maxin left the imperial study with the 3 portraits, Kubu Dan ordered the eunuch next to him to reward the thief with 500 taels of gold. After leaving the imperial study, Kubu Zhaer and Chu Maxin returned to their own chambers. When Kubu Zhaer saw that the target of Chu Maxin's letter had changed from Yi Junqing to Chu Mabe, she blinked towards her husband. You don't plan on telling Yi Junqing? Asked Kubu Zhaer suspiciously. Of course. If Yi Junqing comes first, then Imperial Brother won't have a chance, said Chu Maxin seriously. Even though it's not very kind, Zhaer supports it. Let older sister Moan return to Yi Juanqing's side. She's the Empress of Chu, so if she returns to Imperial Brother's side, she'll be our eldest sister-in-law. Kubu Zhaer nodded in understanding and looked at Chu Maxin with admiration. After Chu Maxin and Kubu Zhaer rushed the letter out of Lolan's capital, Chu Maxin and Kubu Zhaer set off towards Liangyuan to investigate. For the sake of safety, Kubu Dan intentionally had happiness, anger, sorrow, and happiness protect the two of them in secret. When Meiji returned to Longxi, her father, Suimo, was getting married to the 8th concubine. Her mother, on the other hand, had been implicated by Meiji and wasn't living a happy life. Even the position of legal wife had been taken by the 2nd concubine. She had moved to the woodshed in the back garden and lived her days in poverty. As a result, Meiji, who found out the truth, impolitely beat up the 2nd concubine on the day of her father's wedding. She also kicked over the 8th concubine's palanquin, causing the delicate young lady to suffer internal injuries. Unfilial son, are you rebelling? At this time, Lord Su was pointing angrily at Meiji outside the Su manor. What mistake did mother commit that you want to strip her of her title as legal wife? Meiji looked at Suimo coldly. Her voice was like ice that hadn't melted in 1,000 years, each word as sharp as a blade. Her mistake was giving birth to an unfilial son like you. You ruined my Su manor's reputation. If you still want to enter the Su manor and have this old man acknowledge you as a woman, then immediately scram to the ancestral hall and kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. Otherwise, Suimo had always doted on this daughter of his, but ever since the marriage alliance with Phoenix Feather Manor ceased to exist, especially after the groom turned into a rooster, Suimo hated Meiji to the core. All right. Since you don't care about Chinyu also disdains to stay here. I've already taken mother away. As for you, Meiji's voice was icy, and the strange light in her eyes startled Suimo. What about this old man? As he looked at his daughter, Suimo suddenly found her unfamiliar and even a bit fearful. Chapter 566. Why don't you go to the inner palace and take a look for yourself? From today onwards, I, Su Chinyu, will sever all ties with you as father and daughter. We will no longer see each other in life or death, said Meiji coldly. When she turned around, tears flowed down her face. In the crowd, a pair of sharp eyes flashed with a deep light. In the blink of an eye, the figure had already disappeared. That night, the cold wind howled and snow filled the sky. Great Zhou and Great Chu were right next to each other, so the seasons were naturally the same. Inside the inn, Yi Junqing stroked Yao Moan's portrait on the table, his eyes misty. Your Majesty! Just as Yi Junqing was deep in thought, Yin Shui suddenly appeared. Yi Junqing didn't even have time to wipe the tears from his eyes. You're back. We've thought about it. Since there's nothing suspicious about Great Zhou, we should go to Great Shu. We feel like... Yin Shui saw Meiji. Yin Shui interrupted Yi Junqing excitedly, her eyes shining. After searching day and night for 2 months, there was finally a clue. How could Yin Shui not be excited? Who did you say you saw? Yi Juanqing's heart, which had been like still water without a ripple, was suddenly struck by a wave. His eyes shone with resplendent light. Meiji appeared. Although Yin Shui isn't sure if Master has been kidnapped by Nameless or not, this is at least a clue. As long as we follow Meiji in secret, we might be able to find something. This was undoubtedly a ray of hope compared to wandering aimlessly. Good. Where is she? We'll head out now. Yi Junqing abruptly got up and carefully put away Yao Moan's portrait. As he spoke, he prepared to go find Meiji with Yin Shui. Your Majesty, don't worry. Yin Shui followed her to a courtyard on the outskirts of the city. According to her, she'll be staying in Longxi for a few more days before leaving. If Yin Shui didn't have absolute confidence, she wouldn't have let Meiji go. There's finally a clue. Moan must be suffering in Nameless hands. Nameless. If we catch him, we'll definitely tear him to pieces, said Yi Junqing fiercely. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Moreover, because the Immortal Assembling Restaurant had a super enchanting woman as its accountant, The number of customers was more than 3 times the usual number. There were also people who were greedy for beauty. A meal lasted for almost 10 hours, which caused the restaurant to be abnormally crowded. In view of this, Jushin Restaurant came up with a new policy. Meal times were determined by taels of silver. Those with less than 10 taels of silver could not eat for more than an hour. Those with 50 taels of silver could not eat for more than 2 hours. Those with 100 taels of silver could not eat for more than 4 hours. And those with 300 taels of silver could sit until closing time. Those who disobeyed would be chased away with sticks, and those who disobeyed would be locked up and released by dogs. "Mistress, why is there no limit for 300 taels?" asked Diao suspiciously as she watched Yao Moen place the brush on the inkstone. "Do you know what 300 taels means?" Yao Moen lightly blew on the ink that hadn't yet dried on the paper as she lifted her brows and looked towards Diao Diao. "I don't know." Diao Diao shook her head in confusion. 300 taels is the money that the original Jushin restaurant could only earn in 4 months. If there's someone who's willing to spend 300 taels just to see you, Diao Diao, I have to say that you're this mistress money tree. Yao Moen's brows were full of smiles. Then, she passed the paper to Longbing Xin and ordered her to post it out. "Mistress, if that's the case, then Diao Diao can earn 20,000 taels of silver very quickly and be free very quickly?" Diao Diao calculated like this. Ahem. Are you sure it's 20,000 taels and not 200,000 taels? Yao Moen looked towards Diao Diao very calmly, her expression abnormally natural. 200,000 taels? Mistress. Diao Diao completely didn't understand why Yao Moen would say this. That's right. Interest doesn't count. Hurry up and get to work. People are still waiting to see you. Also, if the brothel keeper of the Amorous Feelings courtyard dares to come again, remember how to greet her. Yao Moen didn't feel at all how shameless her explanation was. When Diao Diao walked down the stairs speechlessly with tears streaming down her face, Cheat Song Lan, who had been standing in the shadows the whole time, slowly walked to Yao Moen's side. "We've already been in Xinxiang for half a month. This shaman doesn't seem to have the slightest intention of promoting Crimson Flame Country's banknotes." Chi Kanglan stood by Yao Mo Wan's side with his hands behind his back, intending to spur her on. His voice was clear and melodious, and one would never get tired of hearing it 100 times. That's right, Wana remembers that Hai Shaman also freeloaded for half a month in this Jushin restaurant. If you and that fairy who thinks she's above the common people still don't do anything for Jushin restaurant, then I'm sorry, you guys can't stay in Jushin restaurant anymore. Yao Moen felt that if Cheat Song Lan and Huan Luo joined in, the money in her pocket would multiply. Wana, Crimson Flame Country doesn't lack money. If you amass money like this shaman has reason to doubt your original intentions. Cheat Song Lan's voice was solemn as he looked towards Yao Moen. If Hai Shaman doesn't play a song in Jushin restaurant's main hall before noon tomorrow, Waner will also suspect whether or not Hai Shaman is purposefully tearing down Waner's stage. Yao Moen didn't fear Cheat Song Lan's threat in the slightest. In your dreams, this shaman will report this matter to Magus. Cheat Song Lan's gaze gradually turned cold. Ever since they left Crimson Flame Country, Cheat Song Lan felt that Yao Moen was getting harder to control. This kind of feeling made Cheat Song Lan extremely uncomfortable. What kind of person is Magus? Once a word is spoken, it's hard to go back on it. Since he promised Waner half a year, even if Shaman does something behind her back, Magus will tolerate Waner for half a year. And Waner is confident that after half a year, Magus will see the result he wants to see. At that time, Waner hopes that when Hai Shaman asks himself honestly, he can still be so confident. Yao Moen glanced at Cheat Song Lan, then turned and walked down the stairs. Huan Luo only walked over after Yao Moen walked far away. Song Lan, Yao Moen is clearly brushing us off. It's already been half a month. What else has she done besides using trickery to earn money? How about this? Let's go back and have Magus retract his order. Huan Luo's eyes were like blades as she glared sharply at Yao Moen's departing figure. Forget it. She's right. Also, we don't have any evidence to prove that she betrayed Magus. Let's wait a bit longer. Cheat Song Lan's eyes drooped slightly, his voice filled with helplessness. But before Huan Luo could finish, Qitsong Lan had already turned and left with a heavy heart. Her heart hurt like it was being pricked by needles. She didn't know when it started, but Qitsong Lan's attitude towards her had become colder and colder. It was all because of Yao Moen. Huan Luo turned to look at Yao Moen, wishing that she could throw out all the hidden weapons in her sleeves. In reality, Huan Luo didn't know that Qitsong Lan was just worried that if he didn't come to the main hall to play the jade flute tomorrow, Yao Moen would really kick him out. Thus, the next day, when Qitsong Lan played the song Phoenix Seeking for Phoenix in the main hall, the entire gathering Immortal Tower was instantly filled with people. Originally, the people eating were all men, but now they were evenly matched. The silver in Yao Moen's purse had almost doubled. In the main altar of the Crimson Flame Nation that was as dark as a pool, Sikong Mu stood on top of the enormous python like the king of hell. His black robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His golden mask appeared especially strange under the illumination of the night pearls. You're Yi Hongyi? Sikong Mu wasn't unfamiliar with this name. An incompetent and brainless monarch had ruined his entire plan. I am. The domineering aura of a monarch had long since been completely obliterated by the repeated transformations. At this moment, facing Sikong Mu's powerful pressure, Yi Hongyi couldn't help but kneel on the ground, his body trembling like a fallen leaf. Do you want revenge? Sikong Mu believed that Yao Moen had the ability to spread Crimson Flame Nation's banknotes, including the language, customs, and even the festivals, to every corner of the eastern continent. That woman had that kind of ability. This was something that Sikong Mu had to be on guard against. Yes, even in my dreams. Yi Hongyi clenched his teeth. His hands that were kneeling on the ground clenched into fists, making cracking sounds. This Taoist will give you a chance. This is the secret manual of Heartless Technique. What you've practiced before is only the surface. The benefit of nurturing Yi Hongyi was that you didn't need to be afraid that he would betray you. Because even if he betrayed you, he wouldn't be able to betray his own hatred. Yi Hongyi thanks Taoist. Under the enormous python, Yi Hongyi tightly gripped the Heartless Technique secret manual, intense hatred bursting from the depths of his eyes. In this life, he didn't have anything else to ask for. He just wanted the lives of two people. For this, no matter how great the price he had to pay, he wouldn't regret it. Qi Kanglan had played Phoenix Seeking Phoenix for 3 days in a row in the main hall of Jushin Tower. Jushin Tower had earned 3,000 taels of silver. This kind of figure was something that Yao Moen hadn't expected. Thus, on the 4th day, Jushin Tower opened as usual. However, what they accepted wasn't banknotes, but a kind of banknotes that had never been circulated in the world. Dear customers, I'm truly sorry. This store only accepts this kind of banknotes, nothing else. Don't push. Gold won't do either. If everyone doesn't have any, please return. Qian Gue brought his assistants to guard the entrance of Jushin Tower. The sea of people outside made it extremely tiring for them to guard. At this time, there were already guests in 2s and 3s holding banknotes from Crimson Flame Country as they swaggered in. Hey, where did you guys get this thing? A quick-witted person fiercely grabbed the man who was about to enter Jushin Tower and asked impatiently, Exchange at the east end of Peace Money. You guys don't know? The man hadn't even finished speaking when that person had already run off. Immediately after, the people who were blocking the entrance ran over to Peace Money. After about half an hour, Peace Money's front door was already packed with people. Give me 500 taels. I'll exchange for 300 taels. Exchange for 1,000 taels. Hearing the clamor outside, Yao Moen, who was in the back room, lightly pursed her lips and casually placed the teacup on the table. How is it? Although Yao Moen wore a veil, her eyes were crafty and quick-witted. One look and anyone could tell that she was a shrewd person. Good, good, good. I didn't expect this. Since it's like this old man will sign a contract with you. My Peace Bank is willing to exchange these banknotes all year round. But there's one thing. The old man sitting in front of Yao Moen stroked his white beard. His face was flushed and his eyes narrowed into slits. Don't worry, shopkeeper Li. Warner naturally won't go back on her word. Yao Moen said with a light smile. According to her original plan, She wanted to use the gold she brought to exchange for Crimson Flame Country's banknotes. Now that she had such a person working for her, even if she had to take out 3,000 taels, she would still profit. From the hour of the morning until the hour of the evening, Yao Moen had been guarding the back room of Peace Bank. At this time, shopkeeper Li had already handed over the account books for the entire day to Yao Moen. 15,000 taels, that's a pretty good start. Yao Moen nodded slightly, very satisfied with this kind of number. Right at this time, Long Bingxin entered the room with a banknote for 3,000 taels of gold. Yao Moen gave Long Bingxin a meaningful glance. Long Bingxin naturally understood and placed the banknote in front of shopkeeper Li. It's this kind of banknote? Shopkeeper Li looked at the Crimson Flame Country banknote with a face value of 3,000 taels of gold on the table, and his expression instantly became somewhat unsightly. Peace Bank can exchange 15,000 taels of banknote in a day, which is more than 5,000 taels of gold. Isn't what's placed in front of shopkeeper Li now 3,000 taels of gold? Moreover, Warner guarantees that in less than half a year, the same flame coin will definitely be worth more than one fine silver. At that time, Warner won't find shopkeeper Li to raise the price. The profit from this is immeasurable. Warner is now a cheap shopkeeper, Yao Moen said in a seemingly indifferent manner. Chapter 567. After all, Manager Li had been playing with money for his entire life. With Yao Moen's guidance, Manager Li was suddenly enlightened. He immediately added another line to the contract on the table. Never raise the price. Yao Mo Wan's lips curled up as she looked at the note on the table. When they returned to Jushin restaurant, Qian Gue had already prepared the meal. Then he retreated. Yao Mo Wan sighed and slowly took off her white veil. She was about to eat when she was interrupted by Huan Luo. Warner, how long do you plan on making the high priest perform for you? Since the first day Qi Kanglin played the flute, Huan Luo hadn't felt good. 30 to 50 years. Yao Mo Wan lifted the porcelain bowl and didn't even look at Huan Luo. Almost at the same time, Qi Kanglin, who was sitting at the side eating silently, suddenly choked and coughed. Pa! In the next second, the porcelain bowl in Yao Mo Wan's hand shattered. The porcelain shards cut Yao Mo Wan's fingers. Blood slowly flowed out. Master! You! Jiao Jiao immediately got up and walked to Yao Mo Wan's side. She wanted to attack Huan Luo but was stopped by Yao Mo Wan. Qi Kanglin frowned when he saw the blood on Yao Mo Wan's fingertips. Huan Luo, this matter. Qi Kanglin wanted to say that he did this voluntarily and it had nothing to do with Yao Mo Wan. Unfortunately, Yao Mo Wan didn't give him a chance to explain. This matter is Wan Er's fault. I didn't take Kanglin's identity into consideration. However, Wan Er also has her own difficulties. If I didn't do this, it would be difficult to carry out the circulation of money. Wan Er did this for the good of Crimson Flame Country. Kanglin, you won't blame Wan Er, right? Yao Mo Wan looked at Qi Kanglin with teary eyes. Her voice was as gentle as water. Even Diao Diao felt a tingling sensation all over his body. I won't. Qi Kanglin swallowed hard. He wasn't used to Yao Mo Wan talking to him in such a coquettish tone. Kanglin, don't worry. When the day comes, Wan Er knows what to do. In any case, from Wan Er's point of view, even if all the credit is given to you, Kanglin, Wan Er is willing. Yao Moen pursed her cherry lips and looked towards Qi Kanglin with an affectionate gaze. What's yours is yours. Kanglin won't fight with you. Qi Kanglin said indifferently. However, it was as if a stone had fallen into the center of his heart, stirring up circles of ripples. Not at all. What belongs to Wan Er is the high priest's. Yao Moen's words had a deep meaning. At the side, Huan Luo had long since been unable to endure the ambiguous relationship between Yao Moen and Qi Kanglin. She immediately put down the porcelain bowl and left in a rage. Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh in relief when she saw Huan Luo pout her lips and frown. So what if she was a fairy? Didn't she also make her seethe with anger? Once Huan Luo left, Yao Moen's expression returned to normal at the speed of light. It was as calm and serene as water. There wasn't the slightest hint of the gentleness and tranquility she displayed earlier. Seeing Yao Moen like this, Diao Jiao instantly understood. She had finally witnessed Yao Mowen's abilities. She was able to find the right place and find the right medicine. As expected, this woman wasn't simple. Did you do it on purpose? In some aspects, men were much slower than women. Seeing Yao Mowen's expression turn cold every minute, Chi Tsonglan suddenly felt like he was being used. What is Great Shaman referring to? At this moment, even Yao Mowen's voice wasn't as gentle as before. There was even a hint of schadenfreude. Speechless, Chi Tsonglan chose to do the same thing as Huan Luo. He put down the porcelain bowl and turned to leave. At the side, Lung Bingxin had been paying attention to Yao Mowen's every word and action. She felt like they'd met before. Whether it was her actions or her scheming, they were too similar to master. How hateful that there was actually such a crooked method like the skin-changing technique in this world. Otherwise, she would dare to bet her life that the person in front of her was Yao Mowen. That night, the moonlight was beautiful. In the vast blue dome of heaven, there was only a single bright moon hanging in the sky. People often said that the moon was bright, but the stars were sparse. At this moment, not a single star could be seen in the sky. One could imagine just how bright the moonlight was. On the roof of Gathering Immortal Tower, Huan Luo was dressed in white. She stood there alone, allowing the wind to brush against her face and dry the tears in the corners of her eyes. If you're not used to staying here, this shaman will let you go back. A clear and melodious voice rang out from behind her. Chi Tsonglan slowly walked to Huan Luo's side. There was a trace of affection in his clear eyes. They'd grown up together, so he had feelings for Huan Luo. At first, he also thought that this was love. In this world, perhaps only a woman like Huan Luo, who was above the common people, was worthy of standing next to him. However, unknowingly, Chi Tsonglan's opinion had changed. Go back? You're willing to let Huan Luo leave? Chi Tsonglan's good intentions caused Huan Luo's heart to ache even more. This shaman is afraid that you and Yao Mowen will fight again. Right now, Yao Mowen's identity is different. She is. Chi Tsonglan saw the bitterness in Huan Luo's eyes and tried to explain. She's a lowly commoner. Tsonglan, from the beginning, her identity was that of a lowly commoner. She wasn't even worthy of standing next to us. Even her words were extravagant. But now, what do you take her for? Tell Huan Luo, what do you take her for? Huan Luo's tears fell like pearls from a broken necklace, shattering all over the floor. I take her for the holy maiden of Crimson Flame Country. Huan Luo, if you want to stay, then you have to accept reality. Right now, Yao Mowen is shouldering our great ambitions. If she can really assimilate Eastern Continent, it'll only be beneficial to us. Chi Tsonglan would never understand that when love and reason clashed, the last thing a man should do was reason in front of a woman. That would only drive a woman crazy. Holy maiden? She's worthy. You've fallen for her? Isn't that right? So you're willing to stay in Jushin Tower and let those lowly commoners humiliate you with their greedy gazes? Tsonglan, you've changed. How could you tolerate such a thing? You hate those lowly commoners the most. Huan Luo's voice was no longer as clear as water. Instead, it was gradually becoming hysterical. Huan Luo, we can discuss whether or not to return to Crimson Flame Country after you calm down. However, you can't hurt Yao Mowen anymore. Right now, she's the hope of the entire Crimson Flame Country. Chi Tsonglan knew that Huan Luo was thinking for his sake, but for the sake of Crimson Flame Country unifying Eastern Continent, he was willing to give up everything. When Huan Luo saw that Chi Tsonglan was about to leave, she suddenly rushed up and wrapped her arms around his waist. She pressed her tear-stained face against his back. Tsonglan, don't go. I can't bear to see you being bullied by Yao Mowen. I can't bear to see you being pointed at by those lowly commoners. Tsonglan, I like you. I love you. Ever since Huan Luo was very young, the word love had taken root in her heart. She liked Chi Tsonglan. She loved him. In this world, Chi Tsonglan was the only thing that mattered to her. Whatever great cause of Crimson Flame Country, whatever great ambition of unifying Eastern Continent, she'd never cared about them. She seemed to be loyal to Crimson Flame Country, but in reality, she'd always been loyal to Chitsonglan. Huan Luo had never said these words to Chitsonglan because she knew that Crimson Flame Country was more important to Chitsonglan than her. That was why she'd done everything she could to silently help Chitsonglan from behind. Huan Luo believed that one day, Chitsonglan would understand her feelings and walk the rest of his life hand in hand with her. But now, something she'd always taken for granted was threatened. Huan Luo. Chitsonglan never expected that the usually aloof and cold Huan Luo could make such a passionate vow. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. "Don't talk. Let me hug you for a while, all right?" Huan Luo interrupted Chitsonglan in a panic. Her slender arms wrapped tightly around Chitsonglan's waist, and she pressed her face even closer. Chitsonglan allowed Huan Luo to hug him, but his heart was tangled up in a mess. He couldn't sort it out. He knew that Huan Luo had feelings for him, but right now, there was only the great cause of Crimson Flame Country in his heart. He had no time to care about personal feelings. What was even more strange was that Yaomo Wan's figure inexplicably appeared in Chitsonglan's mind. Every frown, every smile, every raise of her eyebrow were so clear. A long time after Huan Luo left, Chitsonglan didn't move. He really couldn't understand why he would think of Yaomo Wan in this kind of situation. Just as Chitsonglan was in shock, he suddenly heard the sound of an abacus on the first floor. "You're still awake so late?" Chitsonglan didn't have to go through the front door. But for some reason, he just jumped off the roof, walked through the front door, and greeted Yaomo Wan. All of this could have been avoided. He just wanted to monitor Yaomo Wan's every move. That was what Chitsonglan thought. "Isn't High Priest also awake?" Yaomo Wan didn't raise her head. She only cared about flipping through the account book and calculating the banknotes that were collected today. Today, the banknotes exchanged from Ping and Bank were 15,000 taels of fine silver, while the banknotes from Juxian Lu were 3,000 taels. Yaomo Wan secretly noted down the difference. "Skilled. I didn't realize that you were actually an expert at doing business." Chitsonglan unconsciously walked to Yaomo Wan's side. He watched as Yaomo Wan flipped through the account book with one hand and used the abacus with the other. Her 5 fingers moved the abacus even more gracefully than playing the zither. In half a year, Wanner will naturally let Master see the results. In front of Chitsonglan, Yaomo Wan felt that it was extremely necessary to express her will. This way, she could divert Chitsonglan's attention. Once the time was ripe, she would naturally have her own plans. These lowly commoners really exchanged for banknotes. It's unexpected. As Chitsonglan sighed, Yaomo Wan's hand that was moving the abacus suddenly stopped. Her clear eyes shot towards Chitsonglan with a trace of sharpness. Actually, Wanner has never understood. Why does Lord Priest feel that besides the citizens of Crimson Flame Country, everyone in Dongzhou are lowly commoners, including Wanner? Yaomo Wan had always taken the word lowly commoner to heart. They both had 2 hands and 2 legs. The people of Crimson Flame Country didn't grow an extra head, so how could they know who was more lowly than who? This priest has never treated you as a lowly commoner. This was the first time in Chitsonglan's life that he tasted the feeling of blushing and heartbeat. Just 3 months ago, the gaze that he used to look at Yaomo Wan still carried endless contempt and disdain. Oh, then Wanner is truly extremely honored. However, Wanner needs to remind Lord Priest that if you don't change your attitude, even if Crimson Flame Country luckily controls Dongzhou in the future, it will only be for a short period of time. Yaomo Wan said to the point, "You've never treated yourself as a person of Crimson Flame Country?" Chitsonglan's voice carried a trace of vigilance. Even if he believed in the power of Phoenix Tears, Yaomo Wan's words made him have no choice but to be cautious. "What's important where I'm from? What's important is to live in the present." Yaomo Wan responded with a seemingly deep meaning. She turned around and closed the account book. She slightly hooked her lips towards Chitsonglan before leaving. Live in the present? This was a novel way of thinking, Chitsonglan thought. The next day, Jushin Tower was still packed with people. In the center of the hall, Chitsonglan was dressed in a scholarly purple robe. His long silver hair was draped over his shoulders, and he had a unique kind of beauty. coupled with the emotional song, A Phoenix Seeking for a Phoenix, the entire Jushin Tower was silent. Only the sound of the flute lingered in the air, causing people's hearts to be enchanted. Yaomo Wan sat alone in a private room on the third floor. She looked down at Chitsong Lan with a leisurely expression. An immortal-like person was worthy of those people spending money to admire. Right at this time, there was a commotion outside Jushin Tower. Then, Chi Shio Flute's resentful voice could be heard. "Let me go. Bastards! Give me back my little snake. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. What kind of hero is 4 against 1? Yaomo Wan looked in the direction of the voice and saw that Chi Shio Flute was currently being carried in with his hands tied behind his back. The man who walked in after him was about 17 or 18 years old. He looked valiant and handsome. This man was also dragging a transparent porcelain bottle in his hand. Inside the bottle were the 7 little poisonous snakes of Chi Shio Flute. There was a girl beside the man. Her skin was so fair that it could be broken with a flick of a finger. She had round almond-shaped eyes, curved eyebrows like willow leaves, cherry lips, and a perky nose. Although the girl's appearance wasn't as enchanting and charming as Huan Luo's, she had her own characteristics and could be called a beauty. Perhaps these two people had a good impression of each other. Even though their subordinates were carrying Chi Shio Flute, Yaomo Wan didn't feel the slightest bit of enmity. However, she was curious. Chapter 568. Diao Diao, please leave. Gathering Immortal Restaurant has guests today, so we won't keep you any longer. The bill will be free of charge. Consider it Gathering Immortal Restaurant's treat. Yao Moen stood up lazily and walked down the stairs. Although everyone wanted to stay and watch the show, seeing that Diao Diao had sent out thugs, they tactfully left. When Diao Diao closed the doors of Gathering Immortal Restaurant, the only people left were the related people. What, are you going to close the doors and let the dogs out? The people who came were none other than Little Frost Prince Chu Maxin and Kubu Jir, as well as their secret guard, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. You better put that child down before you speak, otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences. Seeing that Chi Kanglin was about to make a move, Yao Moen stepped in front of him. Normally, Yao Moen wouldn't care about this kind of business. What did it have to do with her if someone's head was beaten into a dog's head? However, this pair of beautiful people caught her eye. If she hurt them, she might feel sad. I can let him go, but give me Yao Moen in exchange. Chu Maxin's brows were sharp and his gaze was biting cold. His tone was resolute, and his every word was domineering. Yao Moen? That wanted criminal? Why does Master think that Yao Moen is in Gathering Immortal Restaurant? Yao Moen raised her brows and asked. At the side, Diao Diao was glad that he usually put some spices in Yao Moen's tea. That was why Yao Moen's voice was slightly different from before. Otherwise, just Yao Moen's words alone would have given the game away. Shishi, let them see the portrait, Kubu Jar said sternly. In their opinion, Yao Moen must have been threatened by these people, which was why she didn't dare to admit her identity. Thus, Chu Maxin and Kubu Jar didn't have a good impression of Chi Kanglin and the others. When she saw Chi Kanglin and Chi Shio Di lined up next to Yao Moen's portrait, Yao Moen finally understood why they wouldn't let go of Chi Shio Di. Chi Shio Di, if you had killed all those bandits, there wouldn't be today's disaster. Yao Moen guessed who gave these people the portrait and couldn't help but sigh. If you don't let him go, don't blame us for being impolite. Chu Maxin said angrily as he glared at Yao Moen. You're welcome? The 4 of you, listen up. Immediately take your master and leave. Otherwise, there really will be people who won't be polite. Yao Moen ignored Chu Maxin and walked over to happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. Her voice was clear and calm. When happiness, anger, grief, and joy heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. After putting down the Cho Shio flute, they carried Chu Maxin and Kubu Jir out of Jushin Tower at lightning speed. Hey, don't go. Give me back my little snake. With that, the transparent porcelain bottle in Chu Maxin's hands fell from the sky and slowly landed on the ground. The hemp rope binding the flute also fell to the ground. When Yao Moen saw this, she couldn't help but glance back. She had once heard from Diao Diao that Qi Kanglin's martial arts had already reached divinity and no one in Eastern continent could match him. Although Yao Moen hadn't sensed anything, she believed that the 4 hidden guards must have sensed something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left so quickly. You shouldn't have let them go. Qi Kanglin's voice was as cold as a lake. He recognized the 2 people just now. They were Great Shu's Frigid Prince and Lolan's Sunshine Princess. Letting them leave meant that this Jushin Tower wouldn't be peaceful anymore. Since they were able to find this place, it's not like other people don't have the ability. What's coming can't be avoided. Also, Wan'er doesn't want to continue wearing a veil. Yao Moen knew what Qi Kanglin was referring to. She shrugged and gracefully walked up the stairs. Qi Kanglin's eyes darkened slightly, and he turned to look at Yao Moen. You want to pretend to be Yao Moen? For some reason, Qi Kanglin felt an indescribable knot in his heart. If Yao Moen was willing, this would be a good thing, but he couldn't feel any relief. I just want to tell them that this Wan'er isn't that Wan'er, said Yao Moen indifferently. Her voice was as sweet as an oriole's. When he heard Yao Moen's explanation, the knot in Qi Kanglin's heart gradually melted as if it had never happened before. In the corner of the 3rd floor, Huan Luo saw all of this, especially the slight change in Qi Kanglin's expression. This caused Huan Luo's heart to ache and despair. They had known each other day and night for more than 20 years, so she naturally understood what Qi Kanglin's every expression meant. In that instant, he was worried about Yao Moen. He actually didn't want Yao Moen to play her role. What was he afraid of? Afraid of seeing Yao Moen and Yi Junqing kissing each other? He was jealous. When she thought of this, Huan Luo clenched her fists so hard that the veins on her hands bulged and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She really didn't care about the great cause of Crimson Flame Country, so Yao Moen had to die. After leaving Jushin Tower, the 4 people of happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy used their fastest speed to place Kubujir and Chu Maxin in a safe corner before he could flip out. Do the 4 of you want to die? Before Chu Maxin could flip out, Kubujir was already angry. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. Replying, Master, we can't afford to offend the people there. The 4 of us won't be regretted even if we die, but we can't let Master become cannon fodder as well. Happiness cupped her hands in apology. You're talking about that white-haired guy? Chu Maxin's martial arts weren't weak, so he could naturally sense the powerful and omnipresent inner energy that had been lingering in Jushin Tower. At the time, he had thought that he was hallucinating. Besides that white-haired guy, the girls with the masked woman also have extraordinary martial arts, said Nu calmly. Besides those 2, this subordinate also sensed a powerful wave of true energy spreading out from upstairs. In the entire Jushin Tower, only that masked woman doesn't have martial arts, reported Sorrow truthfully. Their martial arts aren't just a little bit higher than this subordinate's. This subordinate believes that with a wave of that white-haired guy's hand, the 4 of us would lose our lives in a matter of minutes. Lele wasn't exaggerating at all. Are they really that strong? Kubujir saw that Chu Maxin wasn't angry, so she was a little more convinced. No wonder Yao Moen didn't dare admit her identity. With these 3 freaks present, even if she admitted it, who would be able to save her? Chu Maxin believed joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. After all, he had sensed it. Then what do we do now? Aren't we going to save Big Sister Moen? Kubujir looked towards Chu Maxin worriedly. Zhur, how about this? You return to the capital with joy, anger, sorrow, and joy first and try to find stronger helpers. This prince will wait here for Imperial Brother. Even if Imperial Brother doesn't know about the situation, it'll be bad if he barges in. We can think of a plan after we meet up. When the enemy was strong enough, only an idiot would disregard everything. Chu Maxin clearly wasn't an idiot. I'm worried about you staying here alone. You can have joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, suggested Kubujir. This is Lolan's territory, after all. They won't dare to act recklessly. Getting Kubujir to go back and get reinforcements was one thing, but more importantly, Chu Maxin wanted to lure Kubu Zhire away. If they really fought, he didn't want Zhire to suffer even the slightest bit of harm. Since he had married her, he should protect her for the rest of her life. Back then, he had promised King Lulan this. That's fine, then wait for me. You must wait for me to come back. Kubu Zhire only said that time was of the essence. After giving Chu Maxin some instructions, she rushed back to the capital with happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. After Kubu Zhire left, Chu Maxin pondered for a long time before finally entering the Xinjiang government office. As King Lulan's beloved son-in-law, Chu Maxin began living the life of a tyrant in Lu Jing's residence. He also learned of Jushin Restaurant's rules from Lu Jing, so he ordered Lu Jing to exchange his wealth for 3,000 taels worth of banknotes. The next day, he appeared in Jushin Restaurant's private room. "Brat, you've got guts. What do you want to order?" As soon as Chu Maxin walked in, he attracted Diao Diao's attention. In order to prevent Chu Maxin from playing any tricks, Diao Diao pushed away the waiter and personally greeted him. "You're wearing so little and revealing so much. How are you going to get married in the future?" Chu Maxin raised his eyes to size up Diao Diao before giving his final assessment. Diao Diao's lips twitched when she heard that. This was the first time a man complained that she was wearing too little. What a weirdo. Who said I'm going to get married? Are you going to eat or not? Her temper flared up. No, I'm afraid you'll poison me. I'll still pay, but stay away from this prince. Under Kubu Zhire's meticulous training, Chu Maxin firmly believed that other than Kubu Zhire, all women in this world were like immortals who had descended to the mortal world. They just fell head first to the ground. Of course, Yao Moen was an exception. Thus, he was immune to beautiful women. TCH, Diao Diao waved the menu in her hand, turned around, and went back to the cashier's desk. Just like that, Chu Maxin sat in Jushin Restaurant for an entire day. He really couldn't understand how a flute-playing white-haired man could make people feel like they were in a dream. Chu Maxin snorted disdainfully when he saw that the people on his left and right were staring at Qi Kanglin like they were about to fall asleep. Since there was such a huge difference in strength, Chu Maxin didn't overestimate himself. He only stayed in Jushin Restaurant to observe the terrain before returning to Lu Jing's residence. That brat wants to waste time with us. Master, what should we do? Diao Diao watched as Chu Maxin left, then turned to look at Yao Moen. It doesn't seem optimistic. Yao Moen's hand that was fiddling with the abacus suddenly stopped, and she let out a long sigh. Isn't that right? If he keeps staying here, he'll attract all the people looking for Yao Moen sooner or later. We're not walking that path right now. Diao Diao had eavesdropped on Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo's conversation last night. The gist of it was that Huan Luo wanted to kill Chu Maxin, but Qi Kanglin felt that the time wasn't right yet. As for anything else, Diao Diao looked meaningfully at Yao Moen and her lips curved into a smile. Ever since the Peace Bank exchanged 15,000 taels on the first day, practically no one else has gone to the bank for the past 5 days. Moreover, Jushin Tower's income over the past few days has also added up to about 13,000 taels. When Diao Diao heard Yao Moen ramble on like this, she immediately felt speechless. Although she was a servant girl also had dignity. Master, Diao Diao is talking about Chu Maxin. Diao Diao emphasized. He's just a child, so why bother with him? Call Qi Kanglin down for me. I have something to say. When Diao Diao saw Yao Moen's serious expression, she didn't want to continue pestering her and immediately went upstairs to look for Qi Kanglin. Although Diao Diao had clearly said that Yao Moen was looking for Qi Kanglin, Huan Luo still insisted on following her. What is it? Qi Kanglin was just about to speak when Huan Luo beat him to it. Fairy, you're also interested in the matters of the mortal world? Ever since they arrived at Jushin Restaurant, Huan Luo had been acting high and mighty. Yao Moen didn't have the time to pay attention to her, so she let her be. What are you trying to pull now? Huan Luo naturally heard the ridicule in Yao Moen's voice and coldly replied, the circulation of banknotes isn't going as well as expected. In all of Xinjiang, aside from Jushin Restaurant collecting banknotes, there hasn't been a precedent for this. As Yao Moen spoke, she placed the account book on the counter. Reality proved that the amount of banknotes collected by Jushin Restaurant was almost equal to the amount exchanged by Peace Bank. This holy maiden already said that this is just an opportunistic trick. It won't be effective at all. Huan Luo looked at the account book on the table and snorted coldly. She seemed to be rejoicing in Yao Mowen's misfortune. From Holy Maiden's words, it sounds like you have a better method? All right, as long as you say it, Wanner will fully support it. Yao Mowen didn't get angry and immediately expressed her stance. Taoist left this matter to you. You're asking me what to do now? Huan Luo raised her brows with disdain in her eyes. So Holy Maiden also knows that Taoist left this matter to Wanner. Since that's the case, Wanner doesn't need Holy Maiden's advice on what to do. If Holy Maiden has the heart to help Wanner, then stay. If not, Wanner won't force you. Of course, if Holy Maiden wants to return to Crimson Flame Country, Wanner can also prepare a farewell party for Holy Maiden or something. Yao Mowen's eyes were clear and her voice was emotionless. However, these words angered Huan Luo half to death. Chapter 569. Since this method doesn't work, have you thought of a better method? Chitsong Lan had no choice but to interrupt their confrontation when he saw Yao Mo Wan and Huan Luo opposing each other. Of course, from tomorrow onwards, Great Shaman doesn't need to play the flute in Jushin Tower. When Qi Kanglin heard this, he was delighted. Although he did not mind making a small sacrifice for the great cause of the Crimson Flame Nation, as Huan Luo had said, he did not want to perform in front of others. Are you that kind? Huan Luo's eyes were cold as she looked at Yao Mowen suspiciously. Ahem. Wan has already made arrangements. From tomorrow onwards, the High Priestess will go to the stall opposite Jushin Restaurant to sell some rouge and cosmetics. Yao Mowen rejoiced that her gaze couldn't kill, otherwise she would have died countless times under Huan Luo's gaze. Wanner, don't go too far. What kind of status did the High Priest have? It was already blasphemy for him to play the flute in the hall. Now, you even want the High Priest to set up a stall outside and sell those things used by women. Those lowly commoners aren't worthy. Suddenly, a savage look appeared in Fantasy Flower's eyes as she roared angrily. Another lowly peasant? Since Holy Maiden looks down on us lowly commoners so much, why do you still stay in Jushin Restaurant and eat the food made by these lowly commoners? Aren't you afraid of dirtying your stomach? Yao Mowen wasn't polite and her pure eyes turned cold. You. Huan Luo choked, speechless. Only when everyone worships you as a god will you be a god. If everyone thinks that you're no different from a normal person, but you insist on thinking that you're superior, do you know what that's called? Yao Mowen lifted her brows and looked towards Huan Luo. What's it called? Huan Luo naturally wouldn't respond. Yao Mowen definitely wouldn't be able to say anything nice at a time like this. Instead, Diao Diao asked curiously. To put it nicely, it's called not knowing one's own limitations, commonly known as an idiot. Yao Mo Wan was calm and composed. Her voice was bright and clear, like the wind blowing across a blue lake, causing ripples to form. You're asking for a beating. Huan Luo had never suffered such humiliation, and she was instantly unable to restrain herself from raising her hand to slap Diao Diao. However, before Diao Diao could attack, Huan Luo's hand had already stopped in midair. Kanglin? She cursed me like that, yet you still want to protect her? Tears welled up in Huan Luo's eyes. Her voice was choked with sobs. Stop fooling around. Let's get down to business. Wanner, this priest wants to know why you want this priest to set up a stall outside. If there's no real need, then forgive this priest for not being able to do it. Chitsong Lan suppressed the fire in his heart and looked towards Yao Mo Wan coldly. As long as it's something big, it's necessary to go through untold hardships at the start. If we want to popularize flame coins, it's not something that can be done in a short period of time. Right now, Peace Bank can already exchange flame coins, but the problem is that the people of Xinjiang only know that flame coins can be used in Jushin Tower. As for other things, no one has the concept. Or perhaps, in their eyes, flame coins aren't money, so we need to change their mindset. Yao Mowen's voice was solemn and dignified, making people want to obey her from the bottom of their hearts. All right, I'll do as you say. Chi Kanglin hesitated for a moment before he pulled Fantasy Vine, whose eyes were filled with hatred, up the stairs. Master, you're really amazing. Other than Taoists, Diao Jiao has never seen Chi Kanglin being manipulated by anyone. Diao Jiao exclaimed in admiration as she walked to Yao Mo Wan's side and gave a thumbs up. That's because this saintess's words are reasonable. Yao Mo Wan explained like this. At the side, Diao Jiao shrugged. Anyone could say reasonable words, but it didn't mean that Chi Kanglin was willing to listen to everyone. In short, in Diao Jiao's heart, Yao Mo Wan's image instantly grew taller. All right, you should also make some preparations. This saintess will hand over the account counter to Longbing Xin. Tomorrow, you and Chi Kanglin will go outside to practice. This saintess has already prepared the folding fan and dagger for you. Yao Mo Wan's voice was like the spring breeze and drizzle, pleasant to the ear but not pleasant to the ear. Master, Diao Jiao shouldn't show her face in public. There had never been a moment when Diao Jiao was so reluctant to leave the account counter. Then you can wear more, said Yao Mo Wan gently. The pity on her face fell into Diao Jiao's eyes, and she felt that it was all too fake. Just as Diao Jiao was about to beg again, a shop assistant suddenly came forward. Shopkeeper, it's bad. Miss Bingxin is being bullied outside. When the shop assistant said this, Yao Mo Wan's gaze abruptly turned cold. In her impression, Long Bingxin only bullied people. She had never seen her being bullied. How could she be bullied by others? Diao Jiao was extremely calm. After all, her relationship with Long Bingxin was just that. This matter wasn't related to her, so Diao Jiao thought to herself. At this time, Yao Mo Wan had already walked out of the door. When Diao Jiao saw that her master was so nervous about Long Bingxin, she felt an indescribable sourness welling up in her heart. Outside Gathering Immortal Tower, the sounds of an intense argument attracted the attention of many people. Little austere prince, can you let go first? Otherwise, Bingxin will shout molestation. Long Bingxin complained incessantly when she saw Chu Ma Xin firmly grabbing her jade arm. Unless you tell this prince why you're at Gathering Immortal Tower, what relationship do you have with those people? What about Yao Mo Wan? Where is she? Chu Ma Xin repeatedly asked this question. This was the only thing he was interested in. I've already answered many times. Bingxin has nothing to do with those people. She's just doing odd jobs to make a living. That's not okay. At the time, Long Bingxin had thought that Chu Ma Xin was extremely cute, but now that she thought about it, she really had been fucking blind. Only a ghost would believe that. If you're not telling the truth, then don't blame this prince for being impolite. Chu Ma Xin suddenly tightened his grip on Long Bingxin. Just as he was about to pull, Yao Mo Wan arrived just in time. Austere prince, if you don't let go of her, then we won't be polite either. After Chu Ma Xin left, Yao Mo Wan had learned everything about Chu Ma Xin from Chi Kanglin. All right, then don't be polite. Just as Chu Ma Xin stopped speaking, several dozen guards suddenly appeared behind him. Yao Mo Wan recognized the one leading them. It was Xinxiang Prefectural Magistrate Lu Jing. What caught Yao Mo Wan's attention was that the person tied up by Lu Jing's side was actually Ping and Bank's shopkeeper, Li Zhongran. Holy shopkeeper, save me. Li Zhongran's voice was extremely weak, and there was a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Yao Mo Wan was an astute person, so she naturally understood Chu Ma Xin's intentions. It seemed that she had underestimated this little prince. To think that he could actually think of such a despicable move. She had no idea who he had learned it from. Holy shopkeeper, someone went to the yamen to report that the food here isn't clean. This prefectural magistrate is going to conduct a routine inspection, so this Jushin restaurant needs to be temporarily closed. It can only be reopened after this prefectural magistrate investigates. Lu Jing lied through his teeth. What proof do you have that the food here isn't clean? Behind Yao Mo Wan, Diao Jiao retorted angrily, it's precisely because we don't have proof that we have to investigate. Chu Ma Xin's calm and clear voice contained a hint of arrogance. He would definitely flaunt his power to those who flaunted their martial strength in front of him. You. Diao Jiao angrily attacked, but Yao Mo Wan stopped her. "Austere prince, what do you want?" Yao Mo Wan had no choice but to compromise. She could win in a fight, but if she did, how would she be able to establish herself here? As the saying goes, commoners shouldn't fight with officials, and money shouldn't fight with power. No matter what, she couldn't act blindly without thinking. This prince wants this woman. Chu Ma Xin pointed at Long Bingxin, his tone indiscernible. Yao Mo Wan was put in a difficult position. She was the one who brought Long Bingxin out, so if something happened to her, she wouldn't be able to explain it to Gue Daozi. If she didn't hand her over, Chu Ma Xin definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Bingxin's looks aren't that outstanding. Does Prince want to consider Diao Diao? Yao Mo Wan pushed Diao Diao out without hesitation. "Master, you can't do this. He has a wife." Diao Diao was at a loss. Had she been betrayed? Yao Mo Wan was so heartless. This prince only wants her. Chu Ma Xin didn't even look at Diao Diao, his voice as firm as a blade. Diao Diao suffered another blow. It was true that Long Bingxin was a beauty, but how could she compare to her? This prince must be blind. "Shopkeeper, Bingxin will just follow Prince. Don't worry, nothing will happen." In this kind of deadlock, if Long Bingxin still didn't say anything, it would be a bit disloyal. Thus, after Chu Ma Xin took Long Bingxin away, Li Zhongran was released. Because of this, Yao Mo Wan had to spend quite a bit of silver to pacify Li Zhongran's frightened heart before he agreed to continue exchanging for flame coins. However, what Yao Mo Wan needed to pacify the most right now was Diao Diao's little heart, which had already been shattered by the wind. "Master, stay away from Diao Diao. Diao Diao's life is cheap. It can't compare to Long Bingxin's purity." At this moment, Diao Diao was sitting on the counter with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Long Bingxin doesn't have any martial arts, unlike you who have outstanding martial arts. Even if you follow her, you'll have a way to come back. If that wasn't the case, even if there were 10 Long Bingxin, this saintess wouldn't trade." Yao Mo Wan held the pot in one hand and attentively poured Diao Diao a cup of good quality Longjing tea. "You really think so?" Diao Diao was just angry for a moment, but when she thought about it, what Yao Mo Wan said wasn't unreasonable. "Of course, you're this saintess's person. There's still a layer of separation between Long Bingxin and this saintess's heart." Yao Mo Wan sighed inwardly. Fortunately, Diao Diao wasn't a pretentious person. If it was someone with Huan Luo's temper, she wouldn't be able to get rid of this, not no matter how much she tried. "Bingxin, may I ask, how thick is that layer?" Just as Yao Mo Wan was rejoicing, Long Bingxin's voice suddenly came from behind her. By the time Yao Mo Wan turned around in surprise, Long Bingxin had already gone upstairs. At the door, Chu Ma Xin had his arms crossed as he looked at Yao Mo Wan with a look of schadenfreude. "You're finished." Chu Ma Xin's current smile was extremely hateful. When Long Bingxin walked down the stairs with the package, Yao Mo Wan went up to greet her ingratiatingly, but Long Bingxin pushed her away. Bingxin now suspects that when Master pushed Yao out, was it a trick of loosening the reins only to grasp them better? "Shopkeeper, you've really disappointed Bingxin." Long Bingxin took a deep breath, then turned around and left with Chu Ma Xin. "Hey, I haven't finished speaking yet. It's just a thin layer." Yao Mo Wan yelled at the top of her lungs, but Long Bingxin didn't look back in the slightest. At the counter, Diao Diao silently put down her teacup. "So it's just a thin layer." After saying this, Diao Diao left the counter and went up the stairs. In the main hall, Yao Mo Wan looked at Long Bingxin walking away, then at Diao Diao going up the stairs. She couldn't help but facepalm. It seemed like she needed to buy an imperial calendar to hang up. The night was cold and the silver candles glowed brightly. In LV Jing's residence, Chu Ma Xin interrogated Long Bingxin throughout the night. "Long Bingxin, if you don't tell the truth, then this prince won't be polite anymore." Chu Ma Xin looked towards Long Bingxin, who was sitting leisurely at the table, and said ruthlessly, "Is Prince certain that no one is eavesdropping right now?" Long Bingxin raised her brows and asked suspiciously, "Of course." Chu Ma Xin was slightly startled, but after secretly using his inner strength to sense, he nodded firmly. "Prince, are you certain that your inner strength is on par with that white hair?" Lung Bingxin saw that Chu Maxin was sensing and couldn't help but shake her head. Thus, that night, Chu Maxin didn't get any information from Lung Bingxin, so he let her go back to sleep. The next day, the sun was bright and warm. This small interlude didn't affect Yao Mo Wan's grand plan. As scheduled, Qi Kanglin and Diao Diao started selling rouge, face powder, folding fans, and daggers in front of Jushin restaurant. The combination of a handsome man and beautiful woman was an insurmountable sight no matter where they went. At this time, there was a sea of people outside Jushin restaurant. Everyone was fighting to be the first to buy things that were 10 times the market price, just so they could get a little closer to their idols. Chapter 570. At the back of the crowd, Chu Mabe wore a purple robe and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His handsome and devilishly charming face seemed a bit tired. His black hair swayed, but the nobility and dominance between his brows didn't diminish in the slightest. The person who appeared in the throne room that day was him. At some point, a black robe descended like a deity and didn't attract anyone's attention. Han Jini's appearance surprised Chu Mabe. Supreme Lord Han received the news? Chu Mabe didn't think that his younger brother would tell Han Jini, a complete stranger, the news. The ones who first discovered Yao Mo Wan were the bandits of Lolan's Liang Yuan. Han Jini's words were concise and comprehensive. As the supreme bandit of the world, Han Jini naturally had a fixed source of information. In the middle of the crowd, Qi Kanglin's clothes were whiter than snow. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his body exuded an elegant aura. At this moment, Qi Kanglin's long eyelashes flickered, and he glanced at Chu Mabe and Han Jini like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. His vigilance is really high. He actually noticed us. Han Jini met Qi Kanglin's gaze without the slightest scruple. If he joined hands with Chu Mabe, he might be able to fight. What is he selling? Chu Mabe's eyelashes cast a shadow in his eyes. The corners of his lips moved slightly, and he walked forward with a bright smile. When the surrounding people saw Chu Mabe, they instantly felt reverence and unconsciously opened up a path. Han Jini didn't want to join in the fun. He only crossed his arms and stood there to watch the show. What a fragrant rouge. This crown prince will buy it all. Chu Mabe had no intention of hiding his identity. His beautiful peach blossom eyes looked provocatively at Qi Kanglin. Take out the money. Qi Kanglin's lips curled as he looked indifferently at Chu Mabe. In terms of martial arts, Chu Mabe clearly wasn't Qi Kanglin's match. In terms of aura, the two were evenly matched. In terms of power, Qi Kanglin could only lament his inadequacy. Just as Chu Mabe was about to take out the money pouch at his waist, he shockingly discovered that his money pouch was already in Qi Kanglin's hands. At this moment, Qi Kanglin's handsome face had a faint smile. Although it was just a smile, it was enough to make Chu Mabe feel as if he had suffered a great humiliation. This silver is enough. Han Jini delivered timely assistance and placed 1,000 silver notes in front of Qi Kanglin. His voice was clear and cold. Cough. Who else wants to buy? Qi Kanglin ignored Han Jini and turned to look at the crowd. You too, if you want to buy it, you'll have to use these. Do you see them? They're called flame coins, and you can exchange them at the Peace Bank. They won't accept anything else, reminded a kind-hearted person beside them as he raised the flame coins in front of Chu Mabe and Han Jini. Flame coins? Chu Mabe and Han Jini's gazes fell on the flame coins, a bit of doubt in their hearts. At this moment, a sweet voice came from Han Jini's side. May I know your surname, young master? Han Jini heard the voice and looked sideways. She couldn't help but be startled for a moment. She saw that the lady beside her had slender, willowy eyebrows, a pair of soul-stirring eyes, a tall and straight nose, fragrant cheeks, cherry lips that exhaled like orchids, skin that was as white as snow, slender and enchanting figure, and charming and moving eyes. Han Jini had seen countless women, but the woman beside him still made his eyes light up. Diao Diao, come back to sell the goods. Diao Diao's actions pulled down Qi Kanglin, who had already gained the upper hand. At this time, the clattering of horse hooves came closer. Then, a large number of soldiers dispersed the crowd. in less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. Only Qi Kanglin and his group remained outside Jushin Tower. Come, confiscate Jushin Tower and throw them into the death prison. On a date-red horse, Lu Jing's eyes were scarlet red. His hoarse voice was filled with extreme anger. Wait, Lord Lu, if you want to confiscate Jushin Tower, at least give us an explanation. Inside Jushin Tower, Yao Mo Wan walked out. Her long black hair was neatly coiled into a cloud bun, and the golden buyao on her head swayed with her footsteps, making crisp sounds. The moment Yao Mo Wan appeared, Chu Mabe and Han Jini's gazes fell on this woman with a white veil. They each had their own thoughts. Explanation. This prefectural magistrate thinks that you're tired of living. You actually dared to kill austere prince. He's King Lolan's beloved son-in-law. Lu Jing's words shook Chu Mabe, and he quickly walked in front of Lu Jing. What did you say? Something happened to Ma Xin? Chu Mabe's gaze was ice-cold. Unrelated people scram. How could Lu Jing care about Chu Mabe? If something happened to Chu Ma Xin, he had to catch a scapegoat no matter what. Otherwise, not only would he lose his position, but he might not even be able to keep his head. However, as soon as Lu Jing shut his mouth, he fell to the ground. He's Great Shu's crown prince, Chu Ma Xin's older brother. Don't you think he's unrelated? Han Jini reminded him out of rare kindness. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince, quickly come to this lowly official's residence. Austere prince can't hold on much longer. When Lu Jing heard this, he immediately knelt in front of Chu Mabe and spoke urgently. Since this was related to Chu Ma Xin's life, Chu Mabe immediately leaped onto his horse and had guards bring him back to Lu Jing's residence. At this time, Lu Jing had already climbed up from the ground and was glaring at Yao Mo Wan. Something happened to austere prince? Yao Mo Wan's brows furrowed in surprise. You still dare to ask? Lung Bingxin has already confessed that the poison in austere prince came from you. Holy shopkeeper! Lu Jing roared angrily and waved his hand to order the soldiers to surround Yao Mo Wan. Do you think our shopkeeper is someone you can capture just because you say so? Just as the soldiers were about to make a move, Diao Jiao quickly moved in front of Yao Mo Wan. When she looked back, she whispered to Yao Mo Wan. At a critical moment, do you know who treats you the best? As Diao Jiao spoke, her eyes inadvertently glanced at Han Jini, who was standing not too far away. Her heart couldn't help but start pounding wildly. Wanner wasn't the one who poisoned him. I wonder if the prefectural magistrate can take Wanner to see austere prince? When Yao Mo Wan first heard that Chu Ma Xin had been poisoned, she felt her chest tighten uncomfortably. They clearly didn't know each other, so how could they have such feelings? For the time being, Yao Mo Wan thought that she was worried for Lung Bingxin. There's no need. Guards, lock them up in the death prison. Lu Jing was afraid that Yao Mo Wan and the others would play tricks, so he immediately ordered, That's not good. If this holy shopkeeper has the antidote, austere prince might be able to avoid death. If austere prince loses his chance to live because of you, do you think the crown prince of Shu will skin you alive? Han Jini slowly walked in front of Lu Jing and seemed to have a deeper meaning. This is also good. Men, bring this group of people back. If something happens to austere prince, all of you will be buried with him. Lu Jing hesitated again and again before finally ordering. Yao Mo Wan's clear eyes looked towards Han Jini and slightly nodded to express her thanks. Then she left with Lu Jing. Diao Diao and Qi Kanglin naturally followed behind. Inside the Lu residence, Chu Mabe's gaze was ice-cold. Lung Bingxin was currently tied up and thrown onto a seat. Bingxin, I really don't know who poisoned him. Austere Prince was still fine last night. Seeing Chu Ma Xin lying on the bed with a deathly pale complexion and purple lips, the corners of Lung Bingxin's eyes became moist and she was reluctant to part with him. But you told Lu Jing that it was Jushin Tower's holy shopkeeper who poisoned him. Chu Mabe's thin lips were tightly pursed and his eyes were filled with extreme coldness. That was Lu Jing's confession under torture. Lung Bingxin deeply felt that right now, she was suffering in silence and couldn't voice her bitterness. At this time, Lu Jing had already brought Yao Mo Wan and the others into the residence. Reporting to your highness, Jushin Towers, people have been captured by this lowly official. Crown Prince, please deal with them. When Lu Jing reported, Diao Jiao moved closer to Yao Mo Wan. Master, that person can be saved. Should we save him? When Diao Jiao said this, Yao Mo Wan immediately nodded. Diao Jiao then walked forward and kicked away Lu Jing, who was babbling nonsense. What do you want to do? Chu Mabei's cold eyes stared at Diao Jiao, his voice icy. Of course I want to save him. If I can't save him, then I'll compensate you with my life. Diao Jiao lifted her brows, then pushed aside Chu Mabei's hand and slowly sat down on the bed. She took out something from her sleeves and stuffed it into Chu Maxin's mouth. Maxin. Chu Mabei rushed forward with furrowed brows. It won't be that fast. Just wait, said Diao Jiao indifferently before returning to Yao Mo Wan's side. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone's gazes landed on Chu Maxin. Diao Jiao's things were truly miraculous. In less than the time it took to make a cup of tea after Chu Maxin took that pill, his complexion improved. When he opened his eyes, everything had returned to normal. Imperial older brother, you're here? Chu Maxin felt like he had just woken up from a dream. He had no idea that he had just walked on the edge of life and death. Maxin, are you all right? Chu Mabei held Chu Maxin's shoulders with both hands as he asked worriedly, what could possibly happen to me? Imperial older brother, thank goodness you came. It would have been bad if Yi Junqing had gotten there first. Yao Moen. It's them. Yao Moen was captured by them. When Chu Maxin saw that Qi Kanglin and the others were present, he immediately glared at them angrily. Little ingrate, I really shouldn't have saved him. Diao Jiao shrugged, suddenly feeling a little regretful. Shopkeeper Shang, how do you explain this? Chu Mabei turned around with cold eyes and asked solemnly, how else can I explain it? An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. I can only blame my maidservant for not having the antidote to save the austere prince. Yao Moen's heart finally calmed down when she saw Chu Maxin's lively appearance. This crown prince will naturally investigate this matter, but regarding Yao Moen, you must give this crown prince an explanation. Don't say that you don't know Yao Moen. There's plenty of evidence to prove that Yao Moen appeared with you. A cold and gloomy aura slowly seeped out of Chu Mabei's body. Yao Moen felt that the time had come. Continuing to struggle wouldn't do her any good. All right, since you guys are certain that Yao Moen is at Gathering Immortal Restaurant, then this shopkeeper will arrange a banquet at Gathering Immortal Restaurant tomorrow. Everyone, please be sure to attend. This shopkeeper will naturally give everyone an explanation. Yao Moen's voice was clear, like rain pattering on celadone, pleasing to the ears. Who can guarantee that you guys won't run? The moment the discordant voice rang out, everyone's corpse-whipping gazes shot over. LV Jing suddenly felt that even if he died, it would be better than his current situation. Diao Jiao can stay behind as a hostage. Another wave of discordant voices rang out. Everyone's gazes shot towards Diao Jiao, thinking that this girl had gone stupid. It's a deal. Chu Mabei decided to believe Yao Moen's words for now. Since she dared to show herself, she naturally wouldn't go back so easily. Thus, under Chu Mabei's tacit agreement, Yao Moen brought Long Bingxin back, but Diao Jiao was left behind. On the way back, Yao Moen's expression was as gloomy as still water. Long Bingxin choked on her words over and over again on the side before she finally gathered her courage. Lady Saintess, in that situation, if Bingxin didn't say who it was, LV Jing really would have beaten Bingxin to death, said Long Bingxin with a sincere expression. Where's Huan Luo? Yao Moen didn't even hear what Long Bingxin said as she coldly looked towards Qi Kanglin. Perhaps. The moment he saw Chu Maxin, Qi Kanglin knew who had poisoned him, so he was a bit hesitant. What this saintess wants isn't perhaps. From now on, this saintess doesn't want to see that arrogant idiot ever again. Let her go back. Although Yao Moen didn't know what poison Chu Maxin was poisoned with, the fact that Diao Jiao was able to cure it in a matter of minutes was enough to explain the problem. Chapter 571. Wanner, you don't have that authority. Also, this matter might not have been done by Huan Luo. Even if it was Huan Luo, we should still ask about the whole story. You're like this. Qi Kanglin couldn't agree with Yao Mo Wan's decision. In reality, Qi Kanglin's tolerance towards Yao Mo Wan had already exceeded his expectations. However, what made him speechless was that Yao Mo Wan didn't seem to realize this. Covering up and conniving like this will only make her die faster. She can throw a tantrum in front of this saintess. This saintess won't bicker with her if she's jealous. She can also not listen to this saintess's arrangements. Without her, this saintess can still do things. But she can't be willful and reckless to the point where she doesn't care about the consequences. If Chu Maxin dies, we won't be able to establish ourselves in Lulan. Yao Mo Wan activated her true energy. Her clear and cold eyes were covered in frost. With this saintess's martial arts, those who oppose me will die. What's so important about these lowly commoners of Lulan? Qi Kanglin's deep eyes suddenly turned ice cold. His body abruptly swelled with a frightening pressure. If Great Shaman is so powerful, why is Crimson Flame Country still hiding on the island and refusing to see the world? Why does Venerable One still want to adopt this saintess's method to assimilate Dongzhou? Great Shaman should directly start a massacre. Kill tens of thousands of Dongzhou's commoners. Kill all the lowly commoners in your eyes. Kill this saintess. Yao Mo Wan's eyes that were as bright as stars shot out a fierce light. She stood straight in front of Qi Kanglin and pursed her cherry lips as she argued for what was right. At the side, Long Bingxin felt the air suddenly drop. An unprecedented chill pierced her heart. Who said that when two tigers fight, the one who sits and watches will be the fisherman who benefits? She didn't see how she could benefit. She only knew that if the two of them continued to fight, it was very likely that she, a fish in the moat, would be implicated. You think this saintess doesn't dare? When the most painful thing in his heart was thrown out in broad daylight, Qi Kanglin could no longer maintain his calm and indifference. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Yao Mo Wan's snow-white neck. There seemed to be two balls of raging fire burning in his blood-red eyes. If you have the ability, then kill this saintess. If not, then take that idiot lover of yours and scram as far as you can. Although Yao Mo Wan was furious, she was still rational. Qi Kanglin didn't dare to kill her not because they had been together for such a long time, but because Qi Kanglin still needed her life to help him subdue Eastern Continent. Lowly peasant. Seeing the determination and arrogance in Yao Mo Wan's eyes, Qi Kanglin abruptly increased the strength in his hand until Yao Mo Wan's eyes were bloodshot, waiting for her to beg for mercy. If you're not cheap, then strangle me to death. Yao Mo Wan just happened to say this. On the other side, Long Bingxin took a long time to gather her anger before she stepped forward. If Saintess Wanner dies, the consequences will be unimaginable. Long Bingxin didn't know what was at stake, so she could only describe it as unimaginable. In a deathly silence, Qi Kanglin's white hair danced wildly behind him. His handsome face was distorted from anger. Perhaps it was because of the unyielding determination in Yao Mo Wan's eyes. Or perhaps it was because of Long Bingxin's unimaginable words, but Qi Kanglin didn't take Yao Mo Wan's life in the end. He leaped and disappeared into the blue horizon. Cough, cough, cough. Yao Mo Wan took a deep breath, her jade fingers caressing her neck. She only managed to calm down after about half a cup of tea. Shopkeeper, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Why are you so serious with him? In the end, Long Bingxin looked too similar to Yao Mo Wan. Her heart ached as she helped Yao Mo Wan up. I calculated that he wouldn't dare to kill me, so what's there to be afraid of? Yao Mo Wan rubbed her throat and said lightly. On the other side, the corner of Long Bingxin's mouth twitched. 3 black lines appeared on her forehead. She was thinking too much. Then you're not kind. Bingxin saw that the veins on High Priest's neck were about to burst. To be able to remain so calm in the face of life and death, no one was ordinary. At least, she, Long Bingxin, couldn't. Otherwise, she wouldn't have betrayed Gathering Immortal Building. He deserves it. With how willful Huan Luo is, she'll cause his death sooner or later. Yao Mo Wan had always felt that she was doing this for Qi Kanglin's own good, Whether they die or not has nothing to do with us. Lung Bingxin thought this way. Meanwhile, Yao Mo Wan and Lung Bingxin talked back to Gathering Immortal Building. When they pushed open the door to Gathering Immortal Building, Yao Mo Wan and Lung Bingxin were shocked by the scene in front of them. Sorry, I came back late. A clear voice floated over. Lung Bingxin looked up and saw that Mei Ji was tied up like a crab and hung on a beam. Her eyes were filled with helplessness. Bingxin, why are you here? Before Lung Bingxin could react, Yin Shui suddenly rushed out from the shadows and grabbed Lung Bingxin from Yao Mo Wan's hands. She was so excited that her eyes were brimming with tears. Lung Bingxin, you actually didn't die? Yi Junqing, who was sitting in the center of the hall, suddenly stood up and said in surprise, is King Chu trying to be funny? Was she, Lung Bingxin, someone who would die so easily? Ting Yu died. I originally thought that she had disappeared just like you. A trace of sorrow flashed through Yin Shui's teary eyes. Ting Yu died? What happened? Who did it? Ever since Lung Bingxin had become Yao Mo Wan's subordinate, her relationship with Ting Yu was the best. Now that she heard the news of Ting Yu's death, Lung Bingxin was instantly shaken and tears welled up in her eyes. That person said that he was Yi Hongyi. After strangling Ting Yu to death, he threw her into Jade Lake. He let Ting Yu freeze inside for a full 10 days. Originally, Master had already seen through that person, but a man dressed in black suddenly appeared and saved that person. After that, even Master went missing. It's been 3 months. His Majesty has practically turned the entire eastern continent upside down, but unfortunately, there's no news of Master at all. Yin Shui simply described how she and Yi Junqing had spent the past 3 months. It was Yi Hongyi. It was actually Yi Hongyi who killed Ting Yu. Lung Bingxin's fists were tightly clenched and her eyes were filled with extreme regret. If she had known earlier, she would have killed Yi Hongyi when she was changing his skin. If I see Yi Hongyi in the future, Yin Shui will definitely get revenge for Ting Yu. Bingxin, just how did you manage to survive these past 3 months? Do you have any news of Master? By the time Yin Shui returned to the main topic, Yi Junqing had already walked over to Lung Bingxin. He had a gratified expression on his face. Lung Bingxin's survival had given him endless hope. At such a close distance, Lung Bingxin couldn't help but be stunned. The once peerless Yi Junqing had actually become this haggard. He was so skinny that it felt too bony. How did you guys find this place? Lung Bingxin reflexively glanced at Yao Mo Wan and changed the topic. What a coincidence. Yin Shui had originally accompanied His Majesty to Great Zhou to look for Master, but we hadn't expected to run into Mei Ji. We originally thought that Mei Ji was Nameless person and that it was very likely that Master had been kidnapped by Nameless. So we followed, explained Yin Shui concisely. Do you have any news of Moen, or not? Lung Bingxin, you couldn't have sided with Nameless, right? Yi Junqing's eyes flashed as he looked towards Lung Bingxin suspiciously. Of course not. Actually, I don't know who had kidnapped me either. When I woke up, I was already in Lulan. Coincidentally, Mei Ji was also here. We can be considered friends in times of adversity. In consideration of Gui Daozi's safety, Lung Bingxin didn't plan on telling Yi Junqing everything that had happened in Crimson Flame Country. Then there's no news of Master. Yin Shui was rather disappointed when she heard this. Since that's the case, we'll go look elsewhere. Lung Bingxin's words instantly turned Yi Junqing's hopes to dust. His clear eyes instantly dimmed. Your Majesty, Bingxin feels that you should stay for now. I heard that Chu Ma Bei, Chu Ma Xin, and Han Jini are all here, so they must have come because they received some news. Lung Bingxin immediately stopped Yi Junqing when she saw that he was about to leave. If Master was dead, then even if Yi Junqing used all his strength, he still wouldn't be able to find Master. If Master wasn't dead, then Qi Kanglin and the others would definitely hide him, and Yi Junqing wouldn't be able to find him. Rather than having him taking Shui out to eat and sleep in the open, it would be better to have them settle down here. In any case, this holy maiden Wan was going to invite Chu Ma Bei and the others to a banquet tomorrow, so perhaps there would be a turn for the better. You're saying? While Yi Junqing was still in shock, Mei Ji finally couldn't help but speak up. Can you guys talk about it later? there's still one hanging here. It was true that Yin Shui and Yi Juanqing's movement techniques were exceptional, but Mei Ji wasn't an ordinary person either. Halfway there, Mei Ji had already found out about Yin Shui and the others. The reason she had brought Yi Juanqing to Lulan's new village was because she felt that there were really too few men as devoted as Yi Juanqing in this world. It would be good if she could do something for him. Furthermore, Great Chu's internal strife had already ended, and the Iron Blood Corps no longer existed. Everything had been a scheme of Crimson Flame Country, so she owed Yi Juanqing. When Yin Shui heard this, she looked towards Long Bingxin. Only when Long Bingxin nodded did she release Mei Ji. Ahem. You guys continue chatting. This shopkeeper will go upstairs first, said Yao Moen, who had been standing at the side. Yao Moen, who had been standing at the side for a long time, also spoke. When she first saw Yi Juanqing, she felt an indescribable sourness in her heart. Chu Maxin and Chu Mabe had also come to see Yao Moen. Although they looked tired, they weren't as haggard as the man in front of her. That's right. This is the shopkeeper of Jushin Tower, and also Bingxin and Mei Ji's benefactor. When we couldn't eat, it was the shopkeeper who took us in and gave us food to eat. Long Bingxin suddenly felt like she was overshadowing the host and immediately pushed Yao Moen to the front. Moen, take off your veil. The moment Yi Juanqing saw Yao Moen, his dull eyes instantly lit up. After seeing her for 3 years, Yi Juanqing immediately felt that Yao Moen's gaze was very familiar. Who are you? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Yi Juanqing. Her heart moved even more. At the time, Chu Maxin and Chu Mabe hadn't made this request. It seemed that Qi Kanglin was right. In all of Eastern Continent, the person who loved Yao Moen the most was Yi Juanqing. He's King Chu, Yi Juanqing. At the side, Yin Shui also felt that Yao Moen's eyes were very familiar and had the same thought as Yi Juanqing. Long Bingxin, you're the one who brought this on yourself. Deal with it yourself. Yao Moen glanced at Yi Juanqing coldly, then turned to head up the stairs. Just as Yin Shui was about to make a move, Long Bingxin suddenly stopped her. It's best if you don't make a move. She has bodyguards, and their martial arts are very strong. As Long Bingxin spoke, her gaze swept over Jushin Tower. She inwardly rejoiced that Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo weren't here, and that annoying Diao Jiao was still at Lu Jing's residence. Otherwise, if they really fought, Yin Shui would definitely suffer. She was also present in Great Shu's throne room. Bingxin, that person seems to be very similar to Master, don't you think? Yin Shui said bluntly. I really couldn't tell. Let's go. I'll arrange a room for you guys. Tomorrow night, Master will be inviting Chu Mabe and the others to a banquet. At that time, it'll be very lively. Just thinking about it made Long Bingxin break out in a cold sweat. When Yin Shui and Yi Juanqing saw that Long Bingxin wanted to say something, they looked at each other, then followed Long Bingxin to the 3rd floor. Back at Lu Jing's residence. Ever since Yao Moen and the others left, Diao Diao had been following Han Jini. No matter where Han Jini went or what he did, she had to follow him. This Miss Diao, this Supreme Lord wants to go to the bathroom right now. Do you want to follow as well? At first, Han Jini was still a bit pleased with himself. This woman had chosen him between him and Chu Mabe, so it was enough to prove that his charm was higher than Chu Mabe's. Diao Diao's appearance filled Han Jini with confidence. Unfortunately, in less than 2 hours, Han Jini regretted his decision. This woman was too difficult to deal with. Even a dogskin plaster was nothing more than this. All right, let's go together. Diao Diao's expression lit up with joy when she received Han Jini's invitation. She took a step forward. Han Jini was speechless. He felt as if a large black cloud was pressing down on his head, followed by lightning and thunder. What a strange woman. Han Jini truly couldn't take it anymore and moved to seal Diao Diao's acupoints. Unfortunately, Han Jini discovered that his martial arts were actually inferior to Diao Diao's, so he was frozen in place. Chapter 572. Why did I freeze? It was an instinctive reaction. Don't mind me. Diao Jiao immediately unsealed Han Jini's acupoint when she saw that Han Jini was still standing there. Then she lifted her delicate and enchanting face with an incomparably bright smile. Han Jini was speechless. 3 black lines gradually appeared on his forehead. Are you sure this is an instinctive reaction and not a show of force in front of me? Han Jini doubted Diao Jiao's explanation. Janny, didn't you want to go to the latrine? Diao Jiao will stand guard for you. Don't worry, if anyone dares to peek, I'll dig out their eyes and break their legs. Diao Jiao's expression was firm. Her gaze told Han Jini that she wasn't joking. Ahem. Miss Diao can call me Sovereign or Han Jini. They had only met by chance, so Han Jini really didn't feel that she was that familiar with the woman in front of her. Not good ear. Hurry up and go. It's not good for your kidneys to hold it in for too long. Diao Jiao moved closer, scaring Han Jini so much that she took a few steps back. Jini will do. Han Jini threw this down and hurried into the latrine. I told you, Jini is the best. Diao Jiao's lips curled into a charming smile and a crafty glint flashed through her eyes. She liked this man. That night, the moon hung high in the sky and the night was dreamy. In the forest behind Xinxiang, Huan Luo floated alone on a tree branch and looked up at the sky. Her clothes were as white as snow and her hair fluttered in the wind. She clearly heard the person behind her, but she didn't turn around. When she saw Qi Kanglin and Yao Moen opposing each other, the knot in Huan Luo's heart was untied. She finally believed that she was more important than Yao Moen in Qi Kanglin's heart because at that moment, he really wanted to kill Yao Moen. Why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Qi Kanglin's clear voice always exuded a bewitching power. He slowly walked to Huan Luo's side with unconcealable worry in his eyes. I thought you wouldn't care about me anymore. Even if I died outside, you wouldn't even look at me. Huan Luo's tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Coupled with the gentle moonlight, it made one's heart ache. How could that be? Seeing the tears in Huan Luo's eyes, Qi Kanglin swallowed all the words of rebuke back into his throat. Perhaps she was just being willful for a moment. Qi Kanglin comforted himself. Kanglin, I was just afraid that Lung Bingxin would tell Chu Ma Xin about what happened in Crimson Flame Country, but Lung Bingxin is Gui Daozi's final disciple. So, did I do something wrong? She turned around and looked at Qi Kanglin with teary eyes. His long silver hair and deep eyes were what she had been chasing her entire life. This man was hers. She had always felt this way. With Gui Daozi here, Lung Bingxin wouldn't dare speak nonsense. Don't worry, Diao Jiao saved Chu Ma Xin. Facing such a tear-stained face, Qi Kanglin could not say a word of harsh words. Unknowingly from when, his emotions had become more and more intense. But Huan Luo doesn't want to go back. Yao Moen won't let me off. Huan Luo spoke words that even she herself felt disdain for in order to gain Qi Kanglin's pity. Yao Moen wouldn't let her off? She wouldn't let Yao Moen off. Don't worry, with this priest here, Yao Mo Wan won't dare to act rashly. It's getting late. Come back with this priest. Whenever Qi Kanglin thought about how he had almost strangled Yao Moen to death, he felt as if his heart had been flooded by seawater. A bitter taste filled every cell in his body. He was truly infuriated by Yao Moen. Otherwise, how could he have acted so impulsively? Impulsively? Qi Kanglin was disappointed and disappointed. It had been many years since he had acted so impulsively. Go back? Huan Luo lifted her eyes and looked towards Qi Kanglin in confusion. We can't leave Xinxiang for now. We can't let Yao Moen do whatever she wants. Let's find an inn first. After that intense argument, Qi Kanglin didn't know how to face Yao Moen for now. After hearing Qi Kanglin's explanation, Huan Luo felt that she had won this round. The round moon hung high in the sky. When the bright moonlight fell on Yi Junqing's face, it seemed to be covered in a layer of silver light. It made Yi Junqing seem cold and lonely. You still haven't slept? It's the bed in Jushin Tower that isn't comfortable. Yao Moen had just gotten thirsty in the middle of the night. When she got up, she saw Yi Junqing leaning against the window in the corner of the corridor, so she walked out of the room. The hardest thing to obtain is not being able to obtain and having already lost. Ever since Moen disappeared, we realized that we had never actually accompanied Moen to admire the moon. It turns out that we owe Moen so much. Yi Junqing didn't turn back. His deep eyes stared absent-mindedly at the full moon in the sky. When they were together, he had thought too little about Yao Moen, so little that he felt ashamed of his own inferiority. How can things in the world go as one wishes? Yao Moen felt that it was inconceivable that she had left the room and taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yi Junqing. However, since she was already here, she couldn't just turn around and leave. As long as everything goes as one wishes, we will continue to search. Yi Junqing's gaze was resolute. What if you still can't find her? Yao Moen looked at the man in front of her curiously. Continue to search until you die. Yi Junqing really did think this way. Yao Moen was slightly shocked and couldn't help but look at Yi Junqing a few more times. What kind of feelings could make this man so loyal? Yao Moen's curiosity was piqued. Tell me about that, Yao Moen. Yao Moen suddenly became interested and leaned against Yi Junqing. There is no need for outsiders to know about the matters between us and Moen. Just as Yao Moen was about to listen, Yi Junqing turned to leave without a trace of reluctance. This completely doused all of Yao Moen's enthusiasm. It really was as the saying goes, chasing people isn't buying and selling. A light breeze blew past and Yao Moen was thrown into disarray. It wasn't until Yao Moen returned to her room out of boredom that Yin Shui and Long Bingxin walked out of the shadows. She really does resemble Master, said Yin Shui indifferently as she looked at Yao Moen's back. Unfortunately, she isn't. Long Bingxin shook her head. In reality, she still wasn't sure if Holy Maiden Wan was Yao Moen or not. Bingxin, although I don't know how you managed to survive these past 3 months, Yin Shui really wouldn't believe a single word of your explanation. You naturally have your reasons for not telling me, but Yin Shui hopes that you can understand that in order to find Master, Yi Junqing suffered quite a bit. If you know Master's whereabouts, it's best if you tell me the truth. Yin Shui looked towards Long Bingxin solemnly. Bingxin remembers Master's kindness. If there's news of Master, Bingxin will be the first to go find him. There's no need to stay here and wait for death. Long Bingxin felt a bit helpless. There were some things that really couldn't be said carelessly, otherwise people would die. I've already sent out a secret letter earlier to tell Bin Lei that you're here. I trust that in less than a month, Bin Lei will arrive in Xinjiang. Ever since Bin Lei had returned from Great Shu and found out the truth, he had gone to find Long Bingxin like a madman. No matter how everyone tried to persuade him, he wouldn't listen. So what if he was looking for a needle in a haystack? At least there was still hope. It seemed that Bin Lei hadn't been very comfortable during this time. Many thanks. When Long Bingxin heard the 2 words Bin Lei, tears instantly overflowed from her eyes. She really missed him too much. Long Bingxin's hands were tightly clenched in her sleeves and tears were already streaming down her face. The next day, because Jushin Restaurant didn't have Diao Diao and Qikanglan, business took a sharp turn for the worse. In the enormous 3rd floor, there were only a dozen or so customers eating. Yao Moen knew that if it weren't for the fact that they still had leftover flame coins, they probably wouldn't have stepped through Jushin Restaurant's doors. This wasn't a solution. Yao Moen was inwardly anxious. Of the 6 months, 1 month had already passed. If she didn't show some results, the consequences would be hard to predict. Shopkeeper, how many dishes are you planning on preparing for tonight's banquet? As Yao Moen was pondering this, Long Bingxin carefully walked over. That's right, there's still a banquet tonight, 50 dishes. Bingxin, go to Lu residence for me, and tell Chu Ma Xin and the others that tonight's banquet isn't free. As long as they step through Jushin Restaurant's doors, each person will have to pay 3,000 taels of flame coins. Remember, it's each person. Yao Moen emphasized the last part of her sentence. When Long Bingxin heard this, the corners of her lips couldn't help but twitch. How sinister. Bingxin will go now. Long Bingxin accepted the order and turned around, but she was called back by Yao Moen. Bingxin, don't you think 3,000 taels is a little too little? Long Bingxin fell over the moment she finished speaking. After Long Bingxin left, Yao Moen suddenly felt a cold sensation on her ankle. When she looked down, she saw a little azure snake wrapped around her ankle. Devilish brat, are you trying to rebel? Yao Mowen calmly stood there and didn't move. Yesterday, godfather and concubine didn't come back. Was it your doing? Behind Yao Mowen, Qi Xiudi's small face was cold and his eyes were icy. Do you think this saintess has the ability to kill both your godfather and Huan Luo at the same time? Yao Mowen raised her brows, and her cherry lips curved. Although Qi Xiudi wasn't very friendly towards Yao Mowen truly liked him. You're stupid to death. You don't have that ability. Qi Xiudi heard Yao Mowen's explanation and casually put the little azure snake away. Little brat, your godfather eloped with your concubine. He doesn't want a burden like you. When Yao Mowen saw Qi Xiudi's angry appearance, she immediately walked over and patted his head. You're lying. Godfather likes me the most. Qi Xiudi fiercely shook off Yao Mowen's hand and glared fiercely at her. Are you his biological child? He probably likes you more. Also, that concubine of yours usually treats you well because she wants to use you to curry favor with your godfather. Now that godfather is in her hands, you don't have any value anymore. Yao Mowen teased, but when she looked at Qi Xiudi, her heart suddenly shook. Such a stubborn child actually had tears in his eyes. Yao Mowen suddenly felt vexed. Qi Xiudi was an orphan. Her words were too harsh. Don't worry, if they don't want you, I do. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, tell this saintess. This saintess will stand up for you. Yao Mowen tried to salvage the situation. Go away. Who needs you to stand up for me? Qi Xiudi doesn't need anyone to stand up for him. Qi Xiudi stomped his feet and left. By the time he left, his tears were already pouring out. Yao Mowen's eyes gradually darkened as she watched Qi Xiudi walk down the stairs angrily. This child didn't have it easy. The banquet at night was extremely sumptuous. The 50 dishes were all made from real ingredients, and they looked, smelled, and tasted great. Even so, when faced with the price of 3,000 taels per person, this banquet still had some suspicions of being overpriced. Around 5 in the evening, the brightly lit Gathering Immortal restaurant welcomed the most distinguished gods since its opening. The first to enter Gathering Immortal restaurant was Chu Mabe. After giving Longbing Xin 3,000 taels of flame coins, Chu Mabe walked to the side of the long jade table in the main hall. Next was Chu Ma Xin, who also paid 3,000 taels of flame coins. Chu Ma Xin naturally sat with Chu Mabe. Next was Han Genie. To him, money was just a symbol. He really didn't care about these 3,000 taels. However, when Han Genie handed over the flame coins, Diao Jiao took them back. Genie is one of us. There's no need to pay. Diao Jiao's snake-like alluring body stuck close to Han Genie. Then she stuffed the flame coins back into Han Genie's arms. Han Genie decided to endure the humiliation of Diao Jiao, publicly reaching her hand into his black robe. The reason was because he didn't want to prove in front of everyone that he couldn't beat a woman. Whether he's one of us or not isn't up to you to decide. Shopkeeper, someone is trying to ruin the place. Longbing Xin glanced at Diao Jiao, then called out Yao Mowen. She really wanted to see just how much of a difference there was between her and Diao Jiao in the shopkeeper's heart. A few seconds after Longbing Xin's voice fell, Yao Mowen was already standing in front of Han Genie and Diao Jiao. When she saw the two of them sticking to each other like glue, Yao Mowen finally understood why Diao Jiao had volunteered earlier. Master, Genie is one of us. There's no need to pay. Diao Jiao missed Yao Mowen after not seeing her for a few days. Chapter 573. I do have to pay Supremacy Han's 3,000 taels, but what about yours? Yao Mowen's words made Diao Jiao speechless. Master, Diao Jiao has to pay too. Diao Jiao pushed Han Genie away and looked at Yao Mowen with astonishment. Everyone who enters Jushin Tower has to pay. Of course, it's only for tonight. However, you have a choice. 1. Don't enter. 2. Help Bing Xin prepare the food. Yao Mowen's righteousness stunned Longbing Xin. It seemed that Diao Jiao didn't mean much in Yao Mowen's heart. Genie, let's go back. It's fine if we don't eat, right? Diao Jiao looked towards Yao Moen hatefully in disappointment. Here are 6,000 taels of flame coins. Shopkeeper Shang, take it. Han Genie didn't care about Diao Diao and immediately handed it to Yao Moen. Genie, you. When Diao Diao saw Han Genie walk into the main hall, she stomped her feet at Yao Moen before following after. After the four of them sat down, Yi Junqing slowly walked down from the third floor. Yi Junqing? Why are you here? The moment Chu Ma Xin saw Yi Junqing, he shot to his feet and spoke in disbelief. When Chu Mabe and Han Genie heard this, they both fell silent. The current Yi Junqing no longer had his former elegance. His thin and withered body made the azure robes he wore seem especially large. You're all here, so why can't we be here? When Yi Junqing saw the shock in Chu Ma Xin's eyes, his lifeless heart began to stir. Yao Moen had always doted on Chu Ma Xin the most. Now that Chu Ma Xin wasn't staying in Lulan Imperial Capital and had run over to Xinxiang, what did this mean? Chu Mabe and Han Genie's sudden appearance also meant something. How could that be the same? We can be here, but you can't. Chu Ma Xin panicked. With Yi Junqing here, if Yao Moen came out, she would definitely have to leave with him. Ma Xin, King Chu, please sit. Chu Mabe displayed great elegance. Right now, the main point wasn't Yi Junqing's existence, but Yao Moen. Master, Yi Junqing didn't pay, right? Diao Jiao jumped up from Han Genie's side and pointed coldly at Yi Junqing and Yin Shui. He didn't, said Lung Bingxin before Yao Moen could speak. Why should I? Diao Jiao disagreed. Because they are the innkeeper's friends. Some people don't know how to make friends. Long Bingxin looked at Han Genie meaningfully. Han Genie was speechless. He really did not know when he had gained a friend. In his eyes, Diao Jiao was the god of plague and his nemesis. He really wanted to get rid of this demon at any time. Repair the flute? Yao Moen ignored Lung Bingxin and Diao Jiao's bickering and walked around the long table to Qi Xiudi, who was sitting in the corner. Let's eat together, Yao Moen said gently with a trace of guilt in her eyes. It's none of your business. I want to wait for my godfather and aunt. They won't abandon me. Qi Xiudi tilted his head and looked at the door. His stubborn voice carried a strong, sobbing tone. They went out to run some errands and didn't come back for a few days. Because they left in a hurry, they asked me to pass on the message. They would be fools if they didn't want someone as smart, and brave as you. I was just joking with you at the time. It's not like you don't know how jealous I was of the two of them. Yao Moen lied. Jealous of Huan Luo? Tui. Really? Qi Xiudi turned to look at Yao Moen with sparkling eyes. I also think it's fake. Hurry and eat. If you get skinny, you won't be handsome anymore. Yao Moen stroked Qi Xiudi's little head and nodded. When Chu Ma Xin saw this scene, his heart suddenly felt uncomfortable. What are you wasting time for? Hurry and hand over Yao Moen. Chu Ma Xin forcefully held back his tears and shouted loudly. If this shopkeeper hands over Yao Moen, will you guys stop bothering me? Yao Moen pulled Qi Xiudi over to the table and looked at everyone seriously. Of course, who do you think you are? Chu Ma Xin raised his brows and said as if it was a matter of fact. All right, everyone eat first. This shopkeeper will bring out your so-called Yao Moen right now. Yao Moen let go of Qi Xiudi and turned to go up the stairs. Yao Moen is Yao Moen. What do you mean by so-called Yao Moen? Chu Ma Xin mumbled as his eyes subconsciously fell on Qi Xiudi. What's your name? Asked Chu Ma Xin suspiciously as he looked at the little boy he had caught. None of your damn business, Qi Xiudi bluntly retorted, causing Chu Ma Xin's face to turn bright red. You're lacking a lesson. Chu Ma Xin slapped the table. You're the one lacking a lesson. Your entire family is lacking a lesson. Qi Xiudi smashed his chopsticks, causing an even bigger commotion than Chu Ma Xin. At the side, Chu Mabe's expression darkened. Even so, the atmosphere in the main hall was still so tense that it was hard to breathe. Yi Junqing didn't understand what was going on, but when he heard Yao Moen say that she could bring out the person he'd missed every single day for the past 3 months, his heart seemed to follow Yao Moen and he couldn't control himself. Didn't you say you didn't know where Master was? Yin Shui looked towards Lung Bingxin coldly. We'll know in a bit. Long Bingxin couldn't defend herself, so she could only shrug helplessly. After about 5 minutes, Yao Moen slowly walked down the stairs. She was dressed in Chu clothes, her long hair was tied up, and the white veil covering her face was gone. The current Yao Moen, whether it was her body or her head, was exactly the same as the picture on the wall tower. Moen? Moen, we've finally found you. The moment Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen, he abruptly stood up. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the person he'd been thinking about day and night. Yi Junqing's tears silently slid down his face. Yao Moen, is that really you? Chu Mabe couldn't help but get up and slowly walk towards the stairs. A trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Yao Moen, what are you running around for? You're making this prince look for you. The moment Chu Ma-xin saw Yao Moen, he felt a lump in his throat. Ugly girl, you've really made this supreme lord worry to death. Han Jini was extremely moved and a light flashed through her eyes. The moment Yi Junqing's hand was about to touch Yao Moen abruptly stopped. I'll have to disappoint everyone. I'm not Yao Moen. I'm the shopkeeper of Jushin Tower. My surname is Shang, and I'm called Wan. Everyone can call me Shopkeeper Shang or Wan like before, but you can't call me Yao Moen, said Yao Moen solemnly. You're not Moen? How is that possible? Yi Junqing's mind buzzed with lightning. Who would believe that the person in front of him wasn't Yao Moen? There are many strange things in this boundless world. What's so strange about Wan, or looking the same as Empress Chu? When Yao Moen saw everyone's reaction, she once again firmly believed that although all 4 of them missed Yao Moen, none of them missed Yao Moen as much as Yi Junqing. Master, what exactly happened in the past 3 months? You don't remember us? Next to Yi Junqing, In Shue's eyes were hazy with tears and her voice was choked with sobs. I'm really not Yao Moen. In reality, those bandits mistook me for someone else. That's why this misunderstanding occurred. I'm very sorry to disappoint everyone, but this is the truth and no one can change it. Now that the truth has been revealed, Wan has given everyone an explanation. From now on, Wan doesn't wish to wear a veil anymore. So I hope that everyone can cancel the notice to search for Yao Moen in Lulan. If this continues, Wan will truly be troubled. Yao Moen made a sincere request. You're Yao Moen. Why won't you admit it? Did they threaten you? There's so many of us. How could we possibly be afraid of that white-haired guy? Chu Ma-xin rushed forward and grabbed Yao Moen's arm. I'm sorry. When Yao Moen saw the tears in Chu Ma-xin's eyes, she suddenly felt that she had been too cruel. However, she couldn't just tell these people that she was Yao Moen and deceive their feelings. This prince doesn't want you to be sorry. This prince wants Yao Moen. Chu Ma-xin sobbed like a little beast as tears streamed out of his eyes. He had come filled with hope, but this was the result. Chu Ma-xin couldn't accept it. Wan also wants to be Yao Moen to have so many people care for me. However, if Wan uses the title of Yao Moen and accepts everyone's doting affection, Wan can't do something that goes against my conscience. For a moment, Yao Moen suddenly felt that if it weren't for the fact that Sikong Mu was controlling her from behind and Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo were watching over her, even if she really was Yao Moen, it wouldn't be a bad thing. You're not Yao Moen? But why do you look so similar? Chu Ma-xin didn't give up. At the side, Yi Junqing, Chu Ma-bei, and Han Jini were all silent as they looked towards the woman in front of them, hoping to find a reason to convince themselves. Wan doesn't want to, but unfortunately, it's the face my parents gave me. Wan can't do anything about it. Yao Moen shrugged helplessly, then walked down the stairs to the table. Bingxin? In Shue's eyes were filled with doubt, hoping to get an answer from Long Bingxin. She really isn't master. At the very least, Bingxin dares to use her life to guarantee that she hasn't changed her appearance. Long Bingxin's voice carried a trace of bitterness. She really hadn't changed her appearance, but it was hard to say that she had changed her appearance. Gui Daozi's words had never been accurate. Even if she had seen Wan's previous appearance in the secret room, what could those few words prove? Even though Long Bingxin was doubtful, she couldn't rashly say anything. Firstly, Gui Daozi's life was in Sikong Mu's hands. Secondly, this matter was extremely important. She couldn't guarantee that Wan Er's actions weren't just to loosen the reins in order to grasp them better. If Wan Er really wasn't Yao Moen and gave everyone the wrong information because of one sentence, the consequences wouldn't be something she could bear. When Long Bingxin closed her mouth, a trace of disappointment and desolation flashed through everyone's faces. Perhaps she really wasn't Yao Moen. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her not to acknowledge everyone. Chu Mabe sighed inwardly and silently returned to his seat. He had his own thoughts. At the side, Diao Jiao also pulled Han Jini back to the table. She really isn't the Yao Moen you're looking for. I grew up with her, so there's no mistake. Added Diao Jiao. If you aren't Yao Moen, then you shouldn't be wearing this face. Watch as this prince cuts you, roared Chu Ma Xin in grief and indignation. As he spoke, he moved forward. Diao Jiao's heart trembled, but just as she was about to attack, she saw the Qi Xiu flute blocking in front of Yao Moen. With this young master here, no one can even think about bullying her. The 7- or 8-year-old child had a resolute expression on his face. His obsidian eyes shone with a resolute light. At this moment, Qi Xiu flute had already summoned 7 little snakes. When Yao Moen saw the brightly colored little snakes coiled around Qi Xiu flute's arm, her body trembled and she couldn't help but swallow. Ma Xin, don't be rude. Chu Mabe promptly called Chu Ma Xin back and turned to look at Yao Moen. Holy manager, please don't blame him. Ma Xin and Yao Moen are like mother and son. He was originally filled with hope, but now that things have turned out like this, it's hard for him to not throw a fit. His demonic eyes contained a gloomy light. As Chu Mabe spoke, Yao Moen felt a gust of cold wind blow past and a chill ran up from the soles of her feet. Her intuition told her that this man in front of her wasn't a simple person. Among these people, the one she should be the most wary of was him. Regarding this, Warner expresses deep regret. That's why I've set up a banquet to console you. Yao Moen sighed and returned to her seat. When Qi Xiu flute saw that Chu Ma Xin wasn't going to make another move, he put away the little snakes and sat down next to Yao Moen. Chapter 574. You're quite protective of me. Yao Moen patted Qi Xiudi's head with a comforting expression. Don't misunderstand. I'm doing this for Godfather and Yinyang. Otherwise, who cares if you die or not? Qi Xiudi shook his head stubbornly. Seeing this scene, Chu Ma Xin abruptly threw down his chopsticks and turned to leave. The moment Chu Ma Xin got up, Yao Moen clearly saw tears in his eyes. Since the truth has been revealed, this crown prince isn't feeling well, so I'll take my leave first. Chu Mabe was worried about Chu Ma Xin, so he got up and left Jushin Tower. Han Jini had come with Chu Mabe, so they naturally left together. Jini, don't leave. When Diao Jiao saw Han Jini get up, she immediately pulled him back. Holy manager, if you're not Yao Moen, then we're disturbing you. If you are, this Supreme Lord will be very disappointed with your current performance. Other than the 3,000 taels of flame coins, this purple glass is this Supreme Lord's extra payment for the meal. Han Jini didn't look at Diao Jiao and only looked at Yao Moen. After 3 months of relentless searching, 3 months of unforgettable longing, he had hidden all his feelings in his heart. No one knew that he had never given up on Yao Moen. Many thanks. Yao Moen's instincts were aroused by the purple glass. The moment she saw it, her eyes instantly burst with resplendent splendor. Han Jini just happened to see this. It was hard to believe that she wasn't Yao Moen. Goodbye. Han Jini didn't even look at Diao Jiao. This made Diao Jiao feel very frustrated. Jini, don't leave. When Diao Jiao saw that Han Jini was about to leave, she moved to block his way. Holy manager. Han Jini's voice gradually deepened. Diao Jiao, don't be rude. Leave, said Yao Moen solemnly as she looked towards Diao Jiao. Although she was unwilling, Diao Jiao felt that forcing Han Jini to stay wasn't a solution, so she reluctantly moved to the side. At this time, Yi Junqing was the only one left in Jushin Tower, standing there without saying a word. Cough. King Chu, are you planning on just standing there? Or are you going to sit down and eat with Wanner before leaving? Yao Moen was a bit afraid to look at Yi Juanqing's eyes. Those deep eyes were sparkling and filled with boundless affection. Moen, no matter what the reason is, no matter if you admit it or not, Junqing will never let you leave again. In this lifetime, Junqing will stay by your side no matter what. Even if you beat him to death, he won't lose you again. Yi Juanqing's clear voice was filled with unconcealable sorrow and determination. He walked towards Yao Moen step by step. His lips were tightly pursed and his gaze was like a blade. Cough, cough. Did King Chu not hear Wan Er's words clearly? I'm not Yao Moen. I'm called Sheng Wan Er. It's just that. Yao Moen put down the porcelain bowl and repeated herself patiently. If you want to be Sheng Wan Er, then be Sheng Wan Er. If you don't want to be the Empress of Chu, then I won't be the King of Chu. If you want to be the shopkeeper here, then I'll be your waiter. Shopkeeper, what do you want to eat? I'll help you get it. Yi Juanqing choked back sobs as the tears at the corners of his eyes fell to the ground. Don't come over. You over there, take him away. He's seriously ill. When Yi Juanqing called her shopkeeper, Yao Moen felt a chill run through her body and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Shopkeeper Sheng, we're unfamiliar with this new village and we don't have any travel expenses. Now that King Chu is like this, if you don't take us in, then you'll be forcing us into a dead end. In Shui looked towards Yao Moen pleadingly. It didn't matter if the person in front of her was her master or not. As long as they stayed, the truth would be revealed one day. Shopkeeper, if you're willing to give some money to King Chu, it'll be of great use in the future. Right now, Shi Kanglin isn't here. At the side, Lung Bingxin didn't miss this opportunity to walk over to Yao Moen's side and whisper quietly. When Yao Moen heard this, she carefully examined Yi Juanqing. His face was perfect, his facial features were exquisite, his eyebrows were like swords, and his nose bridge was high. If he was a little rounder, then you guys can stay and help. You'll get 10 taels of flame coins a month, 3 meals a day, and food and lodging will be provided. Yao Moen felt that after this incident, Shi Kanglin wouldn't listen to her anymore. Right now, she really lacked a money tree to attract business to. Many thanks, shopkeeper Sheng, said In Shui as she unintentionally glanced at Lung Bingxin. When they returned to the Lu residence, Chu Mabei sat elegantly in the main hall and picked up a teacup to take a light sip. She said she wasn't Yao Moen. Do you believe her? Han Jini walked into the hall with large strides. His bright voice contained a trace of doubt. It's hard to say, In Xiong. Chu Mabei's eyes were deep as he placed down the teacup and summoned In Xiong. This subordinate is here. In Xiong cupped his fists. This crown prince will give you 10 days. You must thoroughly investigate the background of those people in Jushin Tower for this crown prince. Once Chu Mabei gave this order, In Xiong immediately retreated. Don't you think that there's someone missing for tonight's banquet? Chu Mabei's charming eyes glistened and his thin lips curved. He would remember that man who had been able to take away his money pouch without him noticing. You're talking about that white hair? Asked Han Jini as he raised his brows in realization. That person must be inextricably linked to Nameless. But now, he's with Sheng Wan Er. This speaks volumes. This crown prince is thinking that if Sheng Wan Er is Yao Moen, then it's very likely that she was coerced or lost her memory. If she really isn't Yao Moen, then it's very likely that this crown prince's consort has already met with misfortune. If that's the case, this crown prince will definitely bury everyone in Jushin Tower, including that white hair. Chu Mabei's shimmering eyes glowed with a cold light as he tightened his grip on the teacup. Pong! The teacup shattered and the porcelain shards stabbed into Chu Mabei's palm. However, he didn't feel any pain. Moen, you won't die so easily. A scourge lives for 1,000 years. Have you forgotten what you said yourself? The night deepened and the candlelight flickered. The flickering candlelight contrasted with Yao Moen's beautiful appearance. Master, Jiao Jiao is begging you, all right? Next to the jade table, Yao Moen looked at Jiao Jiao's bitter expression through the purple glass in her hand and couldn't help but smile. Yearning for love? Yao Moen asked bluntly, and Jiao Jiao replied even more bluntly. I want him. Without him, Diao Jiao can't live. Diao Jiao approached Yao Moen and begged. Tell that to Han Genie. This saintess can't make decisions for him. With Chu Mabe, Yi Junqing, and Qi Kanglin as a contrast, Han Genie's appearance didn't stand out. However, he seemed to have a natural affinity that made people subconsciously want to get closer to him. This was the impression Han Genie gave Yao Moen. He doesn't like Diao Diao, so Diao Diao's words are no different from farts to him. Whenever Diao Diao thought of Han Genie's coldness, her heart would feel stifled. She had always thought that she was a great beauty that everyone loved, but the people that appeared in Jushin Tower these past few days simply ignored her. Even when she took the initiative to stick to them, they mercilessly returned her goods. Eastern Continent wasn't good. Very bad. This saintess can't do anything about this. Yao Moen played with the purple glass in her hand. This thing should be very valuable, at least more valuable than gold. Han Genie was a gold mine, Yao Moen thought. Of course you have a way. As long as you ask, you'll definitely be able to invite him over. Diao Jiao attentively poured a cup of tea and brought it to Yao Moen's side with a vulgar smile. What kind of reasoning is that? Yao Moen sneered and looked towards Diao Diao. Because he likes Yao Moen. Then you look the same as Yao Moen. As long as you invite him, he'll definitely come. Diao Diao sighed inwardly. That was close. If she had said it out loud, the situation would have gotten out of hand. So it's like that. Yao Moen's gaze moved from Diao Diao to the purple glass, and an evil thought gradually appeared in her heart. I'm begging you. If you get Han Genie for Diao Diao, then if you need anything in the future, Diao Jiao will definitely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Diao Jiao immediately expressed her stance. All right, but after you get him, what do you want to do? Yao Moen's interest was piqued, and she looked towards Diao Diao seriously. Of course it's to accompany him, serve him, move him, and then marry him. Marry him. Diao Jiao yearned for the days when they could fly side by side. She was so happy that her snot bubbles started blowing. Wouldn't this be too slow? This saintess does have a method. Come over here. Yao Moen called Diao Jiao over to her side and whispered a few words. In just a few seconds, Diao Jiao's face had already turned as red as a persimmon. This isn't very moral, right? After Yao Moen said her method, Diao Jiao looked towards Yao Moen hesitantly. You want moral? Yao Moen asked doubtfully. I want a handsome guy. Diao Jiao nodded firmly and left. Just as Diao Jiao opened the door, she saw Yi Junqing standing stiffly outside the door with a tray in his hands. You were eavesdropping. You're looking for a beating. Diao Jiao was about to make a move when Yao Moen stopped her. No man will like me if I'm too crude. You should go and prepare. Yao Moen glanced at Yi Junqing, then turned back to the colored glass in her hands. King Chu, please come in. Slow down. Don't fall. Diao Jiao understood and immediately put Yao Moen's words into action. Yi Junqing couldn't help but tremble, then entered Yao Moen's room. At this time, Diao Jiao had already closed the door from the outside. King Chu is looking for water? Yao Moen glanced at the pastries Yi Junqing had placed in front of her. Lung Bingxin said that you ordered the kitchen to make these. Junqing can't eat this much, so she brought some over for you. The faint light from the purple-colored glass fell on Yao Moen's face, making her look even more beautiful. She was like Chang-yi in the moon, peerlessly beautiful. In Yi Junqing's eyes, Yao Moen had never changed. In his heart, Yao Moen had never left either. Bingxin really is attentive. Since you've put it aside, if King Chu doesn't have anything else, please leave. Yao Moen knew very well what kind of existence she was in Yi Junqing's eyes, so she did her best to avoid being alone with him. Didn't you want to hear about Yao Moen? Junqing will tell you now. Not only did Yi Junqing not leave, he even sat down. Isn't Warner an outsider? Asked Yao Moen. I've never been. When I first met Moen, I was still Great Chu's esteemed prince. I was placed under house arrest by Yi Hongyi and had to drink a pot of poison wine every day. At that time, I thought that since Ma Xin had already died, even if I was alive, I was just a walking corpse. If the wine was poisoned, then so be it. If I died, then so be it. But then one day, Yao Moen appeared and the rest of my life changed. Yi Junqing ignored Yao Moen's refusal and continued to talk. From when they first met at the esteemed prince's residence to when they hated each other at Guan Osprey Palace, from when Meng Yuan changed sides to when they attacked Chu City, everything was shocking. Yi Junqing used 2 hours to talk about the hardships he and Yao Moen had gone through. When he got to the part where Yao Moen had gone missing, a discordant voice drifted over. When Yi Junqing turned to look, Yao Moen had already fallen asleep by the table. Moen, it's good that you've forgotten Yi Hongyi. It's also good that you've forgotten your hatred, but how could you forget Junqing? How can I make you remember Junqing? Yi Junqing sat there silently and looked at Yao Moen for a long time. Finally, he took off his robe and draped it over Yao Moen before turning to leave. When the door closed, Yao Moen slowly opened her eyes. Her clear eyes were slightly watery. It was a touching story, but unfortunately, it had nothing to do with her. On the roof of Jushin Tower, 2 fairy-like figures stood side by side. Huan Luo unintentionally looked down and saw Qi Kanglin's clenched fist. Her heart gradually sank. Chapter 575. Yi Junqing is truly infatuated with Yao Moen. If he succeeds, I can't consider burying them together. Huan Luo's cold voice didn't contain a trace of warmth. Even after hearing such a moving story, she wasn't moved in the slightest. Yi Junqing really can't be left alive. His long silver hair was flowing with a faint moonlight, and his deep eyes were suffused with a cold light. A ripple gradually appeared in Qi Kanglin's heart. He had not tasted the taste of jealousy for nearly 10 years. That feeling made his whole body uncomfortable. For a moment, he really hated that he was not the protagonist of the story, and a sense of loss lingered in his heart. What did Venerable One say? Huan Luo temporarily stopped thinking about Qi Kanglin's generosity towards Yao Moen and changed the topic. She believed that with Venerable One's personality, once a chess piece was abandoned, there would only be one outcome. Bide your time and leave everything to Yao Moen. However, if you find her acting strangely, bring her back to Crimson Flame Country for trial. Qi Kanglin was lying. Sikong Mu's meaning was very clear. If Yao Moen acted strangely, she would be executed on the spot. Venerable One actually favors Yao Moen so much? Huan Luo was doubtful but didn't say anything. Go back first. This priest has something to tell Yao Moen. Qi Kanglin felt uneasy when he thought of his rudeness that day. I'll wait for you here. Huan Luo wasn't stupid enough to give them a chance to be alone together, so she said firmly. Qi Kanglin silently turned around and entered Yao Moen's room. There was a light and refreshing fragrance in the night wind. It was similar to the smell of silk leaf grass. Yao Moen was familiar with this smell. Silk leaf grass could be seen everywhere in Crimson Flame Country's Holy Maiden residence. High Priest didn't bring back Holy Maiden Huan Luo's head? Yao Moen's words were shocking. Since Qi Kanglin had disappeared for a day and a night, he must have found Huan Luo. Since that was the case, Huan Luo was most likely outside. Wanner, don't speak nonsense. Qi Kanglin had already prepared himself to speak calmly, but he hadn't expected Yao Moen to open her mouth with such sharp words. What? High Priest wants to strangle Wanner? All right, Wanner won't resist. Yao Moen didn't think that she was very broad-minded. Since he dared to put his hand on her neck, she still had to settle this debt. I was too heavy-handed earlier. Don't take it to heart. Qi Kanglin's face was as calm as water as he spoke. That's easy for you to say. The High Priest almost took Wanner's life. But forget it, who asked Wanner to be a lowly commoner? A life isn't worth much. Yao Moen originally wanted to rest, but seeing Qi Tsonglan appear, she became interested in accompanying him for a few rounds. Yao Moen's words seemed to belittle herself, but it made Qi Tsonglan feel very awkward. Sorry. For Qi Kanglin to say these 3 words to Yao Moen with his status as the High Priest of Crimson Flame Country, in anyone's eyes, it would be an enormous favor, but Yao Moen didn't think so. Even though the High Priestess is in the wrong, The one who should apologize the most is Huan Luo. She was actually so stubborn as to poison Chu Maxin to death. If Chu Maxin dies, Wan Er's plan will come to an end. No matter what, Wan Er will have to report this matter to the Magus. Unless... Yaomo Wan flipped her jade-like fingers as her eyes subconsciously glanced towards Qi Tsonglan. Unless what? Qi Tsonglan looked towards Yaomo Wan. He originally thought that his apology would make Yaomo Wan feel moved. After all, this was the first time in his life that he was apologizing. Unless Huan Luo is willing to apologize in front of this saintess, Yaomo Wan knew that what she said was a fantasy. If Huan Luo apologized to her, it would be even more impossible than taking a knife and killing her. Wan Er, if Huan Luo is in the wrong, this high priestess will naturally deal with her. She has no reason to apologize to you. Qi Tsonglan understood Huan Luo's temper. If he didn't say a few more words to Huan Luo, that person on the roof would do something shocking at any moment. At that time, the situation would be even more unsalvageable. The high priestess' words are unreasonable. No matter how noble Huan Luo's status is, how can it compare to the high priestess? If Wan Er didn't hear wrong, you apologize to Wan Er, right? Why can you do it, but Huan Luo can't? Who does she think she is? Yaomo Wan wanted to intensify the conflict between her and Huan Luo. On one hand, she wanted to give Qi Tsonglan a headache, and on the other hand, she wanted to divert the two's attention. Wan Er, you. Just as Qi Tsonglan was about to retort, a shrill scream suddenly came from the roof. Yaomo Wan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Then she got up and walked out of the room. Qi Tsonglan followed her out. When Yaomo Wan walked down the stairs, she suddenly saw Lung Bingxin supporting Yin Shui, who was coughing up blood, as they walked in. Behind them, Diao Jiao's hands were clenched into fists as she looked outside vigilantly. What happened? When Yaomo Wan rushed forward, Yin Shui's chest tightened and she coughed up another mouthful of blood. Bingxin. She's the one who saved Nameless in Great Shu's throne room and injured Han Jini. She definitely knows Master's whereabouts. If it wasn't for the fact that Yao Moen's words had angered Huan Luo on the roof, Huan Luo's true energy wouldn't have exploded and Yin Shui would have sensed her presence. Then things wouldn't have reached this stage. Shopkeeper, look. Lung Bingxin looked towards Yaomo Wan with a frown as she supported Yin Shui. It's Yaomo Wan again. Bingxin, Diao, you two help Yin Shui back. You have to find a way to treat her injuries. In the end, she's still a guest. If people find out that the guests staying in Jushin Tower can't even guarantee their personal safety, wouldn't that be ruining their reputation? Yaomo Wan turned to look towards Huan Luo. Yin Shui isn't leaving. Speak. Where is Yaomo Wan? Where did you guys hide Yaomo Wan? Even though she wasn't a match for Huan Luo, even though she would only die if she charged forward, Yin Shui still pushed Lung Bingxin away without hesitation and charged forward. Lowly commoner. You're courting death. Huan Luo was currently in a fit of anger, so she ignored the warning in Yaomo Wan's eyes. When she saw Yin Shui charge over, Huan Luo immediately circulated her qi and attacked with a palm. Just as Huan Luo's palm was about to land on Yin Shui, a blue figure suddenly descended from the sky and blocked the attack for Yin Shui. PFFF. Fresh blood gushed out of Yi Juanqing's mouth as a bone-piercing pain washed over him. Yi Juanqing clutched his chest as his internal organs shifted. Your Majesty. Yin Shui hadn't expected Yi Juanqing to block the attack for her. After a moment of shock, she rushed over to Yi Juanqing's side. It's good that you're fine. If something had happened to you, we wouldn't be able to explain things to Imo Wan. Without Lu Xing, without Ting Yu, she can't live without you. PFFF. How could Yi Juanqing possibly withstand Huan Luo's martial arts? Furthermore, Huan Luo was also in a fit of anger, so she had used all her strength in this attack. If anything happens to your Majesty, how would Yin Shui have the face to see Master? Your Majesty, nothing can happen to you. Tears streamed down Yin Shui's face. As she spoke, she placed her hand on Yi Juanqing's back and poured the last bit of her true energy into his body. When Yao Wan saw this, she felt her nose sting and her heart ache. Diao, save those two. Otherwise, that handsome guy of yours won't have a chance. Yao Wan forced herself to calm down and not let her tears fall. When she turned to look at Huan Luo, her gaze was bone-chilling. Diao wanted to protest, but when she saw Yao Wan's icy gaze, she tactfully followed Lung Bingxin to help Yin Shui and Yi Junqing up the stairs. Kanglin, let's go. Huan Luo ignored Yao Wan's murderous gaze and turned to leave. You're leaving just like that after throwing a tantrum at Jushin Tower? Yao Wan walked towards Huan Luo step by step. She clearly didn't know any martial arts, but the coldness from Yao Wan's body caused Huan Luo to shiver. How about it? Huan Luo had always looked down on Yao Wan. Even though Yao Wan was like a phoenix bathed in flames right now, Huan Luo still didn't care about her at all. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Diao and Lung Bingxin, who were on the third floor, looked at each other in dismay and stuck out their tongues. The moment their master showed her might, a sick cat would turn into a vicious tiger in a minute. Lowly commoner, you dare to hit this holy maiden? Huan Luo, who had been stunned for a long time, seemed to wake up from a dream. She covered her face in disbelief and glared at Yao Wan with eyes that seemed to be spitting fire. Why wouldn't I dare? Yao Wan snorted coldly, her cherry lips curling up in a wanton smile. Her palm felt a bit numb. She had used all her strength in that attack. This holy maiden will kill you. Huan Luo felt great humiliation from Yao Wan's successful sneak attack. At this moment, Huan Luo's palm was sharp and whistled towards Yao Wan like a hurricane. Huan Luo, stop messing around. At the side, Qi Kanglin, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stepped in front of Yao Wan and took Huan Luo's palm. Huan Luo, didn't you see? She just hit me? How can you still protect her? Huan Luo felt extremely wronged when she saw Qi Kanglin grabbing her jade-like palm. Tears flowed down her face. Wanner is naturally in the wrong, but before Qi Kanglin could finish, he saw Yao Wan turn around and walk around Qi Kanglin to arrive in front of Huan Luo. Her palm rose and fell, accompanied by a second crisp sound. Yao Wan's smile deepened and the coldness on her face eased a bit. Ah, lowly commoner. Kanglin, let go. Huan Luo, who had been slapped twice by Yao Wan, suddenly turned into a crazed demon. She struggled fiercely and opened Kanglin. She used all the true energy in her body and slapped the top of Yao Wan's head. The palm wind was swift and fierce, but Yao Wan didn't dodge. She only held her breath and looked at Huan Luo with bright eyes. She looked like she was facing death with equanimity. In reality, Yao Wan was still very, very afraid. Who in this world wasn't afraid of death? However, Yao Wan knew that she was far from being Huan Luo's match. Rather than dodge like a coward and accidentally trip herself to death, it was better to stay calm. She used her life to bet that Qi Kanglin would save her. As it turned out, the heavens had once again opened their eyes. Just as Huan Luo's hand was about to strike Yao Wan's head, Qi Kanglin's palm wind struck Huan Luo's body first. In this kind of situation, it was impossible to stop it. In this moment of imminent peril, Qi Kanglin could only attack Huan Luo. Huan Luo staggered as a force hit her from behind. She shifted her hand and smashed the sandalwood table behind Yao Moen into smithereens. A gust of wind blew the smithereens into dust. Yao Moen inwardly sighed in relief. Only then was she able to maintain a calm expression. Huan Luo, remember this. These two slaps were returned by this saintess on behalf of Yin Shui and Yi Junqing. From now on, unless you personally apologize to this saintess, Jushin Tower will no longer welcome you. Yao Wan was certain that Qi Kanglin couldn't bear for her to die right now. If she didn't act arrogantly now, then when? Lowly commoner. Huan Luo glared at Yao Wan with bloodshot eyes as she shouted hysterically, Huan Luo, calm down. Qi Kanglin moved to Huan Luo's side, afraid that she would attack again. After Yao Wan said what she wanted to say, she felt that there was nothing else for her to do here. Thus, she turned around and walked up the stairs, her heart pounding. Huan Luo, You all right? Chi Kanglin sighed inwardly when he saw that Yao Mo Wan had left. Only then did he look towards Huan Luo with a trace of guilt in his eyes. I'm fine. How could I be fine? You actually attacked me? You actually hit me for a lowly commoner? Kanglin, I grew up with you. Haven't I also stayed by your side all this time? I didn't hesitate to do anything for you. But all I got in return was a merciless slap like this. Huan Luo's tears rolled down her face and blood seeped out of the corner of her lips. She looked towards Chi Kanglin with grief and indignation. In just a split second, Huan Luo had turned from a fairy who had never eaten the food of the mortal world into a resentful woman. I don't want you to make any more mistakes. You should know that she can't die. A trace of guilt flashed through Chi Kanglin's eyes when he saw the despair and grief in Huan Luo's eyes. He had indeed been too heavy-handed, but in that sort of situation, if he hadn't been strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to stop Huan Luo. Chapter 576. So the one who should die is me, right? Huan Luo clutched her chest and smiled bitterly as she knocked Kai Kanglin out of Jushin Tower. In reality, she really wasn't that heavily injured. The blood was just from biting her cheek. Huan Luo just wanted Chi Kanglin to feel guilty and uneasy. As for Yao Moen, she definitely wouldn't lose. Once Huan Luo left, Chi Kanglin frowned slightly and reflexively looked towards the third floor. Although he was unwilling, he still followed Huan Luo out of Jushin Tower. The moon was clear outside the window, and the candlelight flickered in the room. Diao Jiao told Yao Moen that she had given Yi Junqing and Yin Shui some pills so they would wake up tomorrow morning. However, their lungs were injured and they would need to rest for a few days. At this time, Yao Moen slowly walked over to Yi Junqing's bed. As she looked at that slightly thin face, she felt indescribably depressed. Yao Moen subconsciously reached out and brushed Yi Junqing's hair aside. For some strange reason, her fingertips didn't leave his face. Instead, they slowly slid down. First, it was his cheekbones that were slightly protruding due to his thinness, then his nose, then his thin lips, and finally his lower jaw. Shopkeeper. When Long Bingxin pushed the door open, she was shocked to see that Yao Moen's fingertips were gently pinching Yi Junqing's lower jaw. This scene caused Long Bingxin to tremble, and she immediately wanted to close the door and leave. He's already so thin that he's disfigured. Now that Huan Luo slapped him, I can only hope that he'll be able to work for Jushin Tower again. This Jushin Tower hasn't closed yet. Yao Moen very naturally moved her fingers away and turned to walk to the table. When Long Bingxin saw this, she had no choice but to enter the room. Shopkeeper, this is today's account book. Thankfully, Meiji is helping out, so business is still pretty good. As Long Bingxin spoke, she handed the account book to Yao Moen. Even though that's true, the income isn't as good as before. Adding on what happened in the past 2 days, the promotion of the flame coins isn't as good as expected. Yao Moen frantically flipped through the account book as she questioned herself for not being able to restrain herself earlier. In terms of handsome men, she had seen quite a few, but none of them had made her lose her focus to the point where she would take the initiative to tease him. There's also one more thing. Today, the customers who saw your appearance went directly to the government office. Magistrate Liu then put up a notice to clarify that the shopkeeper of Jushin Restaurant isn't Yao Moen, so you can walk freely on the streets in the future. Long Bingxin felt that this news was quite exciting. This isn't good news. Yao Moen looked at the pitiful numbers on the account book, then closed it and handed it to Long Bingxin. Bingxin doesn't understand. Long Bingxin took the account book and looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. This saintess asks you, between Yi Junqing and Chu Ma Bei, who has a deeper understanding of Yao Moen? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards Long Bingxin. Of course it's Yi Junqing, said Long Bingxin confidently. Right now, even Yi Junqing thinks of this saintess as Yao Moen. Do you think Chu Ma Bei and the others won't be suspicious? That notice was just a trick to loosen the reins only to grasp them better. They want this saint to lower my guard, so they can secretly investigate everything about this saintess, said Yao Moen confidently. That's no wonder. Long Bingxin murmured in realization. Bingxin, is this saintess really that similar to Yao Moen? There's no difference at all? Yao Moen frowned as she looked towards Long Bingxin. Twins are nothing more than this. Long Bingxin looked towards Yao Moen. That expression, that frown, it was all very familiar. Do you think that there's a chance that this saintess is Yao Moen? This was the second time Yao Moen had this feeling. Long Bingxin was slightly shaken when she heard this, and a trace of hesitation flashed through her eyes. When Yao Moen saw Long Bingxin like this, she smiled. How could that be possible? This saintess might not be someone from Crimson Flame Country and might not be some saintess, but there's one thing that isn't a maybe, and that is that this saintess definitely isn't Yao Moen. With Sikong Mu's shrewdness and Qi Kanglin's cautiousness, there's no reason for them to allow Yao Moen to continue living in this world. Yao Moen shook her head as a trace of bitterness flashed through her lips. Perhaps. Long Bingxin originally still had some hope, but after hearing Yao Moen's analysis, she gave up. However, if they said that master died, she really couldn't believe it. How could such an incomparably wise and far-sighted woman die just like that? Forget it. No matter who I am, I still have to live. Yao Moen sighed lightly, then turned to leave Yi Juanqing's room. The night passed by uneventfully. The next day, when Yao Moen had just finished washing up and left the room, she saw that Diao Diao was already waiting at the door. Master, you promised Diao Diao. When Diao Diao saw that Yao Moen had come out, she immediately stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Yao Moen's. She had a pleading expression on her face, just like how she had fawned over her master back then. She had practiced this kind of persistent clinging technique to perfection. You didn't sleep all night? Yao Moen allowed Diao Diao to cling to her body. When she glanced sideways, she could clearly see that the circles of Diao Diao's eyes were dark. I'm nervous. Diao Diao had changed from her usual enchanting and charming appearance to that of a pretty daughter of a humble family. This made Yao Moen feel rather uncomfortable. Cough, cough. After breakfast, this shopkeeper will make a trip in your place. Since Chu Ma Bei was willing to send out the notice, no matter what his motive was, she should still go and thank him. You're still eating breakfast? The corners of Yao Moen's lips couldn't help but twitch at Diao Diao's words. When Yao Moen walked into the main hall of the Lu residence, Chu Ma Bei, Han Jini, and Chu Ma Xin were all sitting in the hall with different expressions. Chu Ma Xin's gaze was as if he had seen the person who had killed his father. His eyes were spitting fire as if he wanted to burn Yao Moen to ashes. Ever since Yao Moen walked in, Han Jini's deep eyes had examined her from head to toe countless times. It was as if he was trying to see through appearances to see the true nature of things. Only Chu Ma Bei, with that languid posture, that leisurely gaze, and the curve of his thin lips, was just right. If it was a little more, it would be too evil, but if it was a little less, it would be lacking in charm. It made Yao Moen feel uncomfortable all over. Bingxin. Yao Moen gracefully walked to the center of the main hall. After calling out softly, she saw Long Bingxin walk in with 3 wooden boxes. She then placed the boxes on the table. What is this? It hurts. Chu Ma Xin couldn't help but pick up the wooden box. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his fingers. When he lowered his eyes, he saw that the wooden box was pricking his hand. How could such a large Jushin tower not be able to take out a decent wooden box? Chu Ma Bei lowered his eyes to look at the wooden box. The craftsmanship was so crude that it was unparalleled in the world. Flame coins? What does Holy Manager mean? With Chu Ma Xin as an example, Han Jini only needed to wave his hand and open the wooden box. Since you've helped Warner avert a calamity, Warner naturally has to show some appreciation, said Yao Moen as if it was a matter of course. You're using this to trick us. Chu Ma Xin glanced at Yao Moen and said hatefully, the gift is light, but the sentiment is heavy. This can be considered a big deal for Warner. 300,000 flame coins is enough for the 3 of you to eat in Jushin Tower for a year and a half. For Yao Moen, Those brightly colored flame coins were no different from white paper. As long as she wanted them, she could have Crimson Flame Country send over a dozen at any time. However, if she could use this to invite Chu Mabe and Han Jini to eat at Jushin Tower, the meaning would be completely different. Not to mention that their appearances were outstanding. Just sitting in Jushin Tower would attract countless infatuated fans. With their status, they could also make Jushin Tower famous. Who do you think you are? Who would want to eat at Jushin Tower? Chu Maxin's hostility towards Yao Moen had only increased since that night at the banquet. In Chu Maxin's eyes in this world, only Yao Moen was worthy of looking like this. Apart from her, anyone else with this face deserved to die 10,000 times over. Maxin, Chu Mabe said sullenly, then looked towards Yao Moen. Since its holy manager's kind intentions, this crown prince will respectfully accept. Although Insheng hadn't returned, he had already sent news. Everyone in Jushin Tower, including that child, seemed to have descended from the sky. They only knew that the first time someone saw them was in Lolan's Liangyuan. Everything else was unknown. How could such a mysterious identity not be suspicious? Since Your Highness Crown Prince has accepted Wanner's humble gift, then Wanner will take her leave first. Jushin Tower will respectfully await your arrival at any time. Since her goal had been achieved, Yao Moen naturally got up to leave. However, when she reached the door, she turned to look at Han Jini. I wonder if Supreme Lord Han has time to come to Jushin Tower with Wanner for a small gathering? Yao Moen had almost forgotten to ask craftily. Ahem. Han Jini hesitated. If it was just for this person in front of him, he would naturally go. After all, this face was something he yearned for day and night. However, whenever he thought of the other face, Han Jini felt goosebumps all over his body. Go. It's rare for Holy Manager to invite you. Chu Mabe instigated. Thus, after a great deal of hesitation, Han Jini and Yao Moen left the Lu residence. On the way, Han Jini sized up Yao Moen several times, wanting to say something but hesitating. Wanner can see that Supreme Lord Han cares about Yao Moen. However, Wanner may be presumptuous and ask, does Supreme Lord Han have a place in Yao Moen's heart? Yao Moen's question was so straightforward that it caused Han Jini to fall into a momentary awkwardness. If Supreme Lord hesitates, then she doesn't. Since that's the case, why does Supreme Lord care so much about Yao Moen? It would be better to take a step back and see the vast sea and sky. Yao Moen wanted Han Jini to not disappoint the person in front of him. Although Diao Jiao's appearance made it seem like she had been in the brothel for many years, Yao Moen knew that Diao Jiao's heart was many times purer than Huan Luo's. Especially after interacting with Diao Jiao, Yao Moen didn't want to see Diao Jiao get hurt. Holy Manager's meaning is that all efforts should be rewarded accordingly? Han Jini's handsome brows slightly rose as he spoke warmly. Should I not? Yao Moen said as if it was a matter of fact. Jini likes Yao Moen. Even if I lose my life for her, I would be willing. However, Jini's request is not for Yao Moen to marry me and become the wife of the city lord of 10,000 Emperor City. Han Jini's thin lips slightly pursed. Under the sunlight, that face was handsome and his temperament was unparalleled. Then what does Supreme Lord want? Yao Moen looked towards Han Jini in disbelief. No matter where Yao Moen is right now, this Supreme Lord only wants her to return safely. No matter who she loves in her heart, I only want her to be happy, even if this happiness has nothing to do with this Supreme Lord. Han Jini's thin lips hooked into a faint smile. The light in his deep eyes pierced Yao Moen's eyes. Selflessness can only cause suffering. Selfishness is the truth. People should plan for themselves in life. Supreme Lord Han will understand this one day. Yao Moen couldn't understand Han Jini's almost perverted way of thinking. She didn't say anything more and walked ahead. Looking at Yao Moen's back, a trace of bitterness flashed through Han Jini's heart. That's right, ever since he met Yao Moen, there wasn't a day that he didn't suffer. However, he was willing. What could he do? When Yao Moen returned to Jushin Tower, she just happened to see Qi Xiudi squatting at the door and drawing circles. Little brat, what are you doing? Yao Moen liked this child. When she saw him, She felt that there was nothing to worry about in this world. I saw you hit Inyang yesterday. That's why I'm drawing circles here to curse you. For Chi Shou Di, not knowing how to lie was a big taboo. Yao Moen stuck her head out to look. Wasn't that right? The large circle on the floor clearly had the 3 words Yao Moen written on it. Chapter 577. Then you definitely saw your godfather hit Huan Luo, right? Yao Moen squatted down, picked up a branch, and wrote the 3 words Chi Kanglin in the circle without hesitation. What are you doing? How can you write this randomly? Be careful that I release a snake to bite you. Chi Xiudi immediately wiped the circle on the ground and glared fiercely at Yao Moen. You definitely saw your Inyang hit big sister In Shui and King Chu. Xiudi, you have to distinguish between right and wrong. It's true that you favor your Inyang, but the premise is that your Inyang does things honorably. Yao Moen looked at Chi Xiudi and said solemnly, Inyang always does things honorably. Chi Xiudi suddenly stood up and glared at Yao Moen with his hands on his hips. If what she did was right, why did your godfather hit her? Yao Moen slowly stood up and looked at Chi Xiudi. That's because godfather likes you. If it wasn't for you, godfather and Inyang would never fight. Inyang even said that she would be Chi Xiudi's mother in the future. It's all your fault. You're so hateful. Chi Xiudi fiercely stomped on the circle on the ground and then ran away hatefully. Yao Moen knew what Chi Xiudi hated. Last night, Chi Kanglin and Huan Luo had both appeared at Jushin restaurant, but they hadn't even glanced at Chi Xiudi. In addition to what she had said earlier, Chi Xiudi felt that he had been abandoned because of her. Don't take the words of a child to heart. Behind her, Han Genie saw everything and couldn't help but walk up to comfort her. I will give him the best. Yao Moen muttered to herself, a faint warmth in her eyes. Han Genie's gaze shifted slightly, and she looked meaningfully at Chi Xiudi, who had run away. At this moment, Diao Jiao, who was dressed in a revealing outfit, swayed her body as she walked out. Janny, you're here. When Han Genie heard Diao Diao's voice, he instantly had the urge to run. Unfortunately, Yao Moen was right in front of him with a smile as bright as spring flowers. Thus, Han Genie was forcibly dragged into the private room on the 3rd floor by Diao Diao. This meal started at 5 in the afternoon and didn't end until 5 in the afternoon. At the counter downstairs, Long Bingxin subconsciously looked at the 3rd floor. Shopkeeper, aren't you going to go up and take a look? If something happened to Han Genie in Jushin Tower, it would be terrible. When Yao Moen heard this, she also glanced upstairs. After thinking for a long time, she finally put down the account book. You stay here, I'll go take a look. After handing the Han brocade clothes over to Diao Diao, Yao Moen went to busy herself with her own matters. She thought about the plan she had come up with for Diao Diao. What Yao Moen didn't expect was that when she pushed open the door and entered, she was shocked to see Diao Diao sitting in front of Han Genie, crying her heart out. What happened? Yao Moen closed the door behind her and worriedly walked over to Diao Diao's side. Only then did she discover that Han Genie had actually fallen asleep leaning against the chair. Master, I didn't manage to do it. I drugged too much, Diao Diao said, feeling wronged. Tears welled up in her eyes. Knockout drug? I gave you an aphrodisiac. Where did you get the knockout drug? Yao Moen looked towards Diao Diao suspiciously. At first, I used an aphrodisiac, but Diao Diao was scared. So I drugged him a bit more. In the end, I drugged too much. Diao Diao's voice carried a heavy sobbing tone. When she spoke, tears flew out. In reality, Han Genie hadn't actually fallen asleep. He had been knocked unconscious by her. Originally, she had prepared to offer her body, but what Diao Diao hadn't expected was that when Han Genie was unconscious, all he kept saying was Yao Moen. Moen, do you know how much I miss you? Moen, what's so bad about Genie? You can say that Genie can even change. Moen, as long as you're willing, Genie doesn't need 10,000 Imperial City, doesn't need those gold, silver, and jewels. Moen, as long as you're happy, Genie is content. Moen, you have to come back safely. Genie can't bear for anything to happen to you. One or two sentences wasn't a problem, but since Han Genie had been drugged with aphrodisiac, he had been nagging non-stop. No matter how much Diao Diao liked Han Genie and how much she wanted to fly side by side with him, she couldn't bear to do it under these circumstances. It's fine. We'll find another opportunity. Yao Moen comforted Diao Diao when she saw her tears fall like a fountain. Master, leave for a bit. I want to be alone with him. Diao Diao wiped away her tears and looked towards Yao Moen with sparkling eyes that were misty. Yao Moen nodded slightly, then turned and left. Wake up. The moment the door closed, Diao Diao patted Han Genie's cheek. Moen. Han Genie muttered in a daze. You like Yao Moen that much? Even if she doesn't like you, you still want to silently miss her for the rest of your life? Diao Diao's voice was heavy with sobs. Seeing that Han Genie didn't say anything, Diao Diao took a deep breath. Don't worry, I'll help you. Diao Diao pursed her lips, her eyes burning. Moen, hurry and come back. On the chair, a tear silently slid down Han Genie's temple. Diao Diao saw this tear very clearly. If there was no one in this world who could treat Yao Moen better than Han Genie, then what reason did Yao Moen have to choose someone else? Diao Diao thought like this that night. When Lung Bingxin carried the tonic soup to Yi Juanqing's room, she was stopped by Yao Moen. Go take care of Yin Shui. I'll take care of this. Before Lung Bingxin could react, Yao Moen had already taken the tonic soup from her hands. Then all right. Lung Bingxin hesitated for a moment. Some words were stuck in her throat, and she turned to leave. It was true that Diao Diao had lied, and Yi Juanqing still hadn't woken up. However, in view of Diao Diao's current mood, Yao Moen felt that there was no need to argue with her. How much longer does he have to lie for? Yao Moen slowly sat down on the side of the bed and lightly scooped up the tonic soup. She blew on it a few times before carefully feeding it to Yi Juanqing. For the rest of his life, just as Yao Moen pulled back the spoon and was about to take another spoonful, she suddenly heard the person on the bed speak. Cough, cough. You're awake? Yao Moen jolted. Their eyes met, and her cheeks flushed red. She swore that there was no meaning in her blushing right now. It was just a momentary shock. Yao Moen comforted herself like this. That's right. It's a good thing you're here. Otherwise, Juanqing would think that everything that happened these past few days was just a dream. As soon as he wakes up, Juanqing will search the entire world for you. Moen, don't leave me, all right? Yi Juanqing's deep eyes were filled with faint sorrow and faint satisfaction. This gaze that seemed to want to kill her caused Yao Moen's cheeks to heat up even more. This shopkeeper is called Sheng Wan-er. You can also call this shopkeeper Wan-er, but you can't call me Moen. This shopkeeper doesn't want to repeat these words. Yao Moen's heart instantly turned cold. She suddenly started to despise the Yao Moen these people were looking for. How could she have the love and protection of so many men? Just what was so good about her? Sorry, I forgot that you lost your memories. Yi Juanqing lowered his gaze bitterly and propped his hands on the bed to prop himself up and lean back. Who said that? Yao Moen's eyes turned cold as she looked towards Yi Juanqing. I guessed. If you hadn't lost your memories, there's no way you wouldn't remember Juanqing, said Yi Juanqing resolutely. Yao Moen sighed inwardly. Fortunately, no one leaked the secret. Yao Moen is two-faced, greedy, stingy, has low taste, and has a bad temper. That's true, right? This was what Yao Moen had heard from Lung Bingxin. Of course, Lung Bingxin had added a rebuttal after every adjective. It's true. Yi Juanqing nodded. Then you still like her? Yao Moen felt that this kind of weirdo with so many flaws didn't deserve to be loved. It's rare that Moen has so many good points, so why can't I like her? Yi Juanqing's eyes were as clear as water. Yao Moen could tell that he wasn't lying. These are good points? Yao Moen reached out to caress Yi Juanqing's forehead. It seemed that Huan Luo's slap hadn't been light. Yes, Moen doesn't have any flaws. Yi Juanqing nodded firmly. Since you're awake, you can eat by yourself. Yao Moen felt like she couldn't chat with Yi Juanqing anymore. she would feel sad. She didn't have any of these good points. Deep in the night, Crimson Flame Country was deathly silent. In the hot and humid cave, a light flickered like a ghost fire. The muffled rumble was like thunder, but it was blocked by layers of fog. At this time, the Emperor of Crimson Flame Country, Chi Chuan, was walking in. The four great death warriors followed closely behind him. The deeper they walked into the cave, the louder the rumble became. Who is it? A white light shot towards Chi Chuan. The Chi Mei Wang Liang blocked the cold in time and protected Chi Chuan. King Chu's heartless technique is truly exquisite. With just one move, you forced our four death warriors to attack at the same time. Admirable. Chi Chuan's voice was deep and powerful. It was obvious that he was an expert. In the darkness, Yi Hongyi walked out with heavy steps. The dim light from the cave walls made his face look like the king of hell. Yi Hongyi kowtows in salute to Flame Emperor. Yi Hongyi cupped his fists and knelt on one knee on the ground. There wasn't the slightest bit of warmth in his voice. King Chu, please get up. In terms of status, we can't accept this greeting. Chi Chuan personally walked up to help Yi Hongyi up. Flame Emperor's words are too serious. Hongyi is just a stray dog. How could he compare to Flame Emperor? Yi Hongyi deliberately distanced himself from Chi Chuan and took 2 steps back. Chi Chuan pursed his lips and ordered the Chi Mei Wang Liang to light up the lights in the cave. Chi Chuan borrowed the candlelight to clearly see Yi Hongyi's appearance. If it wasn't for the 2 words animal clearly visible on his head, Yi Hongyi could still be considered a handsome and elegant man. As if noticing Chi Chuan's gaze, Yi Hongyi instinctively lowered his head. The bangs on his forehead fell down and blocked the 2 words. Does Flame Emperor have something to discuss with Hongyi? Asked Yi Hongyi in a low voice. His tone was less respectful. Everyone in Crimson Flame Country knew that Emperor Chi Chuan was just a decoration. The person who truly held the power of life and death in Crimson Flame Country was the sect master of the Imperial sect, as well as Crimson Flame Country sorcerer, Sikong Mu. We wish to discuss a great plan with King Chu. As long as King Chu is willing to help us get rid of Chi Kanglin, Huan Luo, and Diao Diao by Sikong Mu's side and help us seize power in Crimson Flame Country, we will establish an alliance. When we unify Eastern Continent in the future, we will sit on the same throne as King Chu. Chi Chuan got right to the point. Yi Hongyi looked towards Chi Chuan in shock. He never expected that Chi Chuan would have the ambition to overthrow Sikong Mu, just like how he never expected that Yi Junqing would dare to betray him. This matter is of great importance. We know that King Chu needs time to consider. It's fine. We will wait here. Chi Chuan's meaning was for Yi Hongyi to immediately express his stance. Hongyi is incompetent and virtuous. I fear that it will be difficult for me to take on such a heavy responsibility. Yi Hongyi wasn't stupid enough to throw away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Being able to cling onto his superior Sikong Mu was already a great fortune in his misfortune. There was really no need for him to provoke Chi Chuan, who was only an emperor in name. Chapter 578. We don't think so. With King Chu's current martial arts, you're only a hair's breadth away from our 4 sacrificial soldiers. To be able to cultivate to such a level in such a short amount of time, you're not an ordinary person. Chi Chuan intentionally emphasized the word sacrificial soldier to tell Yi Hongyi that if he agreed, he would live. If he refused, he would die. Yi Hongyi lowered his eyes and thought. Chi Chuan's words couldn't be more obvious. If he didn't agree to his request, he would immediately die. However, if he agreed, he would become Sikong Mu's enemy. Once this matter was exposed, he would definitely die miserably. Don't worry, King Chu. Since we dared to come find King Chu, we naturally made thorough preparations. As long as King Chu is willing to cooperate with us, we will naturally help King Chu take revenge. I believe that King Chu still doesn't know that Nameless, who was originally the commandant of Great Chu's Iron Blood Army, was originally a child of the imperial sect. When Yi Junqing attacked Great Chu's imperial capital and Nameless suddenly disappeared, did King Chu not suspect anything? If that Sikongmu really wanted to help you, he wouldn't have had Nameless destroy the entire Iron Blood Army, and he wouldn't have had Qi Kanglin turn you, the son of heaven, into a eunuch. That's not all. Wasn't it Sikongmu's idea that King Chu had to endure the pain of changing your skin time and time again? Since Qi Chuan had come to find Yi Hongyi, he had naturally investigated Yi Hongyi's background. What does Flame Emperor want Hongyi to do? Yi Hongyi felt like there was an enormous dragon spitting fire in his heart. It continuously used flames to engulf every inch of his skin. The pain was extreme. If he had personally thrown Zhong'er to death and forced Yao Maxin to her death back then everything Yi Junqing and Yao Moen had done to him was infuriating. King Chu's heartless technique has already reached perfection. If we're not wrong, Sikongmu will soon send King Chu out of Crimson Flame Country. At that time, King Chu will definitely find a chance to get close to Qi Kanglin, Huan Luo, and Diao Diao. These three can be said to be Sikongmu's left and right arms. As long as they're killed, Sikongmu won't be able to do anything alone, said Qi Chuan through gritted teeth. He had waited too long for this chance. Even if the three of them are dead, the imperial sect's power in Crimson Flame Country cannot be underestimated. Flame Emperor. Yi Hongyi looked towards Qi Chuan. Did you really think that I was just a decoration all these years? Don't worry, King Chu. As long as Qi Kanglin and the others are dead, there will no longer be an imperial sect in the Crimson Flame Nation. Qi Chuan vowed. Since that's the case, Hongyi is willing to go through water and tread on fire for Flame Emperor, said Yi Hongyi perfunctorily. He bowed and cupped his fists to show his sincerity. All right, a wise man submits to circumstances. One day, I will make King Chu rejoice in his choice today. Bring it here. As soon as Qi Chuan stopped talking, he saw Qi Mei bring up the golden scroll. What is the meaning of this, Flame Emperor? Yi Hongyi looked at the golden scroll in front of him, his eyes cold. With the golden scroll as proof, it can also be considered as my guarantee to King Chu. Qi Chuan's words were dignified, but in reality, he was using it to threaten Yi Hongyi. If there was even the slightest sign of trouble, Yi Hongyi wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Yi Hongyi was speechless. After a moment of hesitation, he lifted the brush and signed his name on the golden scroll. Now, Yi Hongyi was forced to become Qi Chuan's subordinate and secretly help Qi Chuan deal with Sikongmu. Once Qi Chuan left, a cold glint flashed through Yi Hongyi's eyes. Perhaps he could use the conflict between Qi Chuan and Sikongmu to sit back and watch as the two tigers fight. Then, he could reap the benefits and steal the Crimson Flame Nation's territory. That way, he would have the ability to contend against Yi Junqing. One day, he would make Yi Junqing and Yao Moen grovel at his feet and beg for mercy. One day, he would take back everything that belonged to him. Ever since Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo had appeared at Jushin Tower, Yao Moen hadn't seen Qi Kanglin for 3 days. When she saw Qi Xiudi crouching in the corner playing with snakes by himself, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Since he had taken in an adopted son, he should at least show some concern. Qi Xiudi had probably waited like this for 7 or 8 years in Crimson Flame Nation. You haven't had breakfast since morning. Do you want to go on a hunger strike? Yao Moen's heart ached inwardly. She walked over to Qi Xiudi and handed him a roasted chicken. Who wants to eat your food? Qi Xiudi pushed away the roasted chicken in Yao Moen's hands and muttered quietly without raising his head. Then what you eat every day isn't my food? Yao Moen was both angry and amused. It was Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo who were irresponsible. Why was this brat being angry with her? Then I'll spit it out for you. As Qi Xiudi said this, he stuck his finger into his mouth. Who are you planning to give the food you spit out to? If you don't want to eat it, then forget about it. Just treat it as this shopkeeper taking advantage of these little fellows. Yao Moen put down the roasted chicken helplessly and turned to leave. When she turned around, she saw a large snake with complex patterns and brightly colored skin swam in like it was swimming. Yao Moen was naturally afraid of this hairless thing. When she saw this large snake this time, she instantly felt her mind go blank and her entire world go dark. Master! Behind the flower snake, Diao Diao saw that Yao Moen had fainted and immediately went forward to help her up. She pinched her philtrum, and only then did Yao Moen catch her breath. Snake! Snake! Diao Diao! Hurry and put that snake! Supreme Lord Han, you did this on purpose, right? Just as Yao Moen was panicking, she clearly saw Han Genie playing with the flower snake with both hands and smiling wholeheartedly. I didn't expect to scare Saint Shopkeeper. This snake was caught by this Supreme Lord for Xiao Di to play with. Han Genie was truly helpless. He was the one who caught the snake, but Diao Diao was the one who put it in. Why? Why? Yao Moen and Qi Xiao Di spoke at the same time, their eyes filled with undisguised doubt. Because Xiao Di likes snakes, so this Supreme Lord caught one and gave it to him. Han Genie couldn't say that this was Diao Diao's idea. According to Diao Diao, if the person in front of him was Yao Moen, then she definitely had lost her memories. This was the way of the king. If this person wasn't Yao Moen, then at least they looked exactly the same. At that time, even if Yao Moen still chose Yi Junqing after appearing, he would still have Sheng Waner. But in Han Genie's view, the person in front of him was Yao Moen. Furthermore, he didn't feel like he was taking advantage of the situation. He just wanted to give himself another chance. So this was understandable. Who cares? Qi Xiao Di glanced coldly at the flower snake on Han Genie's body, then turned his head and harumphed. You really don't care? Han Genie's thin lips pursed into a smile, his gaze gentle. As he spoke, he tossed the flower snake into the air. The flower snake seemed to transform into a dragon as it spiraled in the air for about the time it took to make a cup of tea. When it landed on the table, its body suddenly shrunk until it was no different from Qi Xiao Di's little snakes. It can become smaller? What's going on? Qi Xiao Di had lived with snakes since he was a child, so he could be considered to be well-versed in snakes. However, he had never seen a snake that could change its size and could even spiral in the air like this. You want to know? Han Genie stretched out a hand, and the flower snake obediently climbed onto his finger. With a whoosh, it scuttled into Han Genie's wide sleeve. In the end, he was still a child, so this dazzling trick managed to draw all of his attention. Then eat the roast chicken and this Supreme Lord will tell you, said Han Genie with a smile. All right. Qi Xiao Di nodded firmly, then put away his little snake and started chewing on the roast chicken in front of him. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved slightly as she watched Qi Xiao Di chew on the roast chicken. When she turned to look towards Han Genie, a trace of gratitude appeared in her eyes. Moen, so you're here. Right at this time, Yi Junqing weakly walked down the stairs and looked towards Yao Moen with a pale face. King Chu, why did you get off the bed? When Yao Moen saw that Yi Junqing's body was swaying, as if he could fall at any moment, Yao Moen quickly walked over. I've already recovered, so I came down to see if there was anything I could help you with. When Yi Junqing saw the worry in Yao Moen's eyes, he suddenly felt much more at ease. When it's time for you to help, Waner naturally won't be polite. Yao Moen didn't waste words and immediately helped Yi Junqing up the stairs. Then she seemed to think of something and turned to look towards Diao Diao. If Supreme Lord Han doesn't have any important matters, there's no harm in staying at Jushin Tower for a while. Diao Diao, why aren't you brewing some tea for Supreme Lord Han? Yao Moen looked meaningfully at Diao Diao, but she didn't know that Diao Diao's current state of mind was suffering in silence. As Han Genie watched Yao Moen help Yi Junqing disappear from the third floor, a trace of desolation flashed through her eyes. Regardless of whether she had lost her memories or not, she still lost to Yi Junqing. Master is still counting on Yi Junqing to earn money, so it's only right to treat him better. Don't be discouraged. The road ahead is still long. When Diao Diao saw Han Genie's momentary silence, she walked up and patted Han Genie's shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, she won't like that King Chu. Qi Xiao Di suddenly said from behind. Why? Han Genie and Diao Diao simultaneously turned to look towards Qi Xiao Di. Because she likes my godfather. Chi Xiudi once again said something shocking. You're joking. How come I didn't see that? If liking someone meant taking all of their wealth for herself, then Yao Moen's method of liking someone was truly unique. Don't you see that she's always trying to curry favor with me? She wants me to put in a good word for her in front of Godfather? Keep dreaming. The one my godfather likes is Inyang. She can't compare to my Inyang at all. Chi Xiudi bit into the roasted chicken Yao Moen gave her as she criticized Yao Moen 10,000 times. Devilish brat, what do you know about currying favor? Diao Jiao threw a stir-fried chestnut at him, but was stopped by Han Genie. You really think that Saint Manager is currying favor with you? Han Genie slowly crouched down in front of Chi Xiudi, his eyes as calm as still water. Otherwise, why would she treat me so well? Chi Xiudi couldn't find a better explanation. Because she likes you. She once told this honorable master that she would give you the best things in this world. Han Genie's thin lips lightly pursed. The one who was truly currying favor with this little fellow was him, Han Genie. He was the one who was really counting on Chi Xiudi to put in a good word for him. Thus, that night, Chi Xiudi took the initiative to find Yao Moen, who was calculating the accounts for the first time, and solemnly told her something. You're not my type. After hearing Chi Xiudi's words, Yao Moen's hand that was fiddling with the abacus suddenly stopped, and she blankly looked towards Chi Xiudi. The girl I like is called Bean Sprout. She's in Crimson Flame Country. Seeing that Yao Moen didn't say anything, Chi Xiudi continued. In order to make Yao Moen believe that what he said was the truth, Chi Xiudi also listed a series of proofs that he liked Bean Sprout. Afraid that Yao Moen wouldn't give up, Chi Xiudi also said at least 30 names of girls that he had a good impression of. Chi Xiudi used almost an entire night to make Yao Moen understand one thing. This seemingly innocent and adorable little boy in front of her was actually a womanizer. Ah, Chi Kanglin, come out here for this old lady. If the upper beam isn't straight, the lower beam will be crooked. In Yao Moen's room, a lion's roar resounded. Yao Moen's promotion of flame coins didn't seem to be a good omen in Chu Mabei's eyes. At this moment, Chu Mabei was holding the flame coins and comparing them with the history of coins since ancient times, hoping that he could find some clues from the flame coins. Imperial brother, do you think that Shengwan is Yao Moen? This question had been bothering Chu Maxin for a long time. It's hard to say. Chu Mabei didn't raise his head and carefully flipped through every page of the history of coins. Chapter 579. If that's not the case, then why are Yi Junqing and Han Jinni always staying at Immortal Assembling Tower? If that's the case, then Imperial brother, what are you still looking at? If you keep looking, you won't have a wife anymore. Chu Maxin snatched the coin over. No one gets up early without benefits. Why do you think Yao Moen is trying so hard to promote the flame coins? Or perhaps she's plotting something. Even though Chu Mabei was just as excited as Yi Junqing the moment he saw Yao Moen, his rationality told him that Yao Moen's sudden appearance in Lulan definitely wasn't a coincidence. It's hard to say. Chu Maxin hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Let's go take a look. Chu Mabei's eyes glistened as he looked at the flame coins in his hand with interest. His lips curved into a charming smile. Whenever he thought that Sheng Waner might be Yao Moen, the disgust in Chu Maxin's heart instantly disappeared. LV Jing, invite Li Zhongran to Immortal Assembling Tower for this crown prince. Tell him that this crown prince is inviting him to tea. When they reached the entrance, Chu Mabei seemed to have thought of something and ordered LV Jing. Your Highness, don't worry. This lowly official will do it right away. Although Chu Mabei was Great Shu's crown prince, who told his younger brother to be the future monarch of Lulan, when Chu Mabei and Chu Maxin walked into Jushin Tower one after the other, they saw Han Genie and Chi Xiudi playing with snakes in a corner. They were having a great time. Maxin, go sit over there. Imperial brother has something to discuss with Manager Sheng. When he saw Yao Moen walk down from the third floor, Chu Mabe's lips curved into an extremely friendly smile. Although Chu Ma Xin also wanted to chat with Yao Moen, he was more willing to give his imperial brother a better opportunity. It's rare for your highness to grace us with your presence. Your presence brings light to immortal assembling tower. When doing business, there was no lack of pleasantries. Normally, Yao Moen didn't think there was anything wrong with these words, but now that she said them, she felt like they were going against her will. Manager Shang is too kind. Compared to King Chu and Supreme Lord Han, this crown prince's status isn't even worth mentioning. Chu Mabe lifted his brows with a deep smile in his eyes. May I ask what your highness would like to eat? Yao Moen's intuition told her that Chu Mabe hadn't come with good intentions. There's no rush. Peace Bank's shopkeeper Li hasn't arrived yet, said Chu Mabe indifferently. However, Yao Moen's heart trembled. Yao Moen couldn't help but sigh. Her intuition was truly accurate. Meiji, brew some tea and send it up to the second floor. Yao Moen's smile remained on her face, but she was inwardly wary of Chu Mabe. After Meiji served the tea, Yao Moen turned to leave, but Chu Mabe called out to her. Yao I, Jeans Mei Yao, assembling tower, Li, Yao, Zhang. Yao, Mei Yao, Ti Yao. All right, Meiji, go downstairs and greet them. If Manager Li comes, bring him to the second floor. Yao Moen sighed inwardly, then sat down in front of Chu Mabe. In Chu Mabe's eyes, Yao Moen's beauty didn't lie in her stunning appearance, nor in her graceful figure. Rather, it lay in the temperament that emanated from her bones. It was unique. Yes, unique. Facing the woman in front of him, Chu Mabe felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Your Highness is thinking of Yao Moen? Unfortunately, Warner isn't. Yao Moen coughed lightly when she felt the heat in Chu Mabe's eyes, then pushed the teacup in front of Chu Mabe. No, this crown prince is thinking about the flame coins right now. Chu Mabe leaned back lazily and took out 5 different denominations of flame coins from his sleeves. He placed them neatly on the table. Your Highness, what do you mean? Yao Moen's beautiful eyes were like water. When she saw the flame coins on the table, a trace of fear flashed through her eyes. Didn't she say he didn't come with good intentions? It's nothing, it's just that. Just as Chu Mabe was about to speak, Meiji had already led Li Zhongran into the private room. This commoner kowtows in salute to your highness. Li Zhongran's hair was white like silver and he was dressed in high-quality brocade. He respectfully kowtowed towards Chu Mabe, but his heart was pounding. Rise. Shopkeeper Li, sit over here. When he saw Li Zhongran, Chu Mabe's devilishly thin lips curved slightly. In an instant, he returned to normal. However, Yao Moen was able to clearly see what happened in that instant. This god of plague was probably going to use the flame coins to talk. That was what Yao Moen thought. Many thanks, your highness. Li Zhongran trembled as he sat between Yao Moen and Chu Mabe. From time to time, he would choke and not even dare to breathe too loudly. This crown prince heard that shopkeeper Li's Peace Bank is an ancestral business. Does that mean that shopkeeper Li has read as many coins as there are carps in the river? Chu Mabe slowly straightened his body and elegantly lifted the teacup. He took a light sip, and his sharp eyes pierced Li Zhongran's heart like 2 sharp blades. I wouldn't dare. How could this commoner be more experienced and knowledgeable than your highness? Li Zhongran immediately bowed. It was difficult to conceal the cowardice in his respect. Sit down. It's just a casual chat. Look, shopkeeper Shang is doing very well. When he saw Li Zhongran stand up, Chu Mabe suddenly smiled and waved his hand, indicating for Li Zhongran to sit down. At the side, Yao Moen saw all of this and cursed inwardly. Just now, Chu Mabe had clearly given Li Zhongran a show of strength. Many thanks, your highness. Li Zhongran subconsciously wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat down nervously. I believe that shopkeeper Li isn't unfamiliar with these coins, right? Chu Mabe used his slender jade-like fingers to point at the flame coins on the table. His demonic eyes swept past Yao Moen and landed on Li Zhongran's face. Replying, Your Highness, these are flame coins. Li Zhongran lowered his gaze to look at the flame coins on the table. If he had known that flame coins would bring him so much trouble, he wouldn't have coveted those few thousand taels of silver. Flame coins? Then this crown prince would like to hear about their origins. There were no records of this type of coin in the 3 palm-thick books of coin history. At this moment, Chu Mabe was looking towards Li Zhongran curiously. This type of flame coin. Shopkeeper Sheng. Li Zhongran was at a loss for words as he looked towards Yao Moen for help. Replying, Your Highness. Just as Yao Moen was about to help Li Zhongran out, Chu Mabe abruptly slammed the table and looked towards Li Zhongran coldly. Shopkeeper Li doesn't know? As the shopkeeper of the money house, you actually privately circulated this type of coin with unknown origins. Shopkeeper Qian, this crown prince has reason to believe that you have the intention to rebel. Chu Mabe didn't show any anger as he questioned Li Zhongran coldly. Your Highness is wise. This commoner was just momentarily confused and definitely doesn't have the intention to rebel. How could Li Zhongran endure this kind of shock? He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately. You say that you don't have the intention to rebel. Who can prove that? Chu Mabe deliberately gave Yao Moen a chance to interject. Yao Moen knew that Chu Mabe was baiting her, but she had no choice but to charge forward. Otherwise, she would definitely lose the support of the Peace Bank. Warner can prove that Shopkeeper Li doesn't have the intention to rebel. Warner asked Shopkeeper Li to exchange these flame coins on her behalf. If Your Highness has any doubts, Warner is willing to dispel any doubts Your Highness has. Yao Moen's eyes were clear as she looked towards Chu Mabe coldly. Oh, so that's how it is. Shopkeeper Li, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry and get up. Chu Mabe had a look of realization on his face. Yao Moen's heart was about to explode from anger. What are you pretending for? Don't you know? Many thanks, Your Highness. Li Zhongran got up timidly with both hands clutching his heart. Fortunately, he had drunk a bowl of Chinese medicine before coming. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to get up. Shopkeeper Li, take a look. What do you think of the design and printing of this coin? Chu Mabe didn't even look at Yao Moen as he pushed the coin in front of Li Zhongran. At this moment, if Li Zhongran still didn't understand Chu Mabe's intentions, then he would have wasted his many years in this business. This commoner obeys. Li Zhongran nodded and bowed as he picked up the flame coin. He pretended to look at it over and over again. Although he noticed the anticipation in Yao Moen's eyes, he could only apologize in his heart. Replying, Your Highness, based on this commoner's years of experience, this kind of coin's design is monotonous and the workmanship is crude. The paper used to make the coin is extremely cheap, and the ink used to print it can be found everywhere. Strictly speaking, this kind of coin itself isn't worth a single coin. In reality, Li Zhongran had already verified the value of this flame coin when he first saw it. Just based on his evaluation, this kind of flame coin was even more valuable than the banknotes circulating in the market. Shopkeeper Li, you're joking, right? Yao Moen looked towards Li Zhongran with disdain and contempt in her eyes. This commoner guarantees on his integrity that every word is true. Li Zhongran didn't even look at Yao Moen. Instead, he looked towards Chu Mabe. This crown prince believes in your integrity. Chu Mabe nodded slightly before looking towards Yao Moen. Shopkeeper Sheng, this crown prince is truly curious. What are you thinking? You actually want to circulate this kind of crappy coin, and you even dare to sell it at the same price as banknotes? Teske. Chu Mabe picked up the flame coin with 2 fingers and shook his head in disgust. Because this shopkeeper doesn't have integrity, Yao Moen looked towards Li Zhongran hatefully. Chu Mabe was clearly here to cause trouble. Even if she groveled and groveled, he wouldn't be lenient. Since that was the case, there was no reason for her to be humble. Ahem. Actually, this crown prince really doesn't think highly of this kind of flame coin. If shopkeeper Sheng insists on continuing to circulate this kind of flame coin and wants to preserve its value, then there's no harm in making some slight changes. For example, you can change the paper to the commonly used Luxian paper. As for the ink, you can choose Jinxiang ink. As for the font, it should at least be something that the common people can understand. Chu Mabe gave his own suggestion. Yao Moen couldn't help but curse inside. This was also called a slight change? What if Wanner isn't willing? If it could be changed to what Chu Mabe was talking about, then she might as well just issue banknotes instead of going through all this trouble. One had to know that if she made a slight change, then it wouldn't be a flame coin anymore and wouldn't be able to achieve the same effect. Yao Moen didn't care, but someone else did. Then this matter. Chu Mabe hesitated. If your Highness Crown Prince has something to say, just say it. If Wan can accept your Highness Crown Prince's request, then Wan will continue to be a shopkeeper here. If not, Wan will just pack up and leave. The world is so big, it won't be difficult for Wan to find a quiet place to stay. Yao Moen purposefully emphasized the word peaceful. The meaning behind her words was that if she left, then no one would be able to find her. Although Yao Moen didn't know whether this counted as a threat or not, she had to at least try. Otherwise, she would just let Chu Mabe lead her by the nose. More importantly, if this plan failed, then she would be exposed. When she returned to Crimson Flame Country, it would be hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be killed. That wouldn't be good. Ahem. Shopkeeper Sheng, don't get too excited. How about this? Flame coins can still be used, but there's one thing that's worth changing. Chu Mabe understood the meaning behind Yao Moen's words and took a step back. What kind of change? Yao Moen's heart finally settled down. Fortunately, he still couldn't bear to part with his face, otherwise she wouldn't have anything to rely on. Lower it by 10 times. At this time, even if Chu Mabe said 100 times, Yao Moen wouldn't have the right to object. It's a deal. Yao Moen nodded, then called Meiji in. She wrote down everything they had just agreed on in black and white, and even forced Chu Mabe to put his fingerprint on it. Li Zhongran naturally couldn't be left out. Yao Moen could be considered to have suffered a huge loss in this meal. Thus, that night, when Yao Moen brought Yi Junqing his meal, she couldn't help but complain. Chu Mabe, that damn thief, he better not fall into this old lady's hands. Otherwise, I'll strip off all his clothes and parade him through the streets. Yao Moen gripped the silver pick in her hand and used all her strength to stir the candle flame. In front of her, Yi Junqing's complexion glowed under the light of the candle flame. After a few days of nourishment, Yi Junqing's body had already recovered and his figure had become even rounder. Chapter 580. You've done a lot of these things. As Yi Junqing scooped up the porridge, his eyes glowed brilliantly. When they left Lulan, Yao Moen and Chu Mabe had only exchanged a glance before Yao Moen gave him the title of perverted thief. Back in Mongyuan, she had stripped Huang Fu Juanqiu's clothes. Who would believe that the person in front of them wasn't Yao Moen? If King Chu mentions anything about Yao Moen in front of Wanner again, then I'm sorry, but Jushin Tower won't be able to keep King Chu. Ever since Yao Moen first laid eyes on Yi Junqing in Jushin Restaurant, she had developed a different kind of feeling towards this man who didn't have a good figure and appearance. It was hard to explain. Sorry, it seems like Chu Mabe really angered you today. Yi Junqing didn't want to argue with Yao Moen about whether it was true or not, so he changed the topic. That bastard actually reduced the value of the flame coins by 10 times. Do you even know what 10 times that means? Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing as she complained. She suddenly found the man in front of her much more pleasing to the eye. Do you really want to sell the flame coins? Yi Junqing's eyes were sharp. Over the past few days, he could tell that Yao Moen hadn't opened Jushin Tower to make money. Her goal was flame coins. We have to push them out. Yao Moen clenched her teeth. Let's go back to the Great Chu. I can issue a decree at any time, and things will be easy. Yi Junqing's deep eyes shone with a warmth that was as gentle as moonlight. His thin lips lifted slightly as he spoke of the decision he had been thinking about for a long time. Yao Mowen's heart couldn't help but tremble. She looked towards Yi Junqing seriously, her fine eyelashes casting shadows in the candlelight. Isn't it a very good idea? Yi Junqing felt that Yao Mowen should be excited. After all, this decision would allow her to relax quite a bit. From tomorrow onwards, you don't have to eat dinner. Yao Mowen suddenly got up and walked over to Yi Junqing solemnly. She snatched the spoon out of his hand and threw it into the bowl. Then she picked up the tray and resolutely kicked the door open to leave. As he stared at the creaking door, Yi Junqing couldn't help but choke. Did he say something wrong? No. When she returned to her room, Yao Mowen abruptly slammed the tray onto the table, splattering the ginseng soup all over the table. Master, did Yi Junqing make you angry? When Diao, who had been leaning against the door, saw Yao Mowen sitting on the chair with a frosty expression, she walked in. Call Long Bingxin here. I want to change my face. Yao Mowen's sudden words made Diao feel that the situation was serious. She immediately closed the door and walked over to Yao Mowen's side. Master, these words can't be said so casually. Diao worriedly sat beside Yao Mowen. If her face was changed, would she still be alive? I just said it casually. If those people really liked Yao Mowen, how could they not even be able to tell if it was real or fake? Whenever Yao Mowen recalled the focus and determination in Yi Junqing's eyes, her heart would feel stifled. Master, you couldn't have fallen for Yi Junqing, right? Don't. No matter how I look at it, he's not as good as Han Genie. Diao lifted her brows and looked towards Yao Mowen as she spoke probingly. Nonsense. What reason does this saintess have to be moved by someone whose mouth is full of Yao Mowen? I really don't understand. What's so good about Yao Mowen that Yi Junqing would be head over heels for her, to the point that he would even give up the country? If he really promoted flame coins to Great Chu, hadn't he thought about the consequences? He really didn't know if Chu Mabe was too smart, or if Yi Junqing was too stupid. It was Yi Junqing who was too sentimental. This is bad. When Diao saw that Yao Mowen's face was completely red from anger, she twirled the ribbon in front of her chest as she muttered to herself. What's bad? Yao Mowen turned to look towards Diao. Master, do you have time tomorrow? Diao deliberately concealed the hesitation in her eyes as she asked. This saintess has nothing but time right now, said Yao Mowen. Then let's go hunt in the back mountains tomorrow, suggested Diao. Ha, with this saintess's current skills, who do you think I can beat? Tigers? Black bears? Or wild dogs? Yao Mowen felt a chill run down her spine at Diao's suggestion. Having her go hunting was equivalent to murder. Ahem. Isn't there still Diao? Also, Han Genie and Qixio Di will be going. Added Diao. Then this saintess can't go. Yao Mowen looked towards Diao meaningfully. Of course Master has to go. At that time, Qixio Di will have someone to accompany him. Diao's explanation was reasonable. Furthermore, she really was in a bad mood, so it was necessary to go out and relax. That's fine. Yao Mowen nodded. When Diao saw that everything was settled, she was just about to turn and leave when Yao Mowen called her back. Bring this to Yi Junqing. These words seemed light and breezy, but they made Diao's heart feel incomparably heavy. She had promised Han Genie that she would help him catch up to Yao Mowen, but now, the situation had developed far beyond her expectations. On the roof of Jushin Tower, two figures descended like gods. Their ink-colored robes fluttered in the air. Yao Mowen has fallen in love with Yi Junqing. She's no longer trustworthy. I even suspect that the Phoenix Tears. She only wants to use Yi Junqing. She doesn't like him. The Phoenix Tears were refined from the water of the ancient pond. We don't have the right to suspect it. A deep voice spread out in the dark night. Qi Kanglin's silver hair drew a brilliant arc. The wind blew, making him look like an immortal. Kanglin, are you sure that Yao Mowen hasn't fallen in love with Yi Junqing? Are you sure that you haven't fallen in love with Yao Mowen? Huan Luo's resentful voice fell in Qi Kanglin's ears, her eyes glistening with tears. Go back. Chi Kanglin indifferently turned around, a ripple appearing in the calm lake in his heart. Fallen in love? What was love? As she watched Chi Kanglin's cold and lonely figure gradually disappear into the night, Huan Luo's cherry lips pursed tightly. Her beautiful eyes were like ice as she lowered them. That person downstairs really deserved to die. The next day, when Jiao Jiao brought Yao Moen to the back of the mountain, Han Jini and Chi Xiudi were having a lot of fun. The ones who were having even more fun were the 7 little snakes in Chi Xiudi's sleeves, as well as the colorful snake that Han Jiani had given him. Yao Moen couldn't help but shiver when she saw those colorful snakes coiling around the pitiful little rabbits. Young man, do you see the swallows in the sky? The sunlight shone through the leaves and landed on Han Jini's face, making it seem as if it was covered in a layer of golden light, making Han Jini seem even more radiant. Whoosh! The 3 swallows landed on the ground. Although they couldn't move, they weren't harmed in the slightest. Uncle Genie, how did you do it? Chi Xiudi looked towards Han Jini with a gaze that only Chi Kanglin had back then. He grabbed Han Jini's hands and asked in a spoiled manner. This Supreme Lord sealed their acupuncture points. How about it? Do you want to learn? A bright smile floated onto Han Jini's face, and she felt as if the sunlight had lost its golden splendor. After a long time, even though the world had changed, that smile would still linger in Yao Moen's heart. What a beautiful person! Jiao Jiao couldn't help but sigh as she stood by Yao Moen's side. Her eyes seemed to have grown on Han Jini and couldn't move away. That's why you have to grasp it well. Yao Moen slowly walked over. Jiao Jiao followed behind and returned the same words to Yao Moen. As long as you can catch a wild deer, Uncle Genie will teach it to you. Seeing Yao Moen and Jiao Jiao walk over, Han Jini patted Chi Xiudi's head and said with a bright smile, "It's a deal." Chi Xiudi firmly nodded and then turned around, coincidentally bumping into Yao Moen. "I'll accompany you." Yao Moen naturally understood the purpose of her trip, so she stretched out her hand to curry favor. However, before she could touch Chi Xiudi's head, she was pushed away. "See, you can't even stand properly, and you still want to show off. Older sister Diao Diao, accompany me, okay?" Chi Xiudi didn't wait for Diao Diao to nod and already pulled Diao Diao away. "Hey, Diao Diao." Yao Moen blanked. What was this situation? Is Manager Shang all right? Seeing that Yao Moen's feet were unsteady, Han Jini quickly stepped forward and gently supported Yao Moen. His movements were calm and steady, not the slightest bit out of line. The so-called gentleman should be like Han Jini. Yao Moen inwardly rejoiced that Diao Diao had picked up a treasure. "It's nothing, we haven't seen each other for a few days. Sovereign's relationship with that devilish brat isn't bad, ah." Yao Moen deliberately circled to Han Jini's left side to avoid those brightly colored little snakes. "Manager Shang is talking about Chi Xiudi. This child is smart and quick-witted. This sovereign likes him." Han Jini admitted that at first, because of Yao Moen's words, he wanted to treat Chi Xiudi better and then attract Yao Moen's attention. However, after interacting with Chi Xiudi, he really liked this child. Sovereign's taste is truly out of the ordinary. Yao Moen laughed involuntarily. To be able to like Chi Xiudi, one must either have a strong willpower or a thick enough skin. The former referred to Han Jini, and the latter referred to herself. Manager Sheng also came to hunt? Yao Moen's appearance was only a surprise that Diao Diao wanted to give Han Jini, so Han Jini didn't know that Yao Moen would come. "Cough, to stretch my muscles and bones," Yao Moen explained awkwardly. When she opened her eyes, Diao Jiao and Chi Xiudi had already disappeared. "Then let's go together." Being so close to Yao Moen, Han Jini only felt a wave of warmth enter his heart. After 3 months of waiting and anticipation, he only hoped that Yao Moen could be safe. Although Yao Moen had forgotten 10,000 Emperor City, as long as she lived well, that was enough. The soft leaves piled up on the small path in the forest. Yao Moen was careful with every step she took, afraid that a snake would suddenly attack. Other than Genie, everything that can breathe is at least 100 meters away. A clear and melodious voice rang in Yao Moen's ears. Han Genie's hearty laughter was even more melodious than the orioles in the forest. When Yao Moen heard this, She let out a sigh of relief. Diao Diao is a pretty good girl. Yao Moen looked towards Han Genie with seemingly deep meaning. Compared to Yao Moen, the women this sovereign knows are all pretty good. Han Genie's bright eyes flashed with a trace of dullness. The hands under his wide sleeves gradually tightened. Really? Then Sovereign Han means. These past few days, it was rare for someone to evaluate Yao Moen like this. She was very happy. But this sovereign likes to be abused. Without Moen by my side, this sovereign really can't sleep. Han Genie smiled bitterly. The curve of his thin lips contained a lot of helplessness and sorrow. Then Sovereign really is looking for abuse. It's not just Sovereign that's looking for abuse. Yi Junqing and Chu Mabe also have this problem. After hearing Han Genie's explanation, Yao Moen snorted angrily and walked forward with large strides. Saint Manager is jealous of Yao Moen? Seeing that Yao Moen was angry, Han Genie took 2 steps forward and said this with a smile. What a joke. I would be jealous of her. What does she have to be jealous of? Isn't it just hunting? Hurry up. All right, Yao Moen admitted it. She was jealous of the Yao Moen in everyone's eyes. Why did she have so many flaws, but still have the ability to make so many people unswervingly loyal to her? The wind picked up and Yao Moen couldn't help but shiver. With the black robe covering her body, a wave of warmth washed over her. Hunting is a man's business. You only need to say the word. Whatever you want, this sovereign will hunt it for you. It seemed like an extremely ordinary action, but it moved Yao Moen's heart. Any normal woman would be like this when being cared for like this by a man. Yao Moen was no exception. Chapter 581. However, Yao Mo Wan's nature was still different from ordinary people. Thus, Yao Mo Wan didn't stand on ceremony and ordered the wild rabbit, pheasant, wild deer, and all sorts of wild game that Jushin Restaurant's kitchen lacked the most. She was so tired that Han Genie felt dizzy and finally collapsed, gasping for breath. On the other side of the forest, Diao Jiao sat on a high branch with a leaf in her mouth. She was playing with the little squirrel she had just caught. She was facing the sky with a blank expression. Hurry and unseal my acupuncture points. Under the tree, Qi Xiudi stood motionless and looked angrily at Diao Diao. No, how could I let you disturb them? Diao Diao's thoughts were interrupted by Qi Xiudi. She jumped down with a solemn expression. I won't disturb them. Qi Xiudi repeated this sentence 10,000 times. We've known each other for a long time. Do you think I don't know you? Diao Diao shook her head. It's true. If that scoundrel was with Uncle Genie, then she wouldn't have the mood to seduce my godfather, right? Qi Xiudi explained. If that's the case, then you really don't have a reason. Seeing that Qi Xiudi's legs were trembling, Diao Diao unsealed his acupuncture points. Where are you going? Right after Diao Diao unsealed Qi Xiudi's acupuncture points, Qi Xiudi flew out like an arrow. I don't want that scoundrel to pester Uncle Genie. Uncle Genie is so good. She can't harm a good person. Qi Xiudi's words made Diao Diao not know whether to laugh or cry. You don't know how much that Uncle Genie wants Yao Mo Wan to harm him. Looking at the time, Yao Mo Wan and Han Genie should be going back. Diao Diao didn't care about Qi Xiudi and just followed behind. That night, Yao Mo Wan called Diao Diao into the room. What do you mean? Yao Mo Wan sat upright at the table with a sharp gaze. What is Master referring to? Diao Jiao moved closer to Yao Mo Wan with a smile. She knew very well what was going on. What did you and Qi Xiudi do when we were hunting? Yao Mo Wan's beautiful eyes were like water and her voice was cold. Oh, Master is referring to this matter. Qi Xiudi went to catch a snake and Diao Jiao couldn't argue with him. So, Diao Jiao explained. You can't argue with Qi Xiudi. You don't like Han Genie anymore? Yao Mo Wan got straight to the point. Yes, I don't like it anymore. Diao Jiao nodded against her will, a trace of bitterness in her eyes. Who would believe that? What exactly happened? Yao Moen casually picked up the teacup and took a sip. Her eyes lifted slightly as she indicated for Diao Diao to sit down. He doesn't look good. and his temperament isn't outstanding either. Most importantly, he's not a virgin. The warm tea splashed onto Diao Diao's face like a fountain, mixed with a few pieces of fresh green leaves. Ahem. Are you a virgin? Why are your requirements so strict? Yao Moen was shocked by Diao Diao's words. Master, are you doubting Diao Diao's chastity? Diao Diao wiped the tea stains off her face and said angrily. Yes. Yao Moen looked at Diao Diao in shock. Such a graceful and outstanding beauty, such a seductive and charming woman, and such revealing and bold clothing. If Diao Diao was said to have kept her chastity to this day, Yao Moen would feel that it was a miracle. What's so strange about that? That's why Diao Diao can't be at a disadvantage in this aspect. Han Genie isn't suitable. Diao Diao shrugged and spoke lightly, but her heart was stained with bitter gall. Actually, you can't be too sure about this. It's true that Han Genie isn't your first man, but if he's willing to treat you as his last woman, then you've still succeeded. It's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. If it really doesn't work out, then you can have him drive out all the women in Myriad Imperial City. If he's sincere enough, then you can consider it. Yao Moen earnestly advised. Master doesn't need to worry about Diao Diao's matters. On the other hand, Yi Junqing only has Yao Moen in his heart. Master shouldn't be too deeply in love, otherwise the one who'll be hurt in the end will only be you. Diao Diao deliberately changed the topic so that her heart wouldn't hurt even more. What you said will never happen. Yao Moen looked towards Diao Diao as she spoke firmly. Then that's good. Oh, that's right. There's something Diao Diao forgot to mention. Today, Yi Junqing rolled down the stairs and is now limping. Diao Diao played it down lightly. In the next second, Yao Moen had already gotten up and was heading towards Yi Junqing's room. As she watched Yao Moen's back, Diao Diao couldn't help but purse her lips. Some things were easy to say but hard to do. The candlelight flickered and the fragrance of incense wafted through the air. On the bed, Yi Junqing looked at his bandaged left leg and couldn't help but sigh. King Chu is truly making things difficult for Wanara. There wasn't a trace of warmth in the clear voice. When Yao Moen saw Yi Junqing's straightened left leg, her eyes turned icy cold. I didn't do it on purpose. The stairs were just too steep and I wasn't careful. How about this? Junqing can play the flute tomorrow instead. This morning, Yao Moen had informed Yi Junqing that starting tomorrow, he would be going to the main hall on the first floor to practice swordplay. It would hurt a bit, but it was better than being pointed at like a monkey. No. Yao Moen resolutely refused. Why? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Compared to swordplay, he could still accept playing the flute. After all, the realm of art was different. King Chu, have you never heard of the saying, comparing people is worse than death, comparing goods is better than throwing? Forgive Wan'er for being blunt, but if King plays the flute, it's very likely that you'll be beaten out of the hall. Yao Moen had always felt that in this world, there was perhaps no one who could play the flute better than Qi Kanglin. Rather than letting Yi Junqing humiliate himself, it was better to take a different path. That doesn't make sense. You've never heard me play the flute before, so you shouldn't reject it so quickly. This was the first time Yi Junqing's fighting spirit had risen since he saw Yao Moen again. King Chu wants to experience what it feels like to have eggs thrown at you. Yao Moen's cherry lips curved and her eyes lit up. Not necessarily. Yi Junqing knew who Yao Moen was talking about. When he had asked Long Bingxin about the situation, he had heard of this name. That's fine. Since King Chu wants to smash his head against the wall, Wan'er can't stop him even if I want to. Then Wan'er will wait and see tomorrow. Yao Moen glanced at Yi Junqing's injured left leg, and a trace of emotion flashed through her eyes. She turned to leave. Once Yao Moen was far away, Inshui appeared and landed in front of Yi Junqing. Your Majesty, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning have sent news. They weren't able to find out Qi Kanglin and Huan Luo's identities. As for the flame coins you ordered Inshui to send out, they found some clues, but they're not sure. Ever since Inshui had recovered, Yi Junqing had discussed with Inshui that they couldn't act rashly anymore. Reality had proven that they weren't a match for Huan Luo at all, so everything had to be done in secret. Speak, said Yi Junqing solemnly as he looked towards Yin Shui. Feng Lin's family records have a banknote that's not much different from a flame coin. According to Feng Lin, this banknote was left behind by Feng Lin's grandfather's second concubine. As for that second concubine's identity, Feng Lin and the others are currently investigating it, reported Yin Shui. How distant? Yi Junqing frowned slightly. He felt that this clue could be ignored. Your Majesty, Chu Mabe went to look for Saint Manager and forcefully reduced the value of the flame coins by 10 times. He's clearly aware of this as well. Has Your Majesty ever thought of cooperating with Chu Mabe? Suggested Yin Shui. Keep a low profile for now and let them fight. We believe that it won't be long before Chu Mabe comes looking for us. A cold light flashed through Yi Junqing's sharp eyes. No matter who it was that had caused Yao Moen to become like this, they had to pay the price. In reality, the appearance of Yao Moen and Qi Kanglin's group was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Although these people were publicly pestering Yao Moen, they all had their own plans in secret. A storm was brewing, and the wind had just started blowing. There wasn't a single crescent moon to be found in the deep blue dome of heaven. Countless stars filled the sky. Didn't you feel it was beneath you to come back? What? You can't bear to lose face, so you want this saintess to plead for leniency for you? Diao Jiao stood upright on the roof, her light veil fluttering in the wind. This saintess never expected that you'd actually be a saint of love. You clearly care about Han Jini, but you still want to help Han Jini obtain Yao Moen. Huan Luo's long white dress fluttered in the wind. There wasn't the slightest bit of warmth in her cold eyes. I'm doing it willingly. It's none of your business. Jiao Jiao glanced at Huan Luo before looking up angrily. This saintess is just reminding you out of goodwill. Even if you give your happiness to Yao Moen, she might not necessarily accept it. As long as Yi Junqing exists, Yao Moen will never fall in love with Han Jini. Huan Luo sneered as she looked towards Diao Diao. Ruthlessness flashed through her heart. From the moment Yi Junqing and Yin Shui had attacked her, she had been filled with killing intent. It wasn't just Yi Junqing. Chu Mabe and Han Jini all deserved to die. She was going to kill everyone who stood on Yao Moen's side. What are you trying to say? Diao Jiao crossed her arms and looked towards Huan Luo. Yi Junqing must die, said Huan Luo coldly. So you're saying this because you want Diao Diao to secretly get rid of Yi Junqing? Huan Luo, Diao Jiao doesn't think she's smart, but that doesn't mean that any random passerby can use this miss as a weapon. If you want Yi Junqing's life, you can do it yourself. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Let me guess. You don't want Qi Kanglin to know, right? Huan Luo, I truly pity you. You've been chasing after Qi Kanglin for over a decade, but unfortunately, you still can't compare to Yao Moen, who you've only known for less than half a year. Diao Jiao's lips curved up into a charming smile. Shut up. How could Kanglin possibly like Yao Moen? This is simply a fantasy. Diao Jiao's words touched on a taboo in Huan Luo's heart. Huan Luo. Even someone as beautiful as you has a time when you're lacking in confidence. Look at your conflicted expression right now. There's no beauty to speak of. In reality, you know better than anyone that Qi Kanglin treats Yao Moen differently. If it wasn't for the fact that Qi Kanglin put in a good word for you in front of Daoist, would Daoist have agreed to Yao Moen's so-called assimilation? Think about it yourself. Diao Jiao smiled mischievously, then turned and landed like a swallow in Jushin Tower. It can't be. Yao Moen is a lowly commoner, and Lan Kanglin hates lowly commoners the most, so how could he like Yao Moen? It can't be. Huan Luo shook her head subconsciously, then her pupils constricted. She clenched her fists tightly, as if she wanted to punch the Jushin Tower beneath her feet into dust. Ever since Chu Maxin had arrived in Xianxiang, Chu Mabe, Han Jini, and Yi Junqing had arrived one after another, Jushin Tower was no longer as bustling as before. This time, Yao Moen had brought out the gimmick of heavenly music, and Jushin Tower had returned to its former glory. Shopkeeper, do you really want King Chu to perform in public? Lung Bingxin choked when she saw that the first and second floors were packed with people. If those ministers of the Chu court found out about this, their hearts would probably ache to death. Chu Mabe forced this scientist to reduce the value of the flame coins by 10 times. But that's actually not a bad thing. Nowadays, there are more and more people coming to Peace Bank to exchange for flame coins. Those common people might be reluctant to part with 10 taels of silver, but 1 tael of silver isn't much in their eyes. It's a blessing in disguise. Yao Moen looked at the 3-meter-tall stage in the center of the main hall as she muttered to herself. At the side, the corners of Long Bingxin's lips twitched, then she turned and walked down to help Diao Diao and Meiji. What are they like? Face. Are you saying that I'm not as good-looking as Qi Kanglin? Yi Juanqing's forehead instantly darkened. Everyone can see that. Yao Moen nodded slightly. Warner, you can't say it like that. You can't judge a person by appearance. Although Junqing isn't as beautiful as Qi Kanglin, he's still a man. What's the use of beauty? Sincerity is what's important. How could Qi Kanglin possibly treat you better than Junqing? Yi Junqing deliberately lowered his stance and walked over to sit down in front of Yao Moen. You treat this shopkeeper well? It can't be. You only treat Yao Moen well. When Yao Moen looked into Yi Juanqing's eyes, she suddenly felt as if a pebble had moved in her heart. Ripples appeared on the calm surface of a lake. Isn't it the same? Said Yi Junqing in a low voice. How could it be the same? Before Yi Junqing could react, Yao Moen abruptly stood up and slapped the side of the table fiercely as she glared at Yi Junqing. This temper. Who would believe it if you said it wasn't the same? Yi Junqing suddenly understood and smiled foolishly as he met Yao Moen's icy gaze. Yi Junqing, if you dare to treat Warner as Yao Moen again, even if it's only once, this shopkeeper will ask you to scram. Remember, it's scram. After Yao Moen said this, she kicked the leg of the table. Because of the shaking, the tea in the teacup splashed all over Yi Junqing. As he watched Yao Moen stomp out of the rear hall, Yi Junqing flicked off the water droplets on his body and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If you weren't Moen, what reason would Junqing have to stay here? By the time Yao Moen left, the people of Jushin Tower had already dispersed. In the corner, Qi Xiudi was wiping away his tears as he muttered. Talking bad about people behind their backs will get you struck by lightning, said Yao Moen after hearing Qi Xiudi's words. Hey, how could you eavesdrop on me? Qi Xiudi was startled when he heard this and immediately wiped away his tears as he glared at Yao Moen. Qi Kanglin left, right? Who else could make Qi Xiudi this brokenhearted besides Qi Kanglin? Qi Xiudi didn't say anything and returned to the table in a huff. He still loves you. If it weren't for me being in the way, he definitely would have come to find you. All right, I was wrong this time. You can punish me however you want. Yao Moen couldn't bear to see Qi Xiudi's pitiful appearance and decided to be magnanimous for once. Godfather and Inyang already have their own child, so Qi Xiudi is no longer important. It has nothing to do with you. Qi Xiudi lowered his head as tears welled up in his eyes. Yao Moen's heart hurt so much. It was as if Qi Xiudi's tears had fallen onto her heart and burned with unbearable pain. Who said that? Yao Moen's eyes widened as if she wanted to eat the instigator alive. You said it, but you didn't tell me it was true at the time. Qi Xiudi's tears gushed out. Yao Moen was startled and annoyed. Did this Supreme Lord see wrongly? Our little man is crying? The clear voice contained Han Jini's unique charm and made one feel comfortable from the bottom of their heart. When Qi Xiudi heard Han Jini's voice, he abruptly got up and rushed into Han Jini's arms, whimpering like a little beast. Yao Moen slowly got up and looked at Han Jini with a slightly helpless expression. Manager Shang, go back to your work? Han Jini faintly smiled at Yao Moen, the curve of his thin lips carrying a trace of faint comfort. At some point, Qi Kanglin suddenly felt that his relationship with Huan Luo was worsening. He couldn't even understand the meaning behind Huan Luo's questions. Yi Junqing is already on the stage. So why do you still want to go up? Do you still remember who you are? You're the high priest of Crimson Flame Country. Why are you asking to be humiliated in front of those lowly commoners? Huan Luo was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She couldn't tolerate Qi Kanglan taking the initiative. This priest only wants to do something for the circulation of flame coins. There's nothing wrong with that. Qi Kanglan indifferently replied to Huan Luo's doubts. You make it sound so nice. Huan Luo had never understood how Yao Mowen's bold and imaginative assimilation was able to obtain your approval. Now it seems that if it weren't for your mediation, Yao Mowen wouldn't have lived until today. Kanglan, you've fallen in love with Yao Mowen? Since when? Huan Luo was like any other woman caught in the act. She was madly imagining things that she hadn't seen with her own eyes. The flames of jealousy in her heart burned fiercely. Nonsense. How could this priest possibly fall in love with Yao Mowen? Qi Kanglan's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't explain why he had suddenly appeared on the stage. When he saw that Yao Mowen's gaze was focused on Yi Junqing, he left the stage. You still want to quibble now that things have reached this point? Kanglan, Yao Mowen's fate is that of a lone star. If she reincarnates in a corpse, she will jinx. Huan Luo suddenly choked. At the same time, Sikong Mu's words echoed in her ears. There were some secrets that could never see the light of day. She couldn't tell Qi Kanglan, otherwise the world would fall into chaos. Huan Luo, you said that Yao Mowen's fate isn't compatible with yours. I've calculated it, and it's not that serious. This priest hopes that you can understand that what we're doing right now concerns Crimson Flame Country's future. Qi Kanglan turned to look at Huan Luo as he spoke solemnly. What does Crimson Flame Country's future have to do with Huan Luo? Do you really not know what Huan Luo cares about? Huan Luo's clear eyes flickered as her voice choked with emotion. Huan Luo. Qi Kanglan didn't say anything else as he looked at Huan Luo's tears. I only care about you. Huan Luo fiercely threw herself into Qi Kanglan's arms. Tears streamed down her face, and a chill shot out from the sparkling light. That night, as Yao Mowen sat in her room, her mind wandered. She had to admit that when Yi Junqing's flute had started playing, her heart had moved. Although it had only been a tiny bit, she had truly felt her heart quicken by half a beat. Like Yi Junqing, Yao Mowen was frightened by her own thoughts. What a love-struck fool. Who are you thinking of? Qi Xiudi walked in with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he looked at Yao Mowen. Xiudi, when will you grow up? This saintess has been waiting for so long. When Yao Mowen saw that it was Qi Xiudi, she put down the account book and looked at him lovingly. You were waiting for me? All right. This young master has already seen through the world of mortals. Qi Xiudi jumped onto the chair in front of Yao Mowen and solemnly informed her of the grievous news. What did you come to find me for? Yao Mowen looked towards Qi Xiudi with a bright smile. It seemed that Han Genie had been coaxed quite well. Don't like my godfather anymore. My godfather doesn't like you. Don't like Yi Junqing either. His heart is filled with Yao Mowen, but you're Sheng Waner. Qi Xiudi looked towards Yao Mowen seriously. Then it wouldn't be good for me to see through the world of mortals with you, right? Yao Mowen looked towards Qi Xiudi with interest. No, you still have someone else who wants you. Han Genie should be able to take you in. Qi Xiudi spoke as if Yao Mowen was worthless. Then many thanks to him. Yao Mowen didn't seem to mind and continued to calculate. You don't like Uncle Genie? Qi Xiudi asked suspiciously when he saw that Yao Mowen wasn't as excited as she had imagined. It's not that I don't like him. There's no harm in having one more friend. In Yao Mowen's opinion, Han Genie's character was excellent, and he was a good choice to be a friend. But Uncle Genie likes you. Qi Xiudi grew anxious when he saw that Yao Mowen was absent-minded. You said it yourself. The one they like is Yao Mowen and not my Sheng Waner. Also, Jiao Jiao likes that Uncle Genie of yours. If you really want to accumulate good karma, then matchmaking them is the same, said Yao Mowen lightly. Of course not. Older sister Diao Diao has always been matchmaking the two of you, don't you know? When Qi Xiudi said this, Yao Mowen's hand that was fiddling with the abacus suddenly stopped, and she turned to look towards Qi Xiudi. What did you say? Diao Jiao match made me and Han Genie? Yao Moen's heart trembled slightly. That wasn't what Diao Diao had said back then. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.